We got a full house up here on the dais. Clerk, let's go ahead and do the roll call.
All right, it is now.
Oh, clerk wants a pop.
Let us bow our heads for a moment in a moment of prayer. We open up our city council today. Gracious Father, we thank you so much for just another day's journey. And Father, I am extremely grateful for these who I call my friends, but who we call our leaders of our great city. We are grateful, Father God, for their wisdom. We're grateful, Father, for their discernment. We're grateful for their presence here today as decisions that need to be made on behalf of this city lies in their hands. So, Father, your word tells us that a cattle on 1,000 hills belongs to you. And you also tell us, Father God, there is wisdom in counsel. And so, Father God, our prayer is that these who you have placed in leadership here in our city exercises wise judgment today, that this council meeting today, Father God, is to your glory. Our prayer also, Father, is that you would intercede and come in behalf of our city today, for those that are standing to make presentations and for those that are standing to ask questions. Let everything that is done today be done decently and in order. Again, we thank you for our council president, and we pray that you would give him wisdom as he leads, Father, our city council. For every district that is represented, every tier of leadership, we say thank you. It's in the name of Jesus we give you all praise. Amen.
Gary, you want to lead us? All right, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, do you want to read some of the changes to the agenda?
Yes, I can. All right. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators on Zoom. The invocation was led by DJ Kreiner from St. Rest Baptist Church. The following items are being continued to the following dates. Item 1HH, that is file ID 22175, regarding pursuing the formation of a Veterans Memorial District. This isn't on your list, we just received it. It's being continued to February 10th per Council Member Chavez. Item 1JJ, that is 22-100. Council Boards and Commission Reports, that is being continued to February 10th by Council President Esparza and Vice President Maxwell. Item 3C, that is 22-112. Adopting residential speed hump policy. It's continued to February 10th per the city manager's office. The following are changes to the agenda. 1J, that's 22-142, actions pertaining to the acquisition of the Ambassador Inn. There was a correction to the title. The address should read 1804 West Olive, not East Olive. Item 1CC, that is 22-148, apply for state grant opportunity for the 49-acre park parcel. This item is an approval of this one got moved to contested consent by Councilmember Chavez. That's moving to contested consent, and it is a resolution, though it is not indicated as such on the title, and it is subject to mayor's veto. That is 1CC. The following items are requested to be pulled from the consent calendar and moved to contested consent calendar for further discussion. 1Y, that is 22-119, a resolution authorizing submission of grant application to the California Department of Transportation for a Clean California Local Grant Program, requested to be pulled by Vice President Maxwell. Item 1DD as in dog, that is ID 22207. That is the resolution directing staff to return with options to reduce plan check fees. Council Vice President Maxwell and Council Member Carbasi requested the item be pulled for discussion and requested Council Vice President Maxwell to be added as a co-sponsor to the item. And also, there was a separately noticed special meeting for today as well. And those items are on the consent calendar, ID 22-220, resolution suspending the Labor Management Act for 14 days. General administration item 22-221, adopt successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Fresno and the Fresno Police Officers Association, FPOA Unit 4. And ID 22-222, adopting the successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Fresno and the Fresno Police Officers Association, FPOA Unit 9. Those are all the announcements I have at the moment.
Thank you, Clerk. Again, as noted by the clerk, we will have a couple of special items. One is on the consent agenda, suspending the Labor Management Act. The following other items will be held later on in the day with respect to our Fresno Police Department contracts. Council members, I'll go in order, starting with District 1. Are there any other items you'd like to see either removed or continued, or like to pull for discussion? District 2? All right. District 3? God help us.
I'd like to table 1W and 1X, the vacation of those streets, to a future meeting, so I can meet with staff about vacating those streets. Item 1Z to the next meeting, so I have a chance to talk about with city staff about the specific projects in District 3. And then table 1GG, which is an item sponsored by our office.
So, Councilmember Arias, 1W, 1X, 1Z, and a 1GG, you are removing those from the agenda.
Correct. And I'd like to, Z is going to the next meeting, just the following meeting. I just need time to meet with the Public Works Director about the District 3 projects.
Okay. Anything you'd like to pull for discussion off the consent agenda?
Yes, 1N as in Nancy, and 1EE.
All right, is that it?
That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Arias, on 1W, it's not a vacation of a street, it's literally a corner of a sidewalk.
Correct. I'm aware of the.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Council Vice President, oh, yeah, Council Vice President.
No changes, Council President.
All right. Councilmember Chavez. All right, Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I just, for discussion, like to pull item J, item K, and item FF.
That was J, K, and FF.
Yes.
Okay.
As in just kidding? JK, as in just kidding?
Okay. And I do not have any to remove or to pull for discussion. So again, I'll reiterate, we have 1W, 1X, 1Z, 1GG, pulled by Councilmember Arias, continued to different meetings. We have 1N, 1EE, pulled for discussion by Councilmember Arias, 1J, 1K, 1FF, pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Council President, while we're playing alphabet soup, why don't we just pull 1FF? How about that?
You want to remove 1FF from the agenda?
No, I want to pull it for contested, please.
Yeah, so I'll mark that down. Councilmember Bredefeld pulled that one, and I'll go ahead and mark you down for that as well. Okay. No other changes to the agenda before we go on to approval? All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Bredefeld and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposed? No opposition. Approval of the agenda passes 7-0. We'll move on now to ceremonial presentations. The first, we have Councilmember Soria sponsoring proclamation honoring Bob Clark's 100th birthday.
Thank you, Council President. I think folks are online. So if we have Cheryl Deaton and Paul Hinkie, are they on, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have Robin and Julie on,
Okay, perfect.
if they want to go ahead and, yeah, there you go.
Okay, perfect, awesome. So good morning, everyone. I am extremely thrilled to be honoring Bob Clark's 100th birthday. What a milestone, right? Who wants to live to 100? I want to live to 100, and so I'm excited this morning to be able to honor Bob as he celebrates his 100th birthday this month. Mr. Clark has accomplished a lot on his time on this earth. He made a great impact here, specifically in the city of Fresno. He was a teacher. He taught 18 years at Edison High School, serving his last year as vice principal. One of Mr. Clark's many accomplishments was his ability to serve our country well in the Navy, where he was discharged in good standing after his tour of duty in 1945. In the late 1980s, the Fresno Post 509 formed a small band to perform at veterans events. Bob joined soon after its formation and has been part of it. And in the following years, it became what is known here in the city of Fresno, the Sounds of Freedom Military Concert Band. Bob is the oldest member of the band who still attends every single rehearsal. Of all that he's been a part of, his greatest joy and accomplishments has been his longtime marriage to his beautiful wife, Frances Lewis Borchard, who passed in 2013. His children, which are 4 of them, 6 grandchildren, and 10 great-grandchildren. We want to wish a happy 100th birthday to Mr. Clark on this month, in the month of January. So happy birthday to him. As I mentioned, we do have his daughter, Cheryl, and also, I think, Bob's grandchildren, Julie. I don't know if Robin and Paul is also, who is part of the band on virtually. So I want to give you guys an opportunity if you guys want to share anything special or send a special message to your dad today. Julie, you want to start off?
I wasn't planning on saying anything, but I really appreciate you taking the time to honor my grandfather.
Perfect. Awesome. So we have a beautiful proclamation that we will be delivering to Bob in celebration of his 100th birthday. And so we will have our staff take it to you guys. But I did want the clerk to read the proclamation for the record as we wish Bob a happy 100th birthday.
Whereas Robert Bob Clark was born January 18th, 1992 in Hayward, California. Bob is a husband, father, grandfather, accomplished Navy veteran, musician, and educator. The city of Fresno has the distinct honor of celebrating Mr. Robert Clark's 100th birthday and recognizing his service to both his country during World War II and his community as an educator at Edison High School and Reedley College. We are proud to have him as a member of the Fresno community. And whereas, after his parents' divorce, Bob, along with his brother and mother, moved to Selma, California. He was an excellent student and ended up skipping half of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. Despite that, after graduating high school, Bob attended Reedley College, later enrolling at Fresno State, where he met his wife, Frances Louise Burchard. Bob decided to serve his country by enlisting in the Navy after Pearl Harbor. Soon after, he was transferred to Hawaii on the USS New Mexico. He then started to play trombone with the ship's band. He was then quickly promoted to 3rd-class petty officer. Bob was present when the USS New Mexico was hit by a kamikaze in the Philippines, resulting in the death of the captain and 32 others. In 1945, he was discharged in good standing. And whereas, After his tour of duty, Bob returned to Fresno and received his Bachelor of Arts degree at Fresno State in economics. Then he continued his education as a graduate student at Fresno State, taking courses in education. One of his professors was the principal at Edison High and offered Bob a job. He taught at Edison for 18 years, becoming vice principal during his last year there. He went on to become a guidance counselor at Reedley College until his retirement. During this time, Bob continued playing trombone in local bands to get extra money. He has been a longtime member of the house band playing at the El Rancho Motel. And whereas, with his exceptional career as an educator, Bob joined California Retired Teachers Association and later served as the organization's president for 2 years. He also joined the CRTA Chorus, which he participated in until he was 95. Bob joined the Fresno Post 509, which performs at veterans events. Later, it became the Sounds of Freedom Military Concert Band. He is now the oldest member of the band and still attends all the rehearsals and concerts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim January 18th, 2022 to be Bob Clark Day in the City of Fresno.
We appreciate again this morning Bob's family for participating. What a remarkable legacy and what a remarkable 100 years he's lived. So congratulations as we celebrate. And as you guys know now, Bob Clark has January 18th as Bob Clark Day here in the city of Fresno. Have a great day and happy birthday to Bob.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. You are also sponsoring the next proclamation in collaboration with the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager, Proclamation for Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
So again, good morning. I want to ask Centro La Familia and the Rios Company if you guys want to come on board and join us here. Okay, perfect. So don't be shy. Come join us so folks can see the faces of the folks that are doing the great work in our community. So today we're here this morning with the mayor's office to thank really and recognize the work that Centro La Familia has been doing as it relates to the issue of human trafficking. We would think that we are living in the 21st century in 2022, right? And that human trafficking wasn't happening, but that's a sad reality that still exists here in our community. And so we need organizations like Centro La Familia to not just provide resources, but educate and make the community aware of what is happening here in our city. And so I do want to take time to recognize Centro La Familia. Also, I know that the Rios Company has partnered with them to make sure that we bring awareness to this issue. Whether it's in form of sex trafficking or forced labor, it is an abuse of power that is affecting the health and safety of so many people. Not just worldwide, because we know that it happens worldwide, but here in our own community. Human trafficking greatly impacts minorities and those in underserved communities. There isn't just one type of person that's affected by this. Victims include men, women, adults, and children as well. So there is a lot of work to be done. There are a few ways that I do want to let Centro La Familia talk about the work that they're doing and the awareness that they're bringing in the services, but there's a few ways to help fight against human trafficking. People can learn the indicators. I know sometimes, we're busy with our own lives, but we can also be part of solving the problem here in our own community. So human trafficking awareness training is available, and I know that Centro La Familia, along with other organizations, provide it here in our community. And they provide other tremendous amount of resources to address this issue. So I want to give you an opportunity, Margarita, to say a few words, and then I'll pass it on to the mayor's office.
Well, first of all, let me tell you, thank you very much for this recognition and helping us highlight the importance of what does exist in our community, which is human trafficking. Let me also introduce some of my staff. These are 4 of the staff that work in the Victims of Crime unit in our organization. And then I have some guests from the Consulate of Mexico who are here to support us that we also do a lot of work with as another partnership, and of course the Rios Company and the rest of the folks that are here to support us. We really do appreciate it. I see the chief back there. Thank you, sir, for helping us in these cases as well. I will tell you that currently we have 64 open cases on human trafficking that include from labor, include sex, and servitude. So to say that we have 64 open cases, I think should really resonate with the public about what really happens, because those are the ones that are open. It's not the ones that are closed. To know how difficult these cases are, the duration of our cases can exist for at least 5 years, if not longer, simply because it's very complicated to do the process with it. We don't do the work alone. We're the support system. Sometimes we identify the victims. Sometimes the victims are sent to us. We're the support system because, as the chief is here, this work is including law enforcement for prosecution and getting someone to be able to testify against a perpetrator is extremely difficult and very fearful because they're always threatened with their life and the life of their families. And it's not, these cases come from world. They're not all local cases. They come from other parts of the world, and we now have them here in our backyard. So for this, we really, really do appreciate the opportunity to give more exposure. The mayor's office, thank you very much for that. We really do appreciate that. Did you have anything you want to add?
Hi,
Martin Rodriguez.
hi everybody. My name is Martin Rodriguez. I'm a victim advocate and supervisor for Centro La Familia in our Victim Services Department. And I also want to say thank you because the work that we do is very difficult, but it's also rewarding because we see them succeed as we case manage their cases. And that's the plan that we have for these upcoming 64 cases that we have and continue to have. And we couldn't do it without our partner organizations such as the Consulado Mexicano, Central Valley Against Human Trafficking with EOC, and our staff that are right here, and our executive director, of course. So thank you.
On behalf of the mayor, just thank you so much for all the work that you do, and to Chief Balderrama, I know his team is a critical partner, so it is, to hear the numbers is very sobering, and to your point, I can imagine working with these victims is very intense, so thank you for all of your efforts, we appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, could you read the proclamation for the record? Or Mr. Clerk?
Whereas human trafficking is a terrible form of modern-day slavery whose victims are often forced into labor or the sex trade and imprisoned by traffickers through fear or behind locked doors to keep victims from reaching out for help. Whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services has aided over 200 survivors of human trafficking and their families since it launched its program in 2009. Central Valley Against Human Trafficking identified more than 1,000 human trafficking victims through December 2019. In the United States, the National Human Trafficking Hotline received reports of more than 10,500 cases in 2020. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received more than 17,000 reports of possible child sex trafficking in 2020. Whereas human trafficking involves the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of people through tactics such as threats, lies, and violence. Human trafficking disproportionately impacts racial and ethnic minorities, women and girls, LGBTQI+ individuals, vulnerable migrants, and other historically marginalized and underserved communities. Whereas January 2022 has been proclaimed National Human Trafficking Prevention Month by President Joseph R. Biden, who also called upon businesses, civil society organizations, communities of faith, families, and all Americans to recognize the vital role we play in combating human trafficking. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City of Fresno does hereby proclaim January 2022 as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month and recognizes Centro La Familia Advocacy Services and other partners for working to build awareness of this crime and to aid in the recovery of trafficking survivors.
Just one final note. I do want to thank all the council for all the support that we've received throughout the years to keep our organization thriving. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Margarita. We appreciate you folks. All right, next, we'll move on to council member reports and comments. We will go in order of district, and we'll give Councilmember Soria a second to get back over to her seat.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Nice shirt. Oh, thank you. Everybody likes to take a light.
Thank you, Council President. So I do actually have a PowerPoint for my, just want to quickly go through it. It's not very long. So I did want to show, not just my colleagues, but I think the administration, some of the issues that continue to happen in District 1 with the canal encampments that haven't been addressed. And I know that the issue is a little bit complicated. But if you look at the map, there's a couple hot spots in my district that really are right behind residential areas. And I've been getting tons of complaints for the last, not just weeks, but the last few months. They've been cleaned up in the past. I think this was last year by Fresno Irrigation District because it is their jurisdiction, but I feel like we need to do a little bit of a better job working with them. I don't know, to try to improve really the situation. If you can go to the next slide. So you could see the amount of debris and just garbage in the canal on the way, like on Emerson by the Lions Park. So that's one. And this continues to be a huge issue. As I mentioned, the canal banks are owned by FID, both at Dakota and Palm, Ashland and Fruit, Ashland and West, Emerson and Marks. I've reported the growing concern about this issue back in October. My constituents were very thankful that within 10 days of reporting it, I don't know if you guys remember, I brought it up to the council and presented as well. It was cleared, and the embankment was cleared, and services were provided to those that are housing insecure. At that time, the council was told that FID was agreeing to maintain these canals. However, the location that was clean, which was at that point Dakota and Palm, already has encampments present again. So I'm receiving, as I mentioned, a lot of concerns and complaints from the surrounding neighborhoods. The encampments continue to grow every day that I drive by. They're getting bigger. And so the reports are concerning with, as it relates to health and safety. So I'd like to just be able to show some of the other pictures, if you can move on. This one's the biggest encampment on the picture to your left, the southeast corner. This was just taken on January 26th, which is, I believe, yesterday. This one's the biggest encampment. It abuts a apartment complex. And so I know that there's a lot of families and children that live there. And so I feel like it's there's a sense of urgency from our constituents to make sure that we address this. And in order to address this, we have to figure out how to get FID to the table. So I wanted to ask in particular, I know that there was an agreement that had been promised to be signed by the Fresno Irrigation District to help address some of the issues. I know that District 1 is not the only one that is experiencing the similar situation because we don't own the properties, but I wanted to ask the administration, where are we with that agreement? Do we have a plan? I know that you guys have announced the HEART team, but how is that really going to address the situation that is happening, you know, on Ashland and West? If you could move on to the next picture or the next slide, Madam Clerk. You begin to see just how disgusting it looks. It's very blighted. I don't think my constituents deserve to have a place like this. So one, just, you know, I asked the administration, I don't know if you guys have a comment, but I am also requesting and demanding that Fresno Irrigation District does something about this because it wouldn't be allowed anywhere else in the city of Fresno.
Council member, I did participate in a meeting, I think it was earlier this week or late last week, time seems to be flying by. So originally, we envisioned a program and a partnership similar to what we experienced with Caltrans on the freeways, where we would go out and do the initial cleanup, and then with the case of the freeways, Caltrans agreed to keep the area secure and keep the area clean, which has been very successful. Unfortunately, I think after, as you mentioned, we did go out and do a cleanup, and we have not yet been successful with FID cleaning, maintaining the sites clean. So we had a meeting this week with the Attorney's Office and Public Works to talk about options of how we might be able to move forward with keeping them clean. I don't want to go into details of the conversations that we had with the attorneys. I'd be happy to have a separate conversation offline, but we agree it is a problem. Nobody, whether it's your district or any other district, nobody deserves to look at that. I know I wouldn't. So we are, the plan we had didn't work, so we need to shift and put together a new plan, and we are working on it.
What do you think is the timing so that when our constituents call, because that's the biggest thing. So there's, I think, two things, right, is figuring out what we're doing so that this doesn't happen again, and then there's the immediate need to clean it up and get those folks housed or moved from that neighborhood that is right next to the apartment complexes where there's a lot of kids. And so I think there's two kind of time frames. So when can we get these encampments cleaned up?
I would love to give you an answer right here, but I can't. But I'd be happy to sit down with the team and figure out where this encampment is within the list of encampments. I don't know the answer, council member. And I can tell you, I also don't want to overpromise and underdeliver with telling you we're going to have this resolved with FID within a certain timeline, because it's super complicated when you're dealing with another governmental agency that doesn't share the same priorities and sense of urgency as we do, right? This is a huge problem for us. You know, FID looks at themselves, we're an irrigation district, we're farmers, all we do is deliver water, yet they are a major property owner in our city. So we need to talk about what position we want to take with the irrigation. They are partners with us on other issues, on the Midtown Trail, where that's been a very, positive partnership. Although it was, 15 years in the making, they're partners with us on as far as managing our water. So it's difficult because we work very collaboratively with them on some issues, and it's successful, and we haven't been very successful on this issue. So I don't want to commit to timelines right here today, but I can tell you I will get together with the team and figure out where we are as far as a schedule on these encampments. And the meeting that we had, I have to go back and look at my notes. We were going to reconvene. I think we were waiting for some. Doug, I don't want to put it on you, but I think we were waiting for something from the attorney's office or something from our team. So we're going to get together within like another week or 10 days as a follow-up.
Yeah, we were looking at the legal issue of whether if we went in and abated, could we bill FID for that cost?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad that it's on your guys' radar. I know my constituents have been relentless, and so obviously it's been difficult for us to give them any answers or any timelines, so they're very frustrated. What I would also ask, because when you look at Fresno or Acela, the system that tracks when we put in complaints, what I have found and what my staff has found is that because it's not our jurisdiction, whoever is in charge of going through those is putting that this has been completed. And it's not complete if it still looks like this. I
Agreed.
understand that they may feel like, oh, we've passed it on to FID, but my constituents are not going to accept that as an answer. So I think we got to figure out how we track it too in our system so that it's an actual accurate reflection of where it is in the process. And maybe it is, hey, it is the 10th, it's 10th on the line of the encampment, and that's, how we track it so that at least our staff knows that when a constituent calls again, we have a better sense rather than says, oh, it's complete and closed.
I agree with you as far as the notation in Fresno. We've had conversations about that before, and we look at Fresno as an internal system and an external system, so I will work with the staff to try and get more accuracy on that.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager, if I may suggest, just putting up a sign with the phone number to FID right on their property, and maybe the cell phone numbers of the board members and who they can call.
Council President, that's all for me. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second meeting of the year. I just wanted to say, on a good note, I want to congratulate Leanne Eager. She was appointed as the chair of the California Transportation Commission, which is a very big deal in light of the Build Back Better Act and all that the state's doing to fund infrastructure. That's an awesome thing, and congratulations, Leanne, and thank you for serving. On a more somber note, we are losing Tim Orman and we are losing Tommy Escueda, and I want to congratulate them both and thank them for working with me and for their service. But the good news is we're getting Georgianne, so I get to sit next to Georgianne. I'm lucky there's a plate next to, no, I'm just teasing, but I look forward to working with you again, Georgianne, and thank you so much for being a good seatmate this past year so far. And two other serious issues. A lot of people have been reaching out, not just about street racing, but now frustrated with speeding. And that is something that we continue to make a priority in District 2, is addressing the speeding, not just on Audubon or Herndon, but on the Fig Garden Loop, on Shaw Avenue, even on Sierra. So I want you to know that we're working with Deputy Chief Mike Reed and the Traffic Department. They've been very, very good about deploying the limited number of motor units they have as they can to make sure we do have enforcement. And there'll be more forthcoming about that. But we are continuing the Stay Safe, Don't Race operation. Thank you to Chief Balderrama, working with multiple agencies on that. We're impounding cars. That's what the city is doing. And our brave men and women in uniform with the CHP, Bureau of Automotive Repair, and Fresno PD continue to do that. But this Monday, Councilmember Bredefeld and I did meet with the administration to talk specifically about Audubon. As residents know, the people in that community are very concerned that they've been promised for a very long time to have some kind of traffic mitigation. If you try to, go to the Woodward Park, or you're going to the Palm Bluffs shopping center, you may use Audubon. Or if you're just trying to get to the river, you can't actually safely cross the street. And we're working on having a safe stoplight and traffic signal, and I've been assured that that is a continued priority for this administration, and it's not just going to be there. There is going to be a study very soon to get resident feedback about what we do to have traffic circles or other traffic calming measures to make sure what we do has the support of the residents. And Councilmember Bredefeld was at that meeting with me and very, very helpful because it's part of his district as well. Did you want to comment on anything?
I just would like to thank the staff and Mayor Dyer, as well as our all of the people working to address some of the concerns and long-standing concerns out of Woodward Park. Whether you're entering the park at Fryan and Fort Washington, we're coming up with, I think, what's going to be a very good strategy along with Audubon and Friant as well. When you enter the park, looking at issues related to possibly adding sidewalks and other things that we've talked about. So everybody's focused on making sure that we get this done and get it done in a quick way, because this is a regional park and it's used from people all over the city as well as other communities. So we need to get this done and we're focused on it. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, all these collisions, I mean, they really are avoidable deaths. And again, a big thank you to the administration and Georgianne for just being so receptive to our desire to get something done pretty fast. And you guys have been great with all the other things we've been working on. Thank you very much.
Councilman Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of thank yous to the administration for installing the downtown lights on Fulton Street. I know it's been several months since those pedestrian lights are out, and we put in a temporary measure this last week. Also for working with our office on the acquisition of 2 additional motels in my district to house the homeless, and prioritizing the encampments in and around the area to make sure that those motels in our city are good neighbors. And then to Jennifer and Marlene for helping us complete the financing and the program for the self-help single-family affordable houses in West Fresno, be 40 new homes thanks to their work. These housing projects take a long time and a lot of staff's work to get them going. And of course, congratulations to Georgianne. Thank you to Tim Orman. And also thank you to Rodney Horton, who's no longer going to be with our city. He's been a really great asset for our office with code enforcement and the coordination with the council offices. So thank you, Rodney, and good luck in your next endeavor. And also to our city staff, especially IT, who has been working with the county clerk to finalize the new council maps. Georgianne, I know it's been a lot of cleanup and new parcels that we identified. The maps will be official on February 2nd, and we're going to meet that deadline with our IT staff and the county clerk. So thank you all for that. A couple of just things to bring to your attention. New city manager, or downtown garbage disposal, a commercial one. It's going to be back on my list on a weekly meeting. And then also, as we pass the new ordinance under consent today, where we now can abate vacant lots in private property and then turn around and bill the private property owner who has not abated and maintained his own property. We've been going through that process of identifying property owners, and of course, there'll be no surprise to folks that the vast majority of our property owners are out of town, limited liability companies. So it takes us a while to finally track the human being behind the limited liability company. But just, they're officially on notice. We will now give you 10 days to clean up your property, maintain it. If not, the city will show up, clean it, abate it, and send you the bill. And in that process, we have identified quite a bit of properties that are actually owned by the city. I'll give you a perfect example. After months and months of research, we've concluded that the parcel behind Maxi Parks Community Center that we have abated several times and has, a billboard there is actually owned by the city. So what I'm going to have our office work with your office city manager to figure out how do we inventory our city-owned parcels across the city, have a plan on, what department owns that parcel and how do we clean it. The example of Maxi Parks, probably the easiest thing is to extend the fence line to the community center, make it permanently part of the community center since it's adjacent. But, as we're holding private property owners responsible, I was holding, the Fresno Irrigation District responsible, we also have to look at our own responsibility to make sure that those things are maintained. And then just a footnote, I saw the article on the consultant that we approved to assess rate increases. I want to be crystal clear with the public that we will not be making rate increases this year. Not only is the economy super hot, it's grown 6.9%, but inflation has grown by 7%. And there's quite a bit of other things that are competing, so we won't be doing any utility rate increases this year. But we do have to take the technical steps of studying it for future consideration. So I just want to be crystal clear, folks who are already struggling to pay the increasing cost of gas and all the other bills that we have. And then just the last item, as a heads up to the administration, to the public, on Friday at 1 o'clock, I'll be having a listening session, community meeting with our homeless residents on Motel Drive in the Villa Motel. As you know, now that we've housed nearly 2,000 homeless residents in the last 30 months in the city, we have housed a lot of them on Motel Drive, so they've become a community in itself. So I'll be having a meeting with them outdoors, make sure everybody's safe, keeps their mask on. But we will be hearing from them directly on what services have worked, what services are still needed to help them transition to permanent housing. There's a series of variables on why somebody is struggling and what they need to get to the next step. But we also have limited resources. As a city, we have invested $144 million over the last 30 months. A lot of that is all one-time money, so we will have to work to try and exit some of these individuals into permanent housing, so it's going to be quite a bit of work. But I will be hearing directly from the homeless residents themselves on Friday. And then, Council President, if you would allow me, I want to do our gift to our outgoing Council President. We ordered this for him a while ago, but as you know, there's been delays in the supply chain across the country, and his special order was also delayed. It took a little more time to get it just right, and we want to make sure it's historically accurate, but I want to present to him our gift as a council, and on behalf of the mayor and the council, Councilmember Chavez, this is your gift.
Hold it up for everybody to see. El Chavez selfie.
Yes. Our council member in 2021 made it a point to take a new selfie every day. He set a world record for the amount of selfies. So we wanted to memorialize that in a, loteria framework.
325 selfies, by the way.
Yes. So his wife, I'm sure, will be proud to hang this in her house.
Notice how the...
That was kind of creepy, but thank you.
You got an airplane, you got a captain's hat, you got a El Chavez selfie.
I need vodka now, working with you guys.
We could probably make a whole new Loteria game out of the City Hall characters, but we won't. Okay, Councilmember Arias, that'll conclude your remarks. All right, moving on to Councilmember Chavez.
All right, thank you, Council President. That was a little weird, but thank you. First off, I want to congratulate our new city manager, Georgianne White. I've worked with Georgianne a number of years, actually, when I first started here, and I just want to say that, first of all, congratulations. If any of you thought she was tough before when she was kind of in charge, you're going to find out how tough she is when she's in charge. But Georgianne, in all seriousness, thank you for your dedication to the city, your professionalism. I think you bring a wealth of knowledge, skills, and expertise, and I know that the city is in good hands. And I can say this, some of my colleagues too, in speaking with them, we know that if something is getting taken care of by our Georgianne White, it gets taken care of, and we appreciate that. So I know you'll do a great job for the city, for the mayor, and for our constituents, which is the most important thing that we're supposed to be doing up here. Also want to thank Council President and the Mayor for our press conference we had with the HEART team. As some of you know, we have our folks that are going to be working in conjunction with our PD, with our sanitation team, and addressing the most pressing issue in the city, which is homelessness, the illegal dumping that has been going on. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, Councilman Arias and I worked on this ordinance that's going to make it a lot easier to notify the property owners of their illegal dumping sites. And as we know, a lot of those property owners don't live in the city of Fresno. And so I think we'll have a tool available where we can actually go in and mitigate the problem, do the cleanup, and then send them the bill. So hopefully that motivates them to be proactive and clean that. And then on that note, City Attorney, City Council a couple of months ago allocated some resources to your office to expand the cleanup efforts. Could you just kind of give a quick overview on where we're at with that and what we can expect our team to be out there cleaning up sites across the city?
Yes, we are adding 6 laborers plus the equipment that they will need. I believe the interviews for the laborers are next week, and I would expect that they would be on board within about 2 weeks after that. We have the pickup trucks, we have some trailers coming, and then we are looking at some equipment to help load as necessary. So I would say within 2 to 3 weeks we should be fully up and running.
Great. Thank you for that, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting that effort. I think our residents will be very happy along the lines of what I heard today. I think cleanups are going to be one of our top priorities. And then lastly, I also want to congratulate and thank the mayor's chief of staff, Tim Orman. I've known Tim for over 10 years now, and he did a phenomenal job, great public servant, and we wish him well in his next adventure. And I think it's safe to say that City Hall will now be able to eliminate a lot of the ashtrays around, because if you ever try to figure out where Tim Orman is, all you had to do was follow the cigarette smoke, and it would lead you to him. And on that note, thank you, Tim, for your service and your years here at the city, and good luck in your next endeavor. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Yeah, a little less secondhand smoke around the building. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge Tommy Escada, who's retiring. I think he's been in some of the media outlets portrayed in, frankly, a negative way. Tommy Escada, in my opinion, is one of the very bright, intelligent, one of the most honest guys that I've run across here. Great guardian of the taxpayer money, took it very, very seriously. And I think he became very frustrated by some of what I consider to be reckless spending that takes place here at City Hall. I mean, he came before the council and spoke against the project labor agreement that was adopted by this council, where any project over $1 million must go before a project labor agreement, which means that it's going to be potentially more expensive and, as he outlined, cost people some jobs. He was very concerned about how Mr. Kyle Kirkland was treated for 4 months, where he had to come back and had to hold meetings within the neighborhood and to just get tables that he had before. It was a disgraceful display by this council in terms of how Mr. Kirkland was treated. And then, of course, was a motion to skim 12% of the sales tax to keep in that area that really only benefited one person in that area. And then last week, or 2 weeks ago, was simply trying to get shade structures approved, and politics was being played. And I think he wasn't made to deal with some of the silliness and reckless spending that took place. And so he became frustrated and said, he's going to move and be with his family. But I bristle at the negative portrayal of Mr. Escada, because I think he was an absolute phenomenal steward of the taxpayer money, very bright, very honest. I wish him well. But I also know that we are now going to be well protected as a city, because we have Georgianne White, who has been around for some time as chiefs of staff for former mayors and assistant city manager. Georgianne, I know because she started working for me early on and then started working for the mayors, and she's extremely bright, hardworking, experienced, dedicated, and will be a phenomenal public servant. And I take full credit for your success, Georgianne, as becoming the city manager. I trained you some 25 years ago to do this, and so I know you're well suited. Now, you are phenomenal, and you're going to do great, and I'm thrilled for your success, Georgianne. And I wanted to mention also, Mayor, your One Fresno Foundation has been attacked recently. Coward submitted some phony stuff to the FPPC that was recognized by the FPPC and said there was nothing associated untoward with that. Did you want to address anything about your One Fresno Foundation and anything related to that?
Councilmember Bredefeld, and Jerry has his own time, so I think he can use that time. This is councilmember comments and reports.
Well, you can, that's okay. I spoke when he spoke. I'm asking you, did you want to address anything with your One Fresno Foundation? Okay. Lastly, I want to address, and I keep talking about this, Johnny, one note with these emergency orders that are still in place. We put emergency orders March 2020. We're almost 2 years later. still have these emergency orders going on. During these emergency orders, all of us have taken vacation. Some have gone out of the country. So much for an emergency. We continue to force people to wear masks in the city. And yet now the CDC is saying and acknowledging that the cloth masks don't stop a virus. The physicians on the left-wing TV who were saying you needed to wear a mask are now saying they don't stop a virus. The box on the cloth masks indicate they don't stop a virus. Studies of states that have had mask mandates versus those states and countries that don't have mask mandates have shown there's no difference between having these mandates versus not having them. We've now seen nations such as England, Ireland, Sweden, they've all rescinded all of these mandates, vaccine mandates, mask mandates. Israel, which really was a very pro-mandate, has now come out and said they apologize to their citizens for doing this. And yet we're still in the city of Fresno forcing people, our city employees, to wear masks all day long. We harass them about getting vaccines, even though they may have already had natural immunity. They have to test every week. We've now forced children to wear masks all day long, breathing their own CO2, not being able to fully engage socially with their peers, all because fearful adults and tyrannical politicians and school board members refused to stop the insanity and do the right thing by our children. They destroyed them for a year, keeping them out of school. Now they're forcing them to wear masks. And we can see it every weekend with football games. 50 to 100,000 people are out. Nobody's wearing a mask. But every Monday, kids are forced to put these masks on. And the CO2, breathing it in all day long, causes headaches, fatigue, muscle problems, but that's irrelevant to the tyrants. So we're still harassing people. I would, again, call on the mayor to rescind these emergency orders. People should make their own choices about whether they're going to wear a mask or take a vaccine. These vaccines clearly have not proven to be what they said when they initially came out. They're 90% effective. They are not 90% effective at all. People who get vaccines and double vaccines and boosters still get COVID and Omicron. So again, I would say let's end the emergency orders now. Let's end the mask mandates now. Let's stop harassing people to get vaccines. Leave people alone to make their own choices. This is still America, although of course they're trying to change it and make it into a socialist state. So again, it is now almost 2 years since these emergency orders were initiated. It is time to rescind them.
Council Vice President Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Following that, let me remind folks there's a lot of beautiful things happen out there in the city of Fresno. Last Monday, I was able to join Council President Esparza as well as our Mayor Jerry Dyer in the MLK March that we have on an annual basis here in the city. Unfortunately, with COVID, we had to skip it and go virtual last year, but it was a really beautiful event. I want to thank Gail Gaston and the entire committee that put that march together. They did a fantastic job. We had dozens of people out there marching through downtown Fresno, and I think it was a powerful reflection on how far our city has come in its 150-year history when it comes to equity concerning housing or parks or jobs, but also a powerful reminder that there is still a lot of work to do in the city to make sure that every person and every family, regardless of your zip code, what part of the city that you live in, that you have the same guarantees as anybody else that lives in this city when it comes to all those factors. And so thank you to the committee and thank you to my colleagues that joined me at that march. I thought it was a really beautiful event. Secondly, I do want to remind folks that this evening at Club One Casino, there will be a community meeting from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. hosted by Kyle Kirkland. He has invited the community to come hear how things have been going at Club One for these last few weeks, provide any input. My office will be there to answer any questions that folks might have as well and provide some additional resources. So if anybody lives in the Cedar, Dakota, Cedar, and Ashland neighborhoods, I encourage you to come out, check out the casino, provide any feedback or ask any questions that you have. And lastly, I'm proud to announce that my office has produced our 2021 Year in Review newsletter that my staff is currently out hand-delivering to every house in our district. It outlines our policy achievements over the last year, our infrastructure achievements, and where we hope to go in 2022. So if any of my colleagues want a signed copy, be happy to provide that for you to commemorate this beautiful year that we have put behind us. Thank you.
Maybe we can put it in a frame like Councilmember Chavez's selfie. All right, out in District 7, been a lot of positive things going on. We recently had the privilege of recognizing a business in our district, Best Tours and Travel, which is a female-owned and female-operated business that has been in our council district for over 40 years now. They were recognized as Operator of the Year by the California Bus Association. So I want to publicly congratulate them. We had them here in the chamber just last week, and I had a good conversation, and were able to present them a certificate and take a nice photo. So again, congratulations to Best Tours and Travel. I want to thank our Code Enforcement Division for a very successful tire amnesty event that they put on recently. They collected over 1,100 tires. And that's really a two-way street. You know, that's our Code Enforcement Division and the city putting their foot forward, as well as our residents throughout the city doing the responsible thing and disposing of that kind of waste in a responsible manner. So thank you to all involved, and we hope to have more of that and decrease the amount of illegal dumping that's occurring here in Fresno. And speaking of trash, had a very successful Beautify Fresno cleanup this past Saturday at Lafayette Park. Had a number of different organizations come out. So I think we had over 50 people picking up trash there that morning. It was great to see everyone. And again, thanks to the administration for their continued efforts in cleaning up, not just in my district, but really very much citywide. In tandem with these efforts, Beautify Fresno and Tire Amnesty, I did have the privilege of standing next to my colleague, Councilmember Chavez, as well as the mayor, in introducing the new HEART team. We're going to hear more about that later today in a workshop and get into some of the details to really outline that for the public, what it's going to look like. But our hope is that it's going to be a model for really tackling and making progress, quicker progress than we have on the homeless and unhoused issue. This last part for me is a little bit personal. I did announce some months ago that we had a new incoming chief of staff, Araceli Garcia Munoz. Many of you have gotten to know her or getting to know her. But tomorrow, I do bid farewell to, officially, to my outgoing chief of staff, Aida Macedo. She served the city here for over 3 years now. And I first met Aida 5 years ago in this building when we were doing some advocacy work with respect to then Lee Brand's administration. So I met her in this building, and ironically, 2 years later, we walked back in here together. I've done a lot of great work. She steered the ship in my office and is really the point person for a lot of successes that we've had as District 7. So I want to bid her, again, a farewell, and if you see her around the building today or tomorrow, make sure you thank her for her service his last 3 years. It's not an easy job working in this building, as many of you know, whatever capacity that you may be here, but worth every minute in serving the public and serving our community. So again, we congratulate Aida, and we wish her the best as she moves back into the private sector. I really was lucky to have her pull her out of the private sector for that number of years. She initially promised me 2 years, and I got her to stay 3. For that, I'm grateful to her. So again, please congratulate her and wish her well if you see her around the building here in these next couple of days. That will officially conclude my District 7 comments, but moving into the mayor, manager reports and comments. Again, I do want to also wish Tim Orman and Tommy Escueda the best in their new endeavors and next chapters, and welcome Georgianne White, our new city manager. I think there was never any question of who it would be if it wasn't Tommy, and it's you, and I think you've got the experience and the chops, and the council looks forward to working with you over this next year and years to come. I'll turn it over to the mayor for the mayor's reports and comments.
All right. Thank you, Council President. Appreciate it very, very much. And, I do want to start out by obviously saying thank you to Georgianne for stepping into this position, but also Francine Kane and Greg Barfield for their incredible work that they've done quietly behind the scenes this year. And so thank you to them. We really do have a great team, as you all know, on the council in terms of their high performance. And we're going to continue with that. In terms of Tim Orman, that wasn't a surprise to me, although some may have thought it was. Tim and I had discussions at the onset a year ago about what his future plans were, but I'm thankful that he did allow us to transition through that first year. It was very important for me to be able to have someone from the last administration for that transition, and he provided that. So I wish him the very best. And as you know, Kelly Furtado is no stranger to City Hall, and she's going to do an incredible job, and we have already worked on that transition over the last 2 weeks. So I do really feel that it is going to be seamless. In terms of Councilmember Bredefield asking about the One Fresno Foundation, it's unfortunate over the last couple of weeks that there have been somewhat of a negative connotation in terms of all of that. And I really want to put it to bed, but the simple fact is the word One Fresno Foundation was supposed to not be controversial. And it was to have a private-public partnership to be able to receive monies from folks in the community that want to help our Beautify Fresno efforts, our homeless efforts, our youth. And that is something that I set forward to do, because I lived here through the recession when many of the dollars that were going towards our youth for prevention and intervention were taken away. I wanted to have something in place that would have a sustained effort that would not rely on City of Fresno dollars. And that's what this foundation is designed to do. And so, we do use money for Beautify Fresno. People contribute. Many of those are in the recycling business or something of that nature that contribute and sponsor those large-scale events. We had almost 10,000, I think it was 9,000 people come out this last year, Beautify Fresno, to volunteer. We sent 408 of our youth from disadvantaged neighborhoods to Camp Fresno. That was a partnership between our Parks Department. The City Council supported that, and this was utilized to offset some of those dollars. And so I'm very, very proud of that. And I think those youth benefited from it, as well as the 9,000 disadvantaged youth and their families that got to be a part of the Chaffee Zoo in Fresno. So we're going to continue with that this year. The plan is to send 1,000 youth to Camp Fresno, to send 10,000 of our youth and their families to the Chaffee Zoo in partnership with them, and to provide scholarships to some of our graduating seniors who may not have the same opportunity as others for higher education. Transition into Beautify Fresno. Thank you. Did have a great event. All the reports this last weekend. We have another one scheduled for Kirk Elementary in West Fresno, 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock this Saturday. We're partnering with St. Russ Church, and we're going to have, we already have 80 people that have signed up for that. I think you all know our goal this year is the 1 million pound challenge, and the volunteers to pick up 100,000 pounds, and then our crews to pick up the other 900,000 pounds. Very successful heart rollout this weekend. I know we're having a workshop later today regarding that. I do believe it's going to change the way that we do business in terms of our homeless and allow us to become much more responsive, especially with our 311 system. And I really want to reiterate that as much as possible, and hope our council will, to the public, that if they have an issue with the homeless, to call 311. We can no longer pour that information or calls into the police department, because they too are inundated. And then lastly, I just got off the phone this morning, or a Zoom call. We had a statewide news conference with several mayors, San Jose, Oakland, LA, Long Beach, and Santa Ana, talking about the governor's workforce development program. Fresno will be receiving $7.4 million. We'll be able to use that over the next 2.5 years to roll out a workforce development for youth and young adults, and bringing those folks into the city workforce. Those are oftentimes the hard-to-hire people, and we're going to be very focused on those that have been touched by the foster care system, criminal justice system, substance abuse, and mental health. And those are the people that we're going to be targeting to come in and become year-round city employees. So it's going to be, there'll be more forthcoming, but we've been working with the governors, the big 13 mayors over the last few months to make that happen. So that's it, and hopefully we can get back to the people's business. Thank you.
City Manager?
So first of all, thank you, everybody, for your kind words. I'm going to get that on video and re-roll it in about 30 days when y'all are mad at me and Miguel has got, you know, his PowerPoint on about everything that I haven't done yet. Okay. But no, seriously, thank you. Just a couple quick updates to follow up with what Councilmember Arias said. In the lighting in the Brewery District was really impacted by the homeless community. The historic lights that have been there for, I don't know, probably 80 years just got saw cut right through. So we're very pleased that we've been able to start that project. We're going to be from Fulton to Santa Clara by next week. Next we go H to Van Ness. Then we go to the rest of downtown, then into South Van Ness, and then into Chinatown. So Public Works, thank you so much for getting on that. Obviously, the Brewery District is very popular, and there's a lot of people out there, and having it completely dark is not safe. So thank you to Public Works for that. Also, just want to bring your attention, there was a train memo that went out January 24th on our Complete Streets program, and it has some pretty impressive, it has a table of our performance measures, and we've made really great progress. There are a couple areas that we need improvement on, but I would say 98% of this is forward momentum, and that's a really good thing since, you know, it basically is to create safe transportation projects that are accessible to everybody. So whether that's sidewalks, bicycles, and other modes. So that's really exciting. And with, you know, to what Councilmember Carbasi mentioned, we did meet on the most recent fatality on Bryant. So we're going to be working on that. We have a lot of people in the community, and although Woodward Park is in North Fresno, it is used by every part of the city. And so we are taking the safety concerns very seriously and are working on a plan for that. So thank you for the warm welcome and look forward to working with all of you.
All right. Let's get on with the meeting. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. And before we do that, we will do unscheduled communication in tandem with public comment for the consent calendar. So at this time, again, we're going to take public comment on both the consent calendar as well as unscheduled communication. I do have a number of cards set for folks here in the chamber who have submitted yellow cards. If you have not done so and you wish to speak, please fill out a yellow card and bring it up to the clerk here, and we can get you in the queue. Just as I did last week, what I'm going to do is alternate between the cards I have here and the hands that I see raised on Zoom. So we have one person in the chamber, one person on Zoom. Again, because of the Council Public Accessibility Act, the meetings are fully accessible via Zoom or a telephone, or you can watch on CMAC or online if you don't wish to participate. But again, in terms of the participation, we'll be doing both in person and Zoom. I do see some folks in the audience, again, who are not wearing masks. I will remind you that wearing masks is required here at City Hall. Us on the dais and the council here, we are boxed up in these little plexiglass boxes, which is why we don't have ours on. But again, it is a requirement to wear a mask inside City Hall at the moment. I'll go ahead and call up the first speaker. That is going to be Tatiana Iturralde Morales.
Good morning. My name is Tatiana Iturralde Morales. I am the Chief Strategy Officer for West Coast Cannabis Club. I've sat in your chambers many times. You guys probably recognize me. I'm here for every single cannabis thing in person to represent our company and see what choices you guys make. We are a fully integrated cannabis company, retail, based out of the Coachella Valley. We currently have 3 locations, and we were hoping to be one of the companies that came here to Fresno to open up a location. I'm here today to ask the city staff and the council, specifically in light of the appeals process and recent developments, that you apply these same standards and criteria to choosing all of the dispensaries that you decide to open here in town in all the districts that you use in the other districts. So I think that that's the way to make it the fairest, the most transparent, and applying a different criteria to different districts is not either of those two things. So our company is not a giant entity backed by big venture capitalists. We don't go from city to city trying to stack licenses and open up locations. We are a small company, and we are trying to do things the right way. We didn't use questionable lobbying practices or fake local partners or unethical equity claims to make it to the final round. We made it there by being honest and being ethical, which is one of the things that's important to our company's culture and to me personally. So when your city staff undertook the process of scoring and interviewing ourselves and the fellow applicants, they did so thoughtfully and thoroughly. That process resulted in a process that seemed really thorough, and I was part of the interview process for our company. It seemed very, very thoughtful, and we were really excited thinking we had a great chance. That being said, after the appeals process, we were eliminated because a different criteria was applied to our district as opposed to the other districts that were in the appeals. So that being said, I believe we are the best choice for the city and the Tower District. I believe that our company has shown that through our scoring process and the merits of our scoring process. And I'd like to invite any of you that have questions or would like to ask me anything about our current operations further, I'd make myself available to you. We just got voted, I'm from the Coachella Valley. We only have 3 locations in the Coachella Valley. This is the first place we've tried to go outside of the Coachella Valley. So we're not trying to go around California stacking up licenses and going to every single city that's adopting regulations. We're being very specific, and Fresno's the first place we've tried to go because I love it here. I've spent the last year
Tatiana, you're over right here, Council President.
Okay,
yeah, you're over time. If you could wrap it up,
so,
please.
That's it.
Thank you.
I'll make myself available if you have any questions.
All right, going over to Zoom, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning. First thing, hey Louie, I still have a dozen tamales in my freezer if you want them. You can hear me, right, guys?
We can hear you, and Luis, his mic is off, but he says that he'd love to have tamales, but he's on a diet.
Well then, I know other people that'll take them. First off, there's issues with your planning system. I recently appealed a planning decision and submitted everything writtenly into your department, and I got an interesting call yesterday. I was told it needed to be submitted electronically, and that the $30 check that I sent in was too much money, even though the statement that was sent to me said you needed $30. So you guys really need to look into completed staff work, because I'm one of those women that I read the instructions and I try to follow everything to the letter as much as possible. But I will rectify that, but that's like another hour of my life gone. Second, I want to talk about the abatement ordinance. It really should just be called advocate prevention, because that's basically what you're going to do. And right now, you guys are moving homeless. Currently, you have, according to the Homeless in Fresno Facebook website right now that's up and running, a live feed. You have 4 code enforcement folk. No, you have code enforcement, the housing department, and the police department, about 5 staff members standing around doing absolutely nothing. You're moving people off a city a city lot where they could be secured and safe to move them where? You know, you need at least 14 to 20 beds. You don't have enough to house these people tonight. So where are these people going to move? Where they're going to move is they're going to come into my neighborhood. They're going to move into the tower. You know, you guys are making all these decisions, and the HEART team is basically wasting taxpayer dollars in this game of whack-a-mole. And I've asked several times, where can I find the policies and procedures for the homeless task force, for HEART? Where do I find them? Because I really would like to see how everything functionally works and what are the policies behind them. Because obviously there's something really going wrong in the system. And I kind of think it's H and his viewpoint of how, you know, he views the homeless.
Lisa, your time is up. If you could wrap up the comments. I did not count the tamale talk against you.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm just looking at, we're wasting a lot of money creating a homeless ghetto out on Parkway when there really could be some positive solutions. And why is the mayor waiting till January to do tiny homes? Why aren't you fast tracking that? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Fernando Elizondo.
Peace be with you.
Welcome.
Well, all I hear is the system, but this is the real system. That's the real system we got here. Systemic. Your system has failed. That's why you haven't done anything. The homeless are still homeless. They still need food, they still need shelter, they still need clothes, they need blankets. I don't know what's colder, your hearts or the elements outside, what they have to deal with every day. You need to do something about this, but not try to make money off them. That money's not for you to get big dividends or whatever Mr. Dyer said. You need to put that money to action. It's very simple. I have a meeting with Mr. Hess, Mr. Dyer's right-hand man speaks, I think his name is, and we're going to discuss this. I want to volunteer my efforts to make things change here. I thank Mr. Maxwell for your well-behaved manner of interacting with the people. I disrespect Mr. Nelson for what he took a cheap shot at me, putting me at the bottom of the list last time. I think he learned something from that. I speak for myself, and I defend myself. The Lord is my strength and my defense. And I hope that you guys will change. Mr. Maxwell, don't let them change you. You change them. Okay? That's where it is. You're a man of integrity. Stay that way. I wrote to all these people here, and not even one responded. Not one. I have other issues with the code enforcement. The code enforcement is really total terrorism. Okay? We have been invaded by the code enforcement. All they need is a swastika because they bought their way through city council. Let me finish up. I didn't bring you no tamales, but anyway, give me some time, all right? Let me finish up.
Thank you.
Let me finish up. I asked you, let me finish up.
Well, we're about 30, 40 seconds over now, Mr. Elizondo.
The bottom line is we have been infiltrated, and you are SOS, like I said, stuck on stupid. You don't
Thank you,
even
Mr. Elizondo.
recognize
We're going to
that.
move on to the next speaker on Zoom now. Make sure I pronounce this correctly. Abatement Graves. It's on Zoom, yeah. Abatement Graves. You have 2 minutes. Gonna make sure we get them unmuted. Okay, I think we're gonna move on to the next Zoom speaker for now, so we figure that out. Mr. Robert McCloskey.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to bring up a point that Council Member Soraya raised with the continued encampments reoccurring. People are just being shuffled around. Let's look at safe camps again. We need to think about all those that are still on shelter. Everybody knows there's no shelter that's available. So let's please quit playing this game about, shelter beds, because there are none. Moving people at a time of COVID also is very, very dangerous and unsafe. We have to say, while there's a severe housing crisis, thousands of unsheltered people need organized tenant camps, which have met success in other California cities. And the county health officer can still authorize that. A stable, sanitary, and otherwise humane living condition situation will promise to stabilize the people's lives and make a better future for both them and the community. Safe camps can't be set up in areas that aren't going to impact neighborhoods. We'll stop getting all these complaints. I have to reiterate that the county and city and FMCOC, Fresno Housing Authority, have received $504 million. The last installment of that comes this May. That's $500 million. Many of these funds could be used for housing and to set up safe camps until we get permanent housing built. The other speakers previously brought up tiny homes. Let's get moving on that. Let's please stop warehousing folks on one part of town, and it's very expensive compared to tiny homes, the remodel of these facilities. And I just wanted to briefly say I'm speaking against 1C. I think 1C criminalizes advocates, it criminalizes the homeless even further. Well, let's not put in a law that will arrest people in an abatement zone. I was there at the last abatement. They did not allow the homeless people to leave, to get their stuff out before they brought the equipment in. If anything, the people operating the equipment, by doing that, were endangering people that were still scrambling to try to get their stuff out of there. So let's first look at how it's being done currently. And please don't criminalize advocates and the homeless further. Do you want to put people like me in jail? I'm a 71-year-old man. I will fight this thing. I will fight this thing. If I am in an abatement period, I personally promise you, I will not leave. I will make a stink. And let's go to court over this.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCloskey. All right, back here in the chamber, we're going to have just one name on here, Brunette. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Brunette. I thought it was 3. My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. We've also written Mayor Dyer. We've written you 2 letters. We haven't heard anything from you. And back to Southwest Fresno specific plan, it's an insult for this whole entire board to pass the Southwest Fresno specific plan. You're stating we are the dumbest people in the state of California. And you're saying that the educational part of it is a predictor of our health, how we can take care of ourselves, and it's a shame for you guys to even pass it. I don't know if you read it. I don't even know if you care. But I heard you talk, Mr. Maxwell. But it's a shame. I wish you would read the Southwest Fresno specific plan. It's a shame. It's gentrification of our community. This city rides on the back of Southwest Fresno. The fundings that come in, the transformative money that came in, came on the backs of West Fresno. We're seeing none of that. We have a representative that's out now, that Mr. Arias, with all of these homes that you're planning on building, these apartments that you're planning on building, what do you call anything so far as $1,200 a month? Our community is poor. We're blighted. And what you planning on doing, widening streets, putting in colleges, and you're saying we're the dumbest people in the state of California, and you saying you can't do anything about it, you need to stop even sitting in that seat if you can't do anything about it. That's your job. I talked to Esmeralda when she was there. This plan was back in 2008. Terrence Frazier had this plan. We didn't want it then and we don't want it now. It's not helping our community. If we're that dumb, you talk about our elementary school, you say we don't have a high school, it's a shame for this whole entire board, including the mayor. We've written him 2 letters. Maybe we're not the right people for him to meet with, but it's a shame. You guys ought to be ashamed, but you're not.
All right, thank you. Going back to Zoom, we have Andrea Guillo.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. It's Gillo, by the way. My comments are regarding, well, the first comment I have is your heart initiative doesn't seem to have much heart, and I would really like to see more housing first policies come to D3 as a resident of D3. Second, my main comments are regarding the contested sale of the Tower Theater complex. Your refusal to enforce Fresno Municipal Code 15-1202 and the Tower specific plan for over a year have caused direct harm to the Tower District community. Your inaction is lending credence to the right-wing extremists who stand behind the Proud Boy pastor, Anthony Flores, and there is a video available of him relishing in this nickname. The Tower District community is asking for you to act within your legal authority to enforce a cease and desist order for Adventure Church's activity inside the Tower Theater complex until a variance is requested and approved via the currently established legal protocols, just as any other entity, including those dispensaries, wishing to operate outside of Municipal Code 15-1202 would be subject to. In the last City Council meeting, I watched on Zoom as this body elected a new City Council president and vice president, and there was some chuckling and some well-intentioned jokes made about the millennials being in charge now. Well, that means nothing if you continue to uphold the status quo. For over 100 years, Fresno has upheld its legacy of unequal enforcement of its own municipal codes. Will you break with the tradition of wielding the law as a weapon to stop the businesses and residents that you don't want to succeed in this city? Or will you continue the tradition of corruption and inactivity in enforcing city ordinances begun by William T. Shaw in 1892? The Fifth Circuit Appellate Court has determined that Lawrence Abbott and his co-conspirators have acted in bad faith, and the city has followed them each step of the way. Now is the time to put a stop to the illegal and deplorable shenanigans of Anthony Flores and Lawrence Abbott and send a clear message that they need to leave the performance art to the professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Coming back to the chamber, Des Martinez. Yeah, that's fine, Des. We'll go ahead and go with Mario.
Hello, thank you for your time this morning. I'm here to speak about the Southeast Regional Parks Complex. From 2016 to 2018, I had the honor of being in AmeriCorps Vista, and I found out that only 27% of children in Fresno Unified read at grade level by grade 3, and that equals a 75% chance of them to drop out of high school. So the opening of this complex and of soccer could help the kids out a lot with the opportunity to have something to do, to stay out of trouble, to turn that side of town around, and to give them something really viable to do. So that's why I stand for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Going back to Zoom, Suzanne Farmer. Suzanne, if you could unmute, it's your turn to talk.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here to speak about the Sauceda project as well. I'm the athletic director at Sunnyside High School, and I'm representing our high school, which is over 3,000 students, and also our Fresno Unified Goal 2, which is in charge of athletics and field trips. As you're aware, our educators and coaches are currently very busy dealing with COVID situations, so they're not able to attend this meeting, but they do support it. We support the Safsida project for the following reasons. Obviously, the health benefits for our community, especially our children. The opportunities, the spaces in the park will provide for the Southeast community, including space for Southeast youth soccer programs. As the previous speaker said, will help keep our kids out of trouble. It will also provide a quality space for them to practice and hold tournaments. The North has had this space for a long time, and our fields at schools are impacted with our own teams and have little to no space for the youth programs. So this puts our athletes at a huge disadvantage. Also, the space for our high schools will allow for middle schools and elementary schools to host cross-country meets, soccer, and lacrosse tournaments for the community. It'll provide space for our bands and choir to host community concerts, space for drama departments to host outdoor plays, and it'll create field opportunities for elementary schools where they can learn about gardening and the other educational opportunities that are going to be there. Our agricultural CTE program is starting a garden at Sunnyside, and this group could also utilize the community garden and potentially help elementary field trips. They could help educate the elementary schools. So it would be coordinating our schools together. It's our hope that we send a huge message to our Southeast community that they matter as much as those in the North. I know they do not feel that way as of now. So thank you for that. And on a personal note, as someone who lost my mom to COVID, and as an educator who's seen her students, colleagues lose family members to COVID, I'd like to thank the council for following the CDC guidelines and implementing masking policies and encouraging, educating the community on the importance of getting vaccinated. I know this is a difficult time. It's difficult in education as well. So truly appreciate all you guys do. I know it's no easy task. So please take care and be safe, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the chamber. Des, are you ready now?
Hello, and thank you. Thank you, Council Member Miguel Arias, for having Fresno's very first town hall meeting with the unhoused community. I can't express how much it means to us because people before me have been asking for these street families to be heard. So it's going to be big because there's so many people that want to speak, but I appreciate it. I know that they're coming with complaints, but they also have resolutions to bring forward to help them out to prosper out of shelters and stuff. So thank you so much for this. Also, can you unlock this? Sorry, I had to put my notes in her phone because I'm recording on mine. January 4, 2022, I came upon an abatement on Kings Canyon and Clovis Avenue. At that time, I was documenting why semi-trucks get to park illegally, but human beings are being moved and pushed off to the side, with no offer for a room for shelter. I was told by FPD officer on scene that would be a question for code enforcement. Upon trying to ask code enforcement who the supervisor is, Howard Lacey became angry because I was filming and felt he had the right to put his hands on me. 3 days later, we are notified with this new ordinance written up by the city attorney. The ordinance speaks very clear. The city attorney is attempting to violate all of our constitutional rights. My concern isn't that it will pass by city council, but that Dyer will be allowed to veto it. And if this is true, we definitely know it's gonna pass because we all know how he feels about me. Dyer just did a look what I'm doing media press yesterday about his heart team and the amount of compassion they have. As we all know, many videos and pictures went up on Twitter in regards to Dyer's post about how compassionate these team members are. These videos are disgusting, and the city should be embarrassed the way the Fresno City Sanitation and Fresno police officers act when they feel they are not seen. There might be only a few of them posted, but there's hundreds of pictures and videos of examples why we do not lead the Fresno police involved with any abatement of unhoused camps. Upon our legal counsel, we believe the ordinance is unconstitutional and it faces and will almost certainly be struck down. The city simply wants no witnesses, media, or supporters when they abuse the homeless and violate their rights. That's it.
Thank you, Des. All right, coming back to Zoom, Marissa Juarez.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Foremost, I just want to say I really appreciate the decision to keep the Zoom meetings on the online format. I truly feel like I'm a more active member of the community, and this is more of a one Fresno than I just moved back to Fresno, so I feel like there used to be this division. Now we're more on the road to being united. And I'm glad that so many members of the council recognize that this online format isn't about politics or fear, but it's about what the right thing to do. And I'm glad that, we're on our way to uniting all our unique communities that make Fresno what it is. But I'm seeing that there's a large threat going on in the Tower District. Venture Church has been holding religious assembly with no consequences for the zoning violations, and the lack of law and order in this community is disheartening. And there's a lot to unpack with the Tower Theater and the Venture Church, but ultimately what we're seeing is that it's turning one Fresno into two Fresnos, especially with the recent violence going on. I mean, last year we had literal swastikas graffitied in the property. We have Proud Boys marching around the protesters. We have Proud Boys, claiming, claiming Anthony Flores and him loving the nickname Pastor Proud Boy, which has been circulating around the internet. And yeah, I feel like there's more that we can do to address this violence going on. Tower District has always been my favorite neighborhood, and it's been sort of a pillar of arts community for the entire Central Valley too. It's not just about Fresno, but it's about the entire Central Valley. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marissa. All right. Gabriel Lozano.
Good morning, Council. My name is Gabriel Lozano. I am the program manager for Subseda, but also a longtime resident of Southeast Fresno. I want to explain the scientific reason why I think that the Southeast Fresno Regional Soccer Complex should be built. The state of California, when they created the grant program, they wanted safe routes to school, sidewalks and so forth. They wanted to address poverty. They wanted to capture water in parks, and so these type of grants were for different reasons. They wanted to give out the money. So again, Southeast Fresno has the highest concentration of apartments. Three school districts who have the highest rate in Southeast Fresno of people on lunch meal programs, which proves it's a community of need. Now, when the state of California tried to address the pollution, because there is a high rate of asthma, kids being born early, life expectancy is getting lower in that area through Cal and Bible Screen. So what they addressed is not only through car admissions you would prevent pollution, but through planting of trees, you could remove the harmful pollutants out there. So they created these grants, and the stalk part of the tree absorbs the carbon that takes it out of the area. And then if you look at it, so what they did is LA, San Francisco, were getting the grants for that. So that's why it's important for it to have trees planted. It's the one way that it'll help offset the pollution that's there. The other thing I want to address is that the wind comes and the pollution comes this way when you plant your trees. So that park in that area is catching the brunt of Fresno. in essence, what the state of California wants to abate. So I encourage you to start funding for the planting of trees. All the trees in that area are essentially on the Fresno tree permit list. So it's an area that's going to impact youth, homelessness. There is a workforce development program being developed. So, and as a United States Navy veteran, I committed my life to improving this country. And I ask you to help the community, help Subsida, help the needy, the homeless in building this park, because I think it will have a profound impact in making Fresno one Fresno.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Council members, thank you for your time, and as always, stay safe.
All right, going back to Zoom, we have Brittany Carpenter. Brittany, you have 2 minutes.
Hi. I just wanted to speak on Tower Theater as well as some other little things. To me, Venture Church has brought a lot of violence to an important community that I find safe. There have been attacks on the houseless and the community. Tower Theater is not just a building, but a symbol of Fresno and Tower, and I believe that it needs to be taken care of. It is important to listen to the voices of the Tower community and not those that push violence and hate. And while you guys might not think it is important to you, but allowing Proud Boys, attacks on the houseless, and a church to proudly push hate will become your guys' legacy. And lastly, being human is a human right, and you are representing people and not money. The houseless are not a mess to be cleaned or pushed away or called disgusting, but human beings that deserve to be seen and heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to the chamber, Jennifer Fenton.
Thank you. I'm one of the unhoused, and I stay in one of the shelters. I appreciate it, and you guys are great for putting the shelters in place, but there's some issues and there's some kinks that need to be worked out. I recently got off of quarantine for COVID. It took them 4 days to get me a test, and in those 4 days, they came and checked on me one time a day, and that's when they brought me my dinner at night. After that, I contacted my advocate. She helped me get in touch with who I needed to get in touch with to get them to do what they needed to do. After that, they brought me breakfast, they brought me dinner, they came and checked on me and asked me if I needed any supplies or anything like that. They did what they were supposed to, only because they were forced to, because I had to contact somebody above them to get them to do what they needed to do. I felt like a prisoner in my room. I have 2 dogs. My brother, who stays next door to me, God love him, he walks my dogs for me when I was on quarantine. Staff seen him walk my dogs and put him on quarantine, no testing, no nothing at all. Then they said they would walk my dogs for me. So when I call them to ask them to walk my dogs, they tell me, oh, do you want me to get your ex or your daughter to walk them for you? No, you said you would walk them. Come walk my dogs, please. I need somebody to walk my dogs. I have to go to the bathroom. They come tell me an hour later that I can go outside and walk my dogs, being on quarantine, but I can't associate or talk to anybody. So which is it? Do I get, because they said I get exited if I leave my room. I don't want to get exited from the program because I need to be there so that I can be put in the house. So they said I can go ahead and walk my dogs. So I walked my dogs. Then staff see me walk my dogs, and they said, you need to get back in your room, you're on quarantine. So one hand doesn't know what the other one's doing. They need better training. We need to put drug counselors, on-site drug counselors, somebody from Social Security office to help people get their Social Security reinstated or started. But they need to have mental health counselors there. They need to have better training for the staff as well as the security officers. And I just wanted to say thank you to Des, because she's my advocate. She's the one that helped me get what I needed. Thank you, Des.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, on Zoom, we have Pat Brown. Welcome, Pat. You have 2 minutes. Pat, are you with us? Okay, let's go ahead and we'll come back to Pat here in a bit. Pat, you go ahead and raise your hand again once you figure out the audio. We'll go to Alexandra Alvarado.
Hello, everyone. Hello, City Council members, Mayor. I am reading a letter on behalf of Anthony D. Prince, General Counsel for the California Homeless Union, the statewide organizing council. To the members of the Fresno City Council and to whom it may concern, as General Counsel for the California Homeless Union statewide organizing council, I write on behalf of our entire organization as well on behalf of our affiliated local and Fresno County Homeless Union. Time does not permit to fully be briefed in the presentation of the dangers of enacting the constitutionally informed proposed amendment to Section 10-616 of the Fresno Municipal Code. Nevertheless, this is to advise that should the ordinance pass as proposed, we will pursue all available legal remedies, including application for a temporary restraining order and the preliminary injunction bearing its enforcement. We also anticipate that the broad spectrum of community homeless support organizations and individuals, activists, service providers, charitable and religious institutions, and members of the press and/or media will join us in speaking injunctive relief and declaratory judgment on the ordinance, if passed. Violates on its face of the First, Fourth, Eighth, and 14th Amendments to the California United States as well, the Constitution of the United States, as well as the applicable provisions of the California State Constitution. The cordoning off of the areas broadly described as public or private property where the abatement is taking place will result in restricting access to those who need or wish to closely observe administrative abatements. So is it to assist persons whose property may be at risk of seizure or destruction and who may themselves be subject to physical abuse, arrest, and deprivation of due process. Kept at what could be considerably more than arm's length distance from abatements, commonly known as homeless sweeps, legal observers, members of the media, independent journalists, representatives of those being swept, and inserted members of the community would be unable to observe, let alone assist in representation. In addition, the amendment essentially deputizes civilian employees and private entities to perform what would essentially be an enforcement functions, further increasing the risk of arbitrary deprivation of constitutionally protected rights to would-be witness, documentarians, and legal representatives.
Alexandra, we're over time. Could you wrap up, please?
Yeah. Again, this letter is not, I didn't get to read it all, but again, this letter is to not only first and not the last word we will have on this matter. The recent sweeps lay bare to the danger of police excessive force, unwarranted seizure and destruction of personal property and belongings to the homeless community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the chamber. Next card, well, we have a guest, Trustee Valerie Davis. Come on down.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the prayer at the beginning of this meeting, as well as your cleanup efforts. And Mr. Arias, I'd request that you call our DPI office when you have your tour, your listening, and ask Ambra O'Connor to join you there, because we have some 1,400 students that are homeless in Fresno Unified. Great communities are not made overnight. They're not made in a week or a day, but it takes time. It takes hard work, it takes planning, it takes sacrifice, it takes state and federal funds and grants. At Fresno Unified, we passed a resolution last year, Resolution 2015, saying that they would support the soccer complex, the possibility of the 49 acres. There's an excess of 20,000 children that live in that immediate community. And we know that this will be a drawing point for a lot of kids to take advantage of a lot of the facilities. But plan phase number 1 has 2 soccer fields, indoor, outdoor picnic areas, shaded structures, tables, chairs, amphitheater with stage for outdoor events, a walking loop for 10 acres site for fitness, and a Veterans Memorial Garden. There's just so much planned on that 49 acres. And with your help, with your making it a priority for this community, I know that we'll have great soccer players come out of this community. This weekend, I was in West Palm Beach at a Council of Great City Schools meeting, It's the meeting with 72 of the largest urban school districts within the country. And I had the opportunity to go to a yacht club. And at that yacht club, there was a yacht owned by David Beckham. The name of his yacht is Dare to Dream. So I use that as a motivation for myself, for my community, that somewhere, somehow, sometime, we will have a child out there daring to dream, because he didn't become the superstar he did overnight. From the Manchester United in the UK to the LA Galaxy of the soccer, I know the next David Beckham's coming out of Southeast Fresno, and I'd ask you to fund that, help us with that, and continue to make this a great community to live in and raise our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Appreciate it. I do want to hear more about that yacht party at a later time.
He wasn't there, but if he was there, why is he on that?
Still awesome. All right, going back to Zoom. We have Alarcón Juvencienzo.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Juvencio Alarcón. I am the president to the Southeast Fresno Youth Soccer League, EVA Roosevelt Youth Soccer League. Been the president for over 2 years now. Started in 2017. At that time, the soccer league in the Southeast area was dwindling because of the resources, the lack of resources we had. Throughout the years, we had come up with the plan, my board and I had come up with a plan to regain the wealth and knowledge of soccer to the Southeast area. And by doing that, we started out with 2 teams from U6 to U8. And as of this year, we've progressed to having teams from U6 all the way to U19s. The reason why we have built so much and so fast is because of the need that these children need, that these children desire. They need opportunities, they need avenues to grow. This last season, our practice site was Sunnyside Park. I have 42 teams, and the park was just packed, and we were having to deal with other events that were going on. And, you know, it was unfair because our kids needed more amenities, more parks, more space for them to grow, not just grow in soccer, but in life. What soccer can, or extracurricular activities can do is help a child find their way and continue to grow and be successful citizens. We not only teach soccer on the field, but we also want to educate in the class. So I thank you for your time. I am the president to the Southeast Soccer League, and we are in great support of needing the soccer complex and family recreation area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming back to the chamber, we have Jose Luis Barraza.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Jose Luis Barraza. I'm a resident of Fresno, California, specifically to District 3. I've lived here all my entire life. I've been, I believe, a productive member in this community, wanting to see positive change. And I have really been close to the work and efforts being done by the Southeast Fresno Economic Development Corporation, so much that I was one of the co-founders at the time in which we began working on the idea of a park in Southeast Fresno. I was asked to come today to speak to you, to remind you of the importance of it. I know most of you are well aware of it, but just to remind you something that you may and may know. one in Southeast Fresno. We're made up of a variety of high schools such as Sunnyside, Roosevelt, and McLean. In their feeder schools, altogether, we have underserved youth, somewhere in the vicinity of 90 or more %. That's a great number of underserved youth. All of us, every one of us, have great memories of some locations that we live at or favorite places we like to and remember very hardly to ourselves. Romaine, Holmes, and as well as Mosquera are very dear in terms of a lot of good memories I've had as a youth growing up here in Southeast Fresno. And I'm certain that these youth who will utilize this park, especially when you talk about a regional soccer park, when I hear youth or I hear coaches telling me there's something like 400 kids, 300 kids in their association, 400, 200, I mean, they're numbers. They're great numbers. You will give them opportunity to be able to play, stay off the streets, and be wise in becoming a great citizen for our communities. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. On Zoom, we have Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Hello, good morning, City Council. Special pleasure to speak to you all again. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I'm a community organizer with CNC Education Fund, and I'm also a volunteer coach with the Southeast Fresno Youth Soccer League. And I'm here to express my support for the Subsida project at the 49-acre site. As we know, Southeast Fresno is a site or a part of town that's severely lacking parks, and this 49-acre park can really help fill that void. Being a coach with Southeast Fresno, as it was expressed earlier, there really is a lack of a space to coach our youth. As Juvencio was expressing earlier, we've practiced at Sunnyside Park, which is fairly small, but we did what we could. However, it is not ideal, especially with the growing league. And also, I feel like this Fresno is just missing out on, in general, great opportunities to bring in additional revenue through tournaments. There are thousands and thousands of soccer teams throughout the state and throughout the Central Valley, and we're missing out on bringing a lot of those families to the Central Valley and having them play some tournaments. This could create some revenue through hotels, through our restaurants, through these families shopping at these restaurants, hotels, and it's just a missed opportunity that we're missing out on because we don't have a legitimate complex in the Fresno area. But the way that this complex is envisioned and designed to be built, it could really fill in that void. And so I really urge you to support this project. I honestly feel that it's really up to you as a city council to help decide if Fresno will be in a place to produce the next Lionel Messi's and Lynn Williamses of the world. We have the talent, we have the passion, but we just don't have the infrastructure like a legitimate sports complex for our youth to develop. And so I really urge you to support that project. Do whatever you can to make it happen. Also, I did want to give a couple of thoughts and comments about the HEART program. I'm barely learning about it, but I'm just a little bit concerned about it, just because I remember through the 73 recommendations that the police reform recommended, one of the recommendations was to implement a crisis response team that's like the CAHOOTS program. And so being that the HEART program is more focused solely on the homeless population, I'm just confused if it will have a mental health approach across the board to help all residents in Fresno, or anybody in Fresno that's going through any type of distress. So I'd just like to get that clarified. And
Thank you, Pedro. We're over time. I wanted to let you get that last part in. We're going to move on, though. Thank you. Here in the chamber, Piombino.
Good morning, council members, President Esparza, and Mayor Dyer. My name is Cindy Pambino. I'm with Christ Helping Hands through Fresno Church. Do outreach and advocacy, have been for about the last 10 years. First, I'd like to thank you for extending the warming center hours. And I did send emails to all of you regarding next year's centers. I'd like to have one in every district, with the Poverello possibly providing transportation, and for them to be open during all the winter months. The reason I'm here today, though, is that I'm urging you not to give any consideration to 1C regarding the advocates being unauthorized during encampments, sweeps. It's important because we have built our trust with the community, and we have the experience and the trust with them. And I'm really concerned with the new HEART team. I'm praying it will work. I'm very disappointed no advocates were contacted for our input, and also to be asked to be on this HEART team. Are there any mental health workers on this team? You know, many times when sweeps are taking place, the police are pressuring our homeless, which includes many elderly, single, disabled. Hurry, hurry, come on, there's nowhere to go, there's no rooms. And then when we come in, we're encouragers, we're comforters. I do feel that we as advocates, we did de-escalate situations, but I do think it's really unfair that we're being targeted, and I do believe it's because of Dez's situation with the code enforcement officer. All of us are getting punished. It's not fair to us or the homeless community. Concerned with the last East Street encampment sweep, heavy equipment was going through as they were packing their stuff up. I believe that's an OSHA a violation. I urge you, please, to not put that wording in that unauthorized are not allowed in with the 1C. And I'd like to know if it does passes, I'd like to be one of those authorized advocates, and what would that take? Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, going back to Zoom, we have Pat Brown. Pat, you have 2 minutes. Pat, are you with us? Clerk, she's unmuted.
Yeah, she's actually unmute, but I'm not entirely sure if she's able to address the city.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to Abatement Graves on Zoom. Abatement Graves, are you with us? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to Jessica Ramirez on Zoom.
Hello.
Hello, Jessica. Welcome.
Hello. So first of all, my name is Jessica Ramirez. I'm a Fresno community leader with Faith in the Valley. Basically, you know, I attended multiple meetings, Zoom meetings, doing public comments. So you know, I see that a lot of the main concern, and it's always the main concerns because it's happening. We're out here, you know, we're on the ground. We see it daily. We see homelessness out here. It goes from families to homeless people. What businesses are doing? Take action on this. You know, basically, at the end of the day, everything it comes down based to the kids. It affects the kids. This is what you guys are showing them, that it's okay. You know, people they lose their moms. You know, mentally they're going through situations, and it's just to keep on seeing these things out here in this world, and it's just like, you know, we talk about, you know, we're getting a lot of money coming in, this and that, but what are you guys putting that to use? You say, oh, we're gonna open this shelters, we're gonna start, okay, we need that action now. You have the income coming, you have the power, you know, all you gotta do is take action. What is stopping you guys? What is it? You know, I don't know how much longer you guys are gonna continue on just, you know, trying to fog it out and just, you know, next year. We don't have time for that next year. These people are dying. daily, what is it? What are you guys afraid to speak up? Speak it up. Be that voice. You guys have that opportunity to stand up for what's right. Justice. Everybody deserves to have justice. Stand up for what's right. You guys have back there, pretty much in God we trust. What is it? Why are you guys failing it? You guys, by us showing up, doing what we have to do, by just, doing the public comments, you guys are hearing from a lot of us, showing up. I'm here, I'm dealing with my kids, taking them to doctor appointment, but I'm still in this meeting. Why? Because I'm doing the justice for all, for our family, for our community, each and everyone. We're humans. We deserve, it doesn't matter how, they're smoking, they're doing it. The thing is that they need the advice, they need that guidance. You guys are the guidance. Step up, show up. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the money's there. It's just the actions that you guys are not taking. Once again, I'm gonna keep on repeating the actions that you guys are not taking. We need this now. It's emotional. I experienced it. My kids live in they live in a home that is not even, called a home, because it's so, it's not even like these rules that, everybody deserves a home. Yes, we all deserve a home, but we need a healthy home to survive, to be healthy in, and to be protected. Not just that, but, living in a car with my kids, it goes all back. Traumas that we experience. I'm one of many, How much longer? What else do you guys need? It's daily. You guys have that power. You guys have the community, there supporting, letting you guys know, hey, this is what we need. Please hear us out. Hear us out.
Jessica, we are well over time. We're going to move on. We thank you for your comments this morning. We're going to go back to the chamber. Mr. John Leal.
Good morning, President Esparza and council members and Mayor Dyer. My name is John Leal. I'm co-chair of SFCEDA's Parks Committee, along with fellow board member Michael Angel, and I'm here in representation of this committee and the board of directors of SFCEDA. Thank you for the opportunity to address your council on the proposed Southeast Fresno Regional Park and Soccer Complex and the opportunity to move forward in preparation of a funding and implementation plan for the development of this project as recently promised to the National Park Service by the city manager and as required under the terms and conditions of an NPS city agreement for a 49-acre park site donated to the city of Fresno 16 years ago. More recently, the NPS has expressed concern for the need for more specific city funding actions to prevent the possible reversion of this land back to the federal government. We appreciate the efforts of Councilmember Luis Chavez in working with our organization, SFCEDA, to find a resolution to this matter. I am pleased to inform you that several educational institutions, soccer leagues, service and nonprofit organizations, and Southeast Fresno residents have joined SFCEDA in preparation of a multi-phase master plan for the entire site. City staff has also participated in the development of this master plan and completion of the required environmental studies, CEQA, for this master plan to facilitate the implementation of this project. SFCEDA has also been a good partner with the city of Fresno in generating more than 700 volunteers from various organizations who have cleaned up the site and planted 120 trees with a drip irrigation system and continues to water and maintain those trees. We're also in the process of planting an additional 80 through a state grant. The implementation of this project will go a long way to promote equity and providing Southeast Fresno residents better quality of life and equal access to recreational facilities. We thank members of your council and Mayor Jerry Dyer for your assistance in this regard. We have filed a $3 million grant application with the California Department of Parks and Recreation under the State Regional Parks Program. Under this application, SFCEDA is proposing the construction of 2 soccer fields to start in Phase 1. We appreciate your support of this grant application. We and many of our community partners and residents look forward to continue to interact with city staff in the development of this regional park and soccer complex project. And I hope you can move on this project in the next few months. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Leal. All right, on Zoom, we have Brian Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, welcome.
Appreciate it. I'll be quick. I just wanted to address the homeless outreach, specifically the Heart Team. I work for the Downtown Partnership as an ambassador. I'm out and about a lot, come into contact with a lot of homeless and also homeless advocates. I'm not currently aware. I know that there's been talk of mobile showers and restroom trailers. I'm just wondering, and I may have missed it, so I apologize in advance if it's already been discussed or brought up, but is there a timeline for when those can be operational? What organization will be managing and sort of operating those consistently? I just see those as a huge, very important tool to introduce to people when making contacts. We all know multiple contacts need to be made consistently. And I just think that's something that a 15-minute warm shower can really go a long way. It can really have longer lasting effects. It's just something that we all, I think, take for granted, and many people that don't have that consistent self-care could really use, and it makes them feel better. Obviously, they're more open to moving into a better situation, I feel, if that's the case. So I'm just wondering if there could be more details shared on that. If Poverello could be empowered with their own trailers to accompany the Heart Team with every contact. If the Downtown Partnership can be involved. We have trained ambassadors here as well that can help assist. So I would just like the council to clarify if they could on that subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Back here in the chamber, we have Frank Garcia. Frank, are you still with us? Okay, on to the next card. Noel Tyler.
Hi.
Welcome.
My name's Noelle Tyler, and I am one of the homeless from 8th Street in San Bernardino. And I am here to speak for what an asset it is to have our advocates there on site with us, as the Heart Team is there as well. As, the Heart Team comes, and they don't say they say when they're coming, but they come earlier and earlier. And in November and December, there were times where they'd go days without even showing up. To now, they may have cleared 8th Street. They only forced us to go to the main streets or where the businesses are or where we're more seen, because we're still there and homeless because they haven't offered another option. As far as we need our advocates there helping us, whether they're there bringing us something to eat or there to help us move, or we need them there with us. We don't need them not there, otherwise the task force thinks they can do whatever they want with us. And as I've had friends lose their stuff, I've had friends' tents be ripped open while they're still inside. I've had friends lose ashes of a loved one, let alone all of their belongings. The task force isn't much about heart if they don't really have one, I don't think. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Noel. Back to Zoom, we have Pat Brown. Third time's a charm, Pat. Let's see if we can get this to work. Pat, you are now unmuted. All right, well, I do not think that the microphone is working on the user's end. On Zoom, let's move over to Lance Cruz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to finish reading this letter that Alex was working on reading to you earlier from the attorney for the Fresno County Homeless Union. To the extent that individual members of the Fresno City Council may believe that a legislative privilege shields them from individual liability, such immunity only applies when the members are performing a legitimate legislative function. In our view, the proposed ordinance is a barely disguised effort to conceal and avoid accountability during the performance of a public function, be it legitimate or pretextual, i.e. the abatement of an alleged public nuisance. We do not consider consideration and enactment of the proposed amendment to be a legitimate legislative function, and we will hold both the City of Fresno and individual elected officials who, unlike public entities, may be liability for punitive damages should a jury determine they are appropriate. Again, this letter is only the first and not the last word we'll have in this matter. The recent sweeps laid bare the danger of police excessive force, unwarranted seizure and destruction of personal property belonging to our members and others in the homeless community, and a wide range of other illegal abrogations of essential rights. To pass the proposed amendment to Fresno City Code Section 10616 will only compound, ratify, and codify such misconduct, and will make the City of Fresno, the City Council, and the individual members of the council liable for all harms resulting therefrom. Yours truly, Anthony Prince, General Counsel. Housing first, safe camps, mobile showers, tiny homes. Please, there are relatively low-cost solutions. This problem is never going away. A system is built on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Back here in the chamber, Jose Leon Barraza.
Thank you, President Nelson Esparza, members of the council. Thank you very much for getting closer to making this project a reality. It is sometimes frustrating. I worked a long time in county government, and I didn't think things would take that long, and they do take long. But I'm excited when good things happen, and I'm really looking forward to getting your support on Council Member Chavez's proposal that we basically move forward with a site that we've had around for 16 years. Give me a break, that's a long time. So fortunately, a lot of good developments have occurred, Measure P, federal funding, a lot of opportunities. And we appreciate that when the opportunities pop up, you don't forget about low-income residents of Southeast Fresno, because there are many that unfortunately do not have a place to celebrate a birthday of grandma, because they live in apartments. More than 70% in Southeast Fresno live in apartments, so they don't have a place to celebrate. So we're fortunate that reason is going to prevail, and we appreciate all your help, the help of your council, the help of Mayor Jerry Dyer, to truly create a One Fresno that we all dream for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose. Back on Zoom, we have Laura Splotch.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak here about the Tower Theater. I just want to say that we need to hold the city accountable for the code violations that the Adventure Church has been doing for over a year. During COVID restrictions, they were in the theater having their services against code, against the tower specific plan, the code, the city code for this building. It's upsetting that they would go en masse. It's upsetting that they come out and harass us. It's upsetting that I personally have been harassed by Pastor Proudboy Flores. I've been harassed by the right-wing nut jobs across the street that are counter-protesting. I have no idea why they're there. We are just trying to save our neighborhood. If they buy that, if they somehow get a hold of that building, they will change the face of Tower, and we are fighting to prevent that. We love our tower. It's a symbol of hope and, you know, freedom that Fresno needs. It's a safe space for many different people that don't have a safe space otherwise. So please, 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 City of Fresno Council, Mayor, everybody, do the right thing and buy the tower, put the right people in charge. Don't let the Pastor Proud Boy and that Foursquare situation scare you. We'll keep fighting until this is done, and we'll just keep fighting the people that don't make it happen. You know, we really, really, really need the tower to remain our safe space. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now on to our last card for the chamber, Brandy News Villegas.
Hello, thank you. I know that you have a community needs hearing, and I appreciate you listening. I want to thank you. We'll support 1.0, the 17 new affordable housing. Congratulations on Annandale. That is amazing that we're getting more of that. Support Stand With This Tower. Thank you for the town hall. As I've written in the community needs comments, working on ways to increase input from our unhoused is invaluable for effective problem solving. I want to oppose 1C. Even with the change, the wording does not ensure safety for those who are unhoused and leaves room to keep unhoused occupants at abatement from obtaining assistance they need, because it doesn't guarantee they'll be able to leave before abatement happens. Addressing a comment from Spees that confused me concerning what he said about we're adopting the cahoots model in everything we do, and we'll hear at the HART presentation. I looked at the definition about cahoots and how it operates, why it operates, and who does the outreach is completely inaccurate. Since it was mentioned, I do want to ask for cahoots. Our community, I've been speaking to some of our in-house friends, and they've been asking for mental health people to be out there, and mental health 911 training for everyone who works with the homeless. They work with mental health professionals, emergency workers, and do not work with police or code enforcement, and they haven't had to in 32 years. They rely on trauma-informed de-escalation harm reduction techniques, which is not part of the HART right now. They should be focusing on taking care of problem. Dyer said, if you have an issue with the homeless, call 311 in front of our unhoused people, and that broke my heart because they're hearing themselves as a problem. You said that the issues will be taken care of with HART, Nelson, but if we don't have the services they need, like the shelters, the problem is not going to be solved. And the priority needs to be on their needs, on focusing on helping them and not treating them as a problem. You've heard the things that they've gone through with this current team. We need to focus on mental health professionals and people who are trained in mental health and working on helping them be able to thrive and not contributing to that. And also, thank you for protecting us with COVID. I read the stats on Monday, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandy. Going back to Zoom, we have Gracia Elenes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to echo what a lot of the folks before me mentioned, and Leadership Council does not directly work with the unhoused population. However, we are tremendously supportive and in alliance with a lot of what has been shared today, and the concern and not allowing advocates to be present and supporting some of our most vulnerable populations, and meanwhile also not providing the proper training for staff, nor having sufficient resources or capacity. So just simply wanting to echo a lot of what has been said before, and thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
All right. We have Pat Brown is back. 387 phone number. If you could unmute that, clerk.
Thank you, Mayor, Ms. White, Councilman Chavez, and Mr. President. You know me. In March of 2019, I stood before you as one of the Fresno City's Women of the Year, advocating for the soccer complex and park in Southeast Fresno. You know the story, 700 volunteers working with the Department of Interior, Fresno State, the city, landscape architects, planting 120 donated trees and irrigation system, the necessary environmental tests, and being shovel ready now. Today, 4 years later, we have seen mayors, park department heads, and city council members and city managers come and go. It's time to make this a funding priority for this great project that benefits all the city of Fresno. Think of this as the Fresno Central Library with its various satellite libraries. This soccer park will draw all those current and future soccer players, coaches, parents, leagues to come to this project to learn how to play soccer, to have their craft, to hone their craft, to reach their dreams of playing for traveling teams, maybe even nationally and even internationally, because they don't have to drive to Modesto 2 hours away to have a soccer park worthy of their dreams. I want to thank Mayor Dyer today for reiterating his commitment to the unserved youth of Southeast Fresno, and please make this a priority for the state grant opportunity for the 49 acres park parcel on Peach in California. You can foster these students' dreams, these youth dreams, all the children of Fresno from your districts. The Central Soccer Hub, this will be the premier central library, if you will. I want to thank Thomas Esquita, too, for his work on the park. And please urge all of the City Council to vote today to support this critical grant opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you for hanging in there. I know you really wanted to speak, and you came back 4 times, so we appreciate your input this morning. Next on Zoom, we have Ms. Estela Ortega. Estela? Was she unmuted, clerk?
Sí, bueno.
Sí, sí. Bienvenidos.
Sí, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Estela Ortega y soy del distrito 7. Y estoy yo aquí para dar mi comentario sobre las viviendas. Pues han mencionado que van a ayudar a las personas que sean primeros compradores de casa. Pero esta ayuda, dicen pues todos los concejales que esta ayuda va a servir para todas las personas en general. Pero pienso que no va a ser así porque nomás va a ayudar a ciertas personas. Y esta ayuda pues ya tiene más este programa de ayuda para ayudar a las personas que quieren comprar casa y que les van a ayudar para el enganche. Yo pienso que este programa ya tenía tiempo, nada más que solo lo quieren promover. Yo siento que esta no es ninguna ayuda, ni tanto para los que tienen la posibilidad de comprar por primera vez su casa, ni para las personas que no pueden. No ayuda en nada ni a nadie, más bien sería como pues taparle el ojo al macho, como dijo mi abuelita, porque no ayuda a nadie, ni a las personas que estamos sin hogar, ni a las personas que estamos rentando, pues no, esto no nos ayuda en nada. Seguimos en lo mismo, no vamos a poder comprar casa porque necesitan que las personas tengan un seguro, y también estaban diciendo que iban a ayudar a las personas que trabajan en el campo, pero no todas las personas que trabajan en el campo tienen seguro. Entonces esta ayuda no. A mí este programa siento que no les va a ayudar a muchas personas y seguimos en lo mismo y no avanzamos en que tienen que ser justos, invertir en las personas de bajos recursos, que todo sea equidad, no hay igualdad. Entonces, pues les pido a todos que hagan algo para que nosotras las personas que estamos pagando impuestos aquí, estamos, como sea, estamos aquí, y estamos pagando impuestos. Deberían de ayudarnos a comprar, a nosotros, los que estamos aquí, a comprar por primera vez nuestra casa, como dicen que la llave de tu casa, pero no, este programa no ayuda a muchas personas, tampoco a las personas sin hogar. Pues este es mi comentario y muchas gracias.
Gracias, Estela. Clerk, I think it was important for the public to hear, for those who did not understand, if we could do the translation in English just for the benefit of the public.
Yes, I switched over to the Spanish translation. Could the Spanish translation, I believe, might be Pedro. Can you translate what Ms. Ortega spoke? Pedro? Hello? Pedro, are you able to translate?
Is Pedro able to translate? Is he with us?
Yeah, he's with us. Luis, are you able to translate for us?
Are we translating what Ms. Estela just said? Is that what you want to do, Council President?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe
yes.
half, yeah, I think half the dais speak Spanish, but the rest don't.
Summarize it, because she talked about the affordability, obviously, of housing here in the city and the project that's coming. That she talked about how the need for Fresno is great with regards to housing, but she used a term, a colloquial term in our community called tapándole ojo al macho, which means you're kind of just pretending like you're fixing a problem, putting a Band-Aid on it. But I think it goes to the root of the challenge that we face with affordable housing here in our community, and wanting assistance with down payment and obviously housing in our community. And she did mention that she was a resident from District 7. So hopefully that captures, summarizes her comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. We'll get you a stipend for that interpretation. All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. That'll conclude unscheduled communication and public comment on the consent agenda. Council members, going once, going twice, do you have any other items to pull for discussion before we approve the consent agenda?
Council President, can I just have legal counsel confirm that we are still in the no contact phase during the cannabis retail process? So I know people asked to meet with us, but I want to confirm that we're still not allowed to make contact with any of the applicants or folks potentially appealing.
That's correct, Council. This is a quasi-judicial matter, and until a CUP is finally approved for an applicant, the no contact applies.
Thank you. Just want that noted. And then, City Manager, you have news for us on the portable restrooms?
The portable shower restroom units, we're expecting them to be here by the end of February. As you recall, we had difficulty procuring them, so that's our latest estimate, end of February.
All right. I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda. Motion by Councilmember Bredfeld.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Yeah, no one's on Zoom. Any opposition? All right, consent agenda passes 7-0. We have about 20 minutes. Let's see if we can dive into some of these consent items that are pulled for discussion. We'll go in order, starting with item 1J, that was pulled by Councilmember Bredfeld.
Yeah, just a quick question to staff. How, and it relates to K as well, how is the sale price being determined?
Tim Orman or Phil Sky, are you ready, Tim?
Yes.
Here he comes.
Sorry about that.
Did you hear the question?
Yes, how is the sales price determined?
Yes.
It was a negotiation. between the owners of the property, their broker, and the city.
And so, but the thing I'm wondering
it's
too is
based
how,
on.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, based on, is it comps? Because, I mean, I was just looking at the different amount of the rooms versus one versus the other. The prices are very different. I'm just wondering how you're getting to the sale price for each one of these different properties.
The reason the Ambassador is higher, which is kind of what I sounded like the question is going towards, is those rooms are larger, a little bit better condition. Bill is an older facility, and the rooms are going to need a little more work to turn them into permanent affordable housing.
Okay. Are comps part of this? Do they do comp analysis of other properties similar?
Yeah, council member.
Every single property owner on Parkway Drive knows what we paid every other owner and what every other owner has sold to others in the market, to Housing Authority and to private, yes.
Okay. Phil, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, council member, that it's in line with what Tim just said with the other sales prices for other comparable motels.
Okay.
And we also have appraisals.
Okay, no problem. I'd like to make a motion to approve J and K.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Bredefield, second by Councilmember Arias. We have a motion on the table with Councilmember Soria punched up.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of follow up on that because I know that, I think those were good questions. I wanted to know, did we do appraisals on these? And that's where we're getting this market value? I'm just trying to figure out where we got I know that it was negotiated by you guys, but did we start off with an appraiser?
No, we did not start off with appraisal. We know what we paid and what Housing Authority has paid and generally what the value is in the area.
And there have been appraisals done on prior purchases, so on other motels, and so that's the basis for the valuation that Tim's referencing.
Okay.
And I guarantee you that if you looked at the market value and appraisals, what we're actually paying for these motels is below what you would find on the appraisal.
Okay. And then my next question was just, I guess on both, what's the amount that it's going to take to get them converted to, I guess right now, temporary housing for those that are unhoused on the various projects?
There's no need to make improvements. They're currently operated as motels, so they're already in compliance with state health and safety code. They will continue to be, more than habitable for the purpose of using them as shelters. What we are, as you already know, council member, is that we are pursuing home key dollars to be able to ultimately make more significant improvements so that we can convert them in the future into permanent housing. At that point, there are different requirements that the building code requires.
So right now, 107 rooms will be, as soon as we close the purchase, we'll be able to house how many individuals? Immediately, I'm assuming, since you're saying we're not doing any upgrades.
Yeah, so will be single occupancy per unit.
Okay, so 107 people we will be able to house here.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And do we know the time frame of that, when they will become available, like the closing timeline?
Yeah, so a couple of things. So first of all, the item today for council consideration is a purchase and sale agreement, which has an escrow closing deadline of April the 1st. However, I want to just set that aside for a moment because just recently, council approved a sub-agreement for ESG CV dollars, which again is not, for not being considered by council today, that was already approved, for Elevate Community Services, Inc., to lease those same properties to be able to open them as shelters starting February the 1st. So Elevate will be running them as shelters starting February 1, but that's completely separate from this discussion today. We are intending to close on these properties April the 1st.
So what happens after we close? Will Elevate continue to house those individuals in?
Yes.
And we're not entering into the agreement with Elevate? We are not the entity entering into the agreement with Elevate?
We did it at the last
They are a
meeting.
subrecipient, yes.
Oh, the
For
subrecipient.
ESGCV,
Okay.
which is not, that's not today's item, but yes.
Well, but I know, but it's complimentary, so it's just good so that for the public, that folks know kind of
Correct.
what is all happening. So yes, there's a purchase and sale happening. We
Correct.
found out there is no appraisal done. However, prices are comparable to previous purchases, and we're gonna be housing 107 individuals, single occupancy. And, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. No other comments or questions from my colleagues? Any opposition to 1J?
Okay.
Passes 7-0. Oh, sorry, this is for 1J and 1K. That was the motion. So J and K pass 7-0. What I'm going to go ahead and do is skip down to item 1CC. I know we had a lot of folks here for this item. And I'll go ahead and hand it over to Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just
Thank
want
you,
to
Council.
paint a brief overview of this project. It's, as Mr. Barraza mentioned, 16 years in the making. This parcel of 49 acres was actually deeded over to the city contingent upon building a park back during the Autry administration. And the great news about that is that our new city manager was actually here during that period and is well aware of and very familiar with the conditions and restrictions that the parcel has. And first of all, I want to thank Cerceda. I want to thank Mr. Barraza, the co-chairs, Mr. Leal and Mr. Angel and Trustee Davis for taking the time to come and speak today. They really have been the advocates of this site for a number of years, oftentimes with shoestring budgets, but nevertheless, working towards making that park a reality in Southeast Fresno. So we're at a point in time now in speaking with the administration where the city can really take the lead and do a couple of things with this parcel, understanding that it's a 49-acre parcel. And this really is the purpose of this resolution, to provide that flexibility for the administration. And so what I would like to do is make a motion to approve the resolution, and the resolution actually reads, the council hereby gives the city administration the flexibility to develop a concept for a multi-phase park on the property, along with a funding plan that satisfies the requirements placed on the property by the National Park Service, and finally has a park bill for the neighborhoods of Southeast Fresno.
I'll second that motion.
All right. So with that, City Manager, you and I have been speaking, and Mayor, you and I have also been speaking on this. For our City Manager, White, she will have the flexibility to come up with a funding plan. And Mayor, if you want to say a few words on the park.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Chavez, and I appreciate you bringing forth this resolution. I am fully supportive of it, as is my administration, and not only supportive but committed to making sure that we do a comprehensive design development of that 49 acres and providing the council with various options as to what it would look like in the future, to include costing out each of those phases. And I do believe we have an asset before us that needs to be developed as quickly as we possibly can into green space and other types of recreational activity at that location that we'll provide you with, to include obviously LED lighting. Would love to see some type of a connecting trail to that location, and whatever other recreational activities the community thinks would be they would be desirous of. So fully committed, and we will make that a priority, and hopefully in the future we'll make that a priority collectively in terms of funding it with the council. And we're going to explore all the funding opportunities that are out there before us to make sure that we can partner not only with those funding opportunities, but even the private sector if needed, and foundations.
Thank you, Mayor. And as we heard, we had Trustee Davis come. I think there's also an opportunity to partner with the school district. Yes. And, again, I want to thank Cerceda, their board, too. Their board has been very tirelessly advocating for this for a number of years. And so we know that the residents there want this. We know that that neighborhood overwhelmingly supported the Measure P initiative, and I'm happy and thankful and appreciative of my colleagues and your administration in working towards that and getting us that park.
Yeah, it's been sitting vacant for far too long, and we need to get our youth and our community members on that space. So.
Thank you. And last thing, our city manager, you will actually be working with all the stakeholders and putting together, and leveraging all the opportunities that we have. I think we're in a position now with our new Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, that's very familiar with yourself, that has the knowledge, and then our Parks Department that we're expanding and having that technical capacity to help and make this happen. So I know you'll be reaching out to all the stakeholders that we have here in our community that we're advocating for this site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, if I may
We
just
have
add.
Councilmember Soria punched up, and then we'll go to you, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to say that this is exciting. I know that folks in the audience mentioned that it's been 16 years, and I think that we've had kind of not the best track record when it comes to parks in our community. I think we just celebrated a few months ago that we were awarded some grant dollars from the state for parks like West of the 99 that took 30 years. So I do commend the efforts of the community, of the neighbors, of the nonprofits, of my colleague, Councilmember Chavez, to really continue pushing this to shorten those timelines, right? 30 years is too long, 15 years is still too long. And so I'm glad that we're finally at a place where the city of Fresno sees the value in investing in our neighborhoods, especially in our green spaces, for our young people, for our seniors, for our families in the city of Fresno. So I'm very excited to be able to support and get this moving forward.
Councilmember Arias?
I would just add, Council, that, in the Tower District, we've had neighbors who have applied for park grants a few times on their own. And although we've been supportive as a city, that's been an unsuccessful strategy. I think what we see as a city is when the voters pass Measure P, they've now charged the city of Fresno Parks Department to be the lead applicant in pursuing grant funding and building parks and making sure that they remain open to all in the public. So that's a baton that's officially been passed to this administration, to this council. We now have the resources. Now we need to lead that effort and no longer rely on nonprofits or local community members to write their own applications, design their own parks, and come up with something that's significantly difficult to do. I'm sure there'll be some bumps in the road with, how many parks, how big, how many soccer fields, how big, how many lights, what kind. I'm dealing with that in West Fresno. But those are good challenges to have, good debates to have. Ultimately, this is a city park, and it should be owned by the public and all the residents. So I'm looking forward to that journey that you guys go to, and best of luck.
Okay, I don't see anyone else punched up. We have a motion on the table and a second. For dramatic effect, we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes, and I pushed the button yes. I thought that's what we were doing, but apparently not.
Councilmember
Yes.
Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Always a yes for our parks.
And Council President Esparza.
Absolutely, aye. Motion passes 7-0, item 1TC. All right. We have a few more minutes before we hit lunchtime. Let's see if we can squeeze in item 1N. N is in Nelson, and that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Council President, based on the report on the staff report, the staff is recommending that we select an insurance company that's going to charge us $400,000 more through the life of the agreement. And as you know, insurance and risk management has been a huge issue for us. I also have learned that our self-insurance, assignment is increased significantly. I believe we've always been under the understanding that the first $3 million are paid by the taxpayers before the insurance kicks in the rest. I understand that has now increased to $5 million. So I like to have a staff present, one, if we're increasing the amount of liability that taxpayers are responsible for paying, then why are we paying $400,000 more for an insurance carrier? I recognize the staff report indicates that you've had a good experience with them, but it's a pretty double whammy to have us pick up $2 million more for every incident and additionally pay $400,000 more over this agreement than the second lowest bidder.
Right. Well, to explain, we went out for RFP and we received 2 proposals back. One to stand alone, to have a standalone plan like we've been doing now with Aon, and the second is to join a risk pool. Now, there's benefits and drawbacks to each. With the pool, it's great for smaller cities that want to join in. They can't necessarily afford or don't have the staffing or the resources to do it all on their own. So they join a pool. But for a city as large as ours, to join a pool with entities that are much smaller, the city of Fresno would be the one that bears the greater risk. So other cities that are similar in size and larger, like Los Angeles, San Francisco, counties of San Francisco, county of San Diego, they're standalone because we're considered, City of Fresno, I'd like to consider us what you call a good risk or at least a decent risk. We are not in a position where we are in this great, how should I put it? We're in a better position to go out on our own and get the best insurance policies that are available to us. If we join a pool, then we have to look at everybody as a group in the pool. It's similar to in the real estate market. You don't want to necessarily be the largest house on the block. And why is that, right? Because then the smaller homes are really taking advantage of the fact that you're there, the largest house on the block. The same thing would apply in a pooled program, similar to what Alliant, is the other proposal that came in, what they proposed for us. And so we are better off on our own. But then in addition to that, the level of service, the one-on-one service that we've received from Aon, from the brokers, and their staff and their expertise has been invaluable to us. We're very comfortable with them. The other piece in terms of cost, I know you'd mentioned that Alliant is lower. Alliant also, as part of the pool, they get at least 10 to 20%, they get paid by the insurance companies themselves. Whereas Aon, what they said they're going to charge us is what they're getting paid. That's all they're getting paid. Okay. They're not getting any additional fees, any incentives from any insurance company. That is their flat rate.
Thank you. And to my second question, has our portion increased from 3 to 5 million?
Yes, our SIR has gone up to $5 million.
Why is that? That's a pretty significant jump. I don't think this body ever was informed, much less approved, us increasing that kind of, liability payment. As you know, we have multiple pending cases.
Right.
And that's going to substantially impact our budgeting process and our, from all these cases. So who makes that decision?
Well, it's a joint effort with the administration and in consultation with the broker to find out where we can get the best rates, because the money's going to have to be paid out somewhere. So either we decide to insure for that amount, or we're paying the higher premiums on the insurance, the excess side. So I have Heather, our contracts and insurance expert, here as well, if we want to get into more specifics.
No, I think for me it's more of a policy question. I know, professional staff has made the adjustments based on the amount of payouts. I'm assuming that you've made the decision to go to $5 million based on the history of larger settlements and more liability that the city has had to, pay for. But my question to city manager, and it doesn't have to be an answer today, is our budgets are all designed based on us paying the first $3 million on all these pending cases, plus future cases. So am I to expect a lot more money being set aside by every department, especially those that have a long history of liability, to increase their budget amounts to cover that additional $2 million of exposure?
For the fiscal year 23 budget, that will be part of the budget build, the higher SIR. And the increase happened I think it was been like within the last 6 months. And to be perfectly frank, I found out about it after the fact. I think it was just more of the professional, the risk manager and the people who are handling the insurance because of what was going on in the industry. And as you know, because of all the turmoil within communities throughout the nation, being able to have large cities have good insurance coverage has become more and more difficult. So I think the staff at that time felt in order to maintain good insurance coverages, what our providers were telling us was that we were willing to give us good insurance, but we were going to have to raise our SIR. So yeah, ultimately, as part of the fiscal year 23 budget build, the ISF charges are going to go up, and those will be built into the budget.
And am I to assume that we're also going to turn around and pass on higher insurance liabilities to everyone who does business with us? You know, special event permits are going to now go higher since we're absorbing more liability. Are we going to, find out 2 months from now that all these, permits for a block party in a neighborhood, brewery event on Fulton Street, a vendor who's doing, construction of a project, that they're going to come in and tell us that we've increased the amount of insurance requirement to them too?
Council member, I think we're going to need to have a broader policy discussion about that, but because what I can tell you is, as nonprofits, when they can't get insurance for special events, I mean, it's very, very difficult. The insurance companies are running for the hills because of the amount of losses that they've had to pay. So we're going to have a policy discussion about the city absorbing the liability for events.
And City Manager, I recognize that. My only request is that remain a policy discussion and not being done administratively, where
Agreed.
then we have to come back and play catch up. So
Right.
I appreciate your staff report and your recommendation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that was item 1N. Thank you, Marissa. You need a whiteboard next time for my colleague. I don't think he passed economics back in college. Was that Gary? Yeah. Any comments or questions from my colleagues, additional? No. So Gary has a motion. Councilmember Bredefeld has a motion to approve.
Second.
Second from one of these three to my right. Any, meeny, miny, mo. Councilmember Soria. Any opposition?
No.
1 no votes from Councilmember Arias, 6 yeses. The motion passes for item 1N. We're going to go ahead and adjourn to lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. We are still on contested consent, and we are on item 1Y that was pulled by Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I'll wait for the director to make his way up.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department.
Hey, good afternoon, Director. I pulled this item. I think it's a good item. It affects directly both of my contemporaries on either side of me whose districts probably need these kinds of improvements the most. My understanding, this is applying for a $5 million application to make those said improvements, whether it's to the trees, to the lights, the murals. My question is why the department did not apply for more funds and how those locations, how you guys came up with that list of locations. Like I mentioned, it is primarily in District 7 with a little bit of District 3. High need of those kinds of improvements, but why wasn't this expanded to include other in-need areas in our city?
Absolutely, Council. So the maximum grant size is $5 million, and statewide there's $296 million available. It is a one-time program, so as we start looking at expected distributions, you know, Los Angeles area, Bay Area, and such, in discussions with Caltrans, we were encouraged to submit a $5 million application. In terms of locations, we looked at, number one, what are the highest need areas, and also what types of projects would score the best.
What does that mean, highest need, when it comes to something like a mural?
Really, it depends upon, one, the amount of litter and blight in that area, but with respect to what they're looking for, the scoring criteria includes things like urban greening. A big factor is the census tracts, and so the level of disadvantage in the community. And then not only is that factor into the score, but another element of this is the local match. Depending upon the project selected and the socioeconomics of the immediate area, the local match on the grant would be from 0% for the most disadvantaged areas up to 50%. So for example, we could really come up with a project application anywhere in the city, but there are some parts of Fresno wherein if we applied for that, the city would be matching dollar for dollar. And we recognize there's not availability currently of, let's say, $2.5 million to partner with the state funds. So we've identified location we believe highest need, good opportunity, fits all the grant criteria, and it would offer a 0% local match. So the full $5 million could come from the state.
Thank you, Director. My next couple of questions are regarding the personnel it would take to fulfill these duties. How many, if any at all, are coming from in-house? How many are going to be contracted? And how much of this $5 million grant, if we receive it, would pay for that those personnel costs?
Absolutely. So the grant is divided into two components, infrastructure and non-infrastructure. The infrastructure piece, as you mentioned, Council Vice President, including things like tree planting, medians, street trees and such, that would amount to, right, we're finalizing numbers, packet will go in next Tuesday, but roughly around 4.5 million of the 5 would be infrastructure. And so with that, those dollars would pay for example, our project manager. It would be a capital improvement project, would pay for those costs. Typically a project like that involves about 20% of a project manager's time throughout the week. It would pay for that time. We do have the capacity to do that. We anticipate we would hire a design firm to be able to put the plans together quickly. And then it would also, of course, pay for city staff when we get into the construction phase of that project. For example, our day-to-day engineering inspector, the staff to perform the labor compliance and that type of work on the contract.
So, I'm sorry, to clarify, how many city staff would be needed for this project, these projects?
In terms of how many city staff touch a project like this, we'd wind up throughout the city. I mean, we'll have 15 to 20 staff at some point touch that project, but the ones who'd spend the most time are a project manager, That would be roughly about 400 hours of project management time to shepherd that through the process, get it from the inception all the way out to bid into construction, and then during construction, this grant it would be paying for primarily our engineering inspector, the day-to-day work. And again, typically an inspector, depending upon size of project, may be assigned 4 to 6 different construction projects at any one time.
So I am pleased to hear that this grant will help, subsidize some of our city staff's labor time, but to be frank, the part that I take issue with is just the opportunity cost. I mean, we've had ongoing conversations, Director, and we even had an item today, initially on the agenda, to carry over $20 million in public works funds because we're having issues. That money's been allocated, it's been encumbered, but we can't build a lot of our priorities quick enough. And to me, it feels like even though these are solid projects, I'm going to approve it because I think these districts need it. I mean, it sounds like we're having a heck of a difficult time getting our own priorities and projects pushed through. And then on top of that, we're adding grant projects, which will pay for some of the staff time, but we're still taking our staff away to work on these other things like murals and whatever. But we allocated things in the last budget that have not seen the light of day to date, and that is a concern for me.
Excuse me, council member. Stay tuned. On the February 10th agenda will be a PAR amendment to be adding additional staff so we can try and get caught up on some of these projects. We've had the funding, we haven't had the positions, so we're trying to remedy that with a PAR amendment that's going to be coming forward on February 10th.
I will keep an eye out for that. I will make a motion to approve. Obviously, I would have liked to have seen, some of these projects in my district. We're spending a lot of money on tree plantings already. With our city funds, it would have been nice to have a little bit of a state subsidy there, but recognize the need in both Arias's and Esparza's district, so motion to approve.
I'll second the motion. I do have some clarifying questions, though. Director, I know we talked about this item, and the initial program design included having a component of kids picking up garbage, and I think I've made my concerns very clear that, although encouraging kids to pick up litter and pick up after themselves is great, the kind of garbage that we've seen in our city includes human feces, urine, syringe needles, so I want to make sure that the program doesn't include any component where kids would be picking up litter in our city.
And Council, that's an excellent concern. In the grant application, it would have 2 components. One is a contracted litter control service that could handle those elements. And I have touched bases with my colleague, fellow director Mark Standriff, Beautify Fresno, and he's assured, and I've personally been, Councilmember Harris, you've been to events as well, and he's assured me that safety protocol is discussed at the very beginning of any volunteer event. Do not pick up any attempt to even pick up needles, hazardous materials, feces, and such. And any areas selected for volunteer cleanups would be in areas that, yes, are in need, but would have appropriate safety.
And then can you confirm that this grant would also allow us to contract hazmat and when those circumstances appear and we have to be able to have a different level of sanitation?
And Council, yes, it could address hazmat cleanup. It cannot be used for displacement of any homeless population.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other colleagues wish to comment or ask questions on this item? We have a motion and a second on the table. Any opposition to item 1Y? All right, seeing none, item passes 7-0. Move on to item 1DD, and this was pulled by the sponsors, Council Members Carbasi and Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you. If we can have our planning director come up. So initially, we were going to bring forward an item to help facilitate the construction of more multifamily items in the city of Fresno. In the last year, multifamily has really skyrocketed. In fact, when it comes to commercial purchases of property, the investment in multifamily is greater than any other, is greater than industrial warehouses, It was $335 billion, up 128% in 2021 nationwide. But I'm so pleased that Director Clark, we had a meeting, and you and your team actually have a program you're working on. If you can provide us with a little bit of an update on that program?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Councilmember Carbasi and Maxwell, for bringing this up. So typically when a multifamily project is brought forward, building construction plans are submitted for each building on the site. So per California building code, each building needs to have its own permit. And typically those are not standard plans. Each building is a little bit unique in some way. It was brought to our attention not too long ago that there are some developers who are very much interested in having a standard plan approach, similar to what we do with single-family residential tract subdivisions for multifamily structures. Multifamily structures are considered commercial structures under the California Building Code. And so we did not have a process. Within about 10 days of this being brought to our attention, our building official, Chuck Clark, had outlined a process, met with the administration. They really liked the concept. And as of last Friday, we have a pilot. We're working with a developer to work a building or a process through the system. So essentially the way the process would work, very similar to our standard plan process for single family tract homes. A structure would be submitted for approval as a standard plan for a multifamily building. It might have different facades, stucco or brick or something, but the innards are the same, right? So all of the mechanical, electrical, structural, all of the walls are in the same location. And we would plan check that building. And then when they chose to put it down on a site, whether it's one individual site 10 times or if it's 10 different sites one time, each location would need to be checked for its proximity to other structures, compaction and grading, its connection to utilities. All of those kinds of things would be need to check on the site, but we don't have to recheck that building. And that saves a lot of time not only for the contractor or the builder, but also for our team, right? They don't have to keep plan checking that same building. And there can be some cost savings to that. We anticipate in the next couple of months to be able to have walked through an entire process and to get an understanding of the time on task so that we could bring back additional or new fees for that particular program.
Thank you, Director, and thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Carbasi, who has been a champion for this issue. I think it's something that affects housing throughout our entire city, not just districts 2 and 4. And frankly, I was quite surprised when I learned about the discrepancy between how the single-family homes are treated versus the multifamily homes. I think every single council member up here, housing is either their number 1 or their number 2 issue, especially multifamily housing that is infill development in the case of District 4, some of the projects that we have. And so I was really surprised to find that out. And I'm grateful to be a co-sponsor, Councilmember Carbasi, because I did want to make some adjustments to your language if you're open to it.
Absolutely. You had great points to add.
Director Clark, I heard you say this is going to take a couple months to come up with a process. I think that's reasonable. So if Councilmember Carbasi is willing, I'd like to amend the language on this to say that administration shall come back in 60 days with a plan to address the discrepancy that we're seeing with multifamily housing. And we could judge the plan from there. So is that something
And a
that you're
report on the
acceptable
pilot,
to?
how the pilot's been going in 60 days. That would be helpful.
I think that's a reasonable amount of time. I was fearful that this was going to take much longer. I think a couple months is a reasonable amount of time, and we'll see what the administration has at that point. I'd be welcome to hear any updates between now and then to see how the process is going. I think that the administration should get input from folks who have a vested interest in this. Is that all acceptable to you, council members?
Yes, and also to add, we have talked to the California Apartment Association as well, and they spoke to both of us, and they're supportive of what you're trying to do.
Absolutely. So again, what we're looking at are our standard plans. So that's the same exact building being replicated in multiple places. And it's been a challenge over the years because typically apartment complexes are not the same exact building. they probably have, 3 or 4 different building types on the site, and they may do each one maybe 2 or 3 times. So it's somewhat unusual for a developer. So it's a little different than the single-family plan process that's been in place. Tract homes have been around for 20, 30 years, right? Whereas this concept for multifamily is a little bit newer, and I think it's a really great time for us to get in front of the potential issue of plan checking the same building over and over and over again. But that hasn't been the practice in the past.
I agree with you, Director Clark. This is not apples to apples. It is a little bit
Right.
apples to oranges. But given the priority that it is and the commitment we have from your department, I look forward to hearing what that plan is in 60 days.
Yeah, and I'd really like to commend Chuck and his team for, in a very short time, coming back over the holidays with, hey, here's our plan to move forward. So, thanks.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay,
Carbasi.
with your changes. And then second.
Councilmember Arias punched up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I know you guys have been discussing multifamily, but does that also include the single occupancy? Does that include all types of multifamily?
So, a structure that has more than 3 units would be considered a commercial structure. So anything less, 3 units or fewer is a single-family structure. And so, we just don't have a process in our system for the commercial slash multifamily standard plan. So so if it was a building that had 10 SRO units, it would not work for rehab. So this only works for new construction.
Okay, so not like rehabbing a mall or like rehabbing an existing commercial
This
building?
would not, because it isn't standard, right? Yeah.
I just want to clarify, because as we're working with the mayor on this housing conversation, right, we're trying to identify policies that would help expedite, construction of housing. And I wanted to see if this clearly doesn't apply to all types of multifamily, higher density housing.
It would only apply to new construction. So it could be SROs.
Okay, thank you.
But, yeah.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you so
time.
much.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see any more folks punched up.
Council, there's not an actual written resolution in the packet. Would the council member like to do a verbal of a resolution that can be reduced to writing?
Correct. Would you like me to state it now?
I think that would be good.
Okay. So the motion is Part A for the administration to present a plan to this council within 60 days. And Part B is that the plan will include an expedited process for plan checks for new construction multifamily housing in the city of Fresno, essentially. Well, actually, you made the motion, so you tell me, does that sound good?
What he said.
Okay.
All right, we have consensus among the makers of the motion. Is there any opposition to item 1DD? All right, seeing none, item passes 7-0. Moving on to item 1EE. This item is pulled by Councilmember Arias and sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi.
I'm sorry, which item are we on?
We're on item 1EE.
EE. Okay, yeah, if Brianna, if you wouldn't mind putting up a graphic of Veterans Boulevard in District 2, and I think this was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Just had some questions.
I am actually so grateful. The good thing about being predictable is I went to Club 1 last night and placed a bet you'd pull this item. I just won $50. No, I'm just kidding. For our friends in the media, that is a joke. That is not true. I did not gamble.
It's true, he gambles all the time.
I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I read the resolution, and it
Right.
was pretty short, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain, like, how far geographically does your resolution cover?
Right. So right now, if you look at the graphic up here, I don't know if we can, we can zoom in a little bit. So this pretty much covers what we're doing on Veterans Boulevard, and the funding we have now, thanks in part to the very end. And this is like a 30-year process, but the build grant from the federal government really helped us get fully funded. With the new Build Back Better Act by President Biden, there are a lot of first-time funding mechanisms we've never had before. One of them is called Reconnecting Communities. It's specifically designed for communities that are disadvantaged, that have been basically bisected by a freeway. In fact, the language is to reconnect communities divided by transportation infrastructure, particularly historically disadvantaged communities too often nearly destroyed or cut in half by a highway. And I want to make sure we actually go after that funding, and this is to go all the way. Because we pretty much have this nice chunk in Northwest, but I want to make sure we extend this all the way for the rest into West Fresno. So that's what I'm looking at doing right now.
My only concern, council member, right now is that, as you indicated, the history has been that freeways divide neighborhoods and communities. And veterans, if you bring it all the way down to 180, the new construction would do that. And I don't want to start answering, you saw some of my constituents here today about gentrification, displacement, construction of new freeway would require eminent domaining some properties, would require some relocation of folks. So I just wanted to give it some more thought. Maybe it's just a conversation amongst us, or to get an update from staff on how is that full built out foreseen. I have not spent any time on what veterans looks like in my district at all. So I don't know, has the street been designated already? Have we bought right of way so far? How far are we in the design? Those kind of questions.
Yeah.
So
Actually, these are all, Scott, if you can come up, these are all really good questions, and you absolutely, as a council member, should be able to have that. With gentrification, the thing I'm thinking is, I think a lot of the folks, everyone has to come to certain areas for single-family housing. We've had more single-family housing in Central Fresno, Southeast Fresno. I know that you want that in Southwest Fresno, but unfortunately, infrastructure is an issue. Now, this is not a freeway. I want to make it very clear. This is a boulevard. So it's a street, but it's, in the case of Northwest, how many lanes each way along the overpass?
Afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So Veterans Boulevard, it is a 6-lane super arterial, is a classification, and that's the same as like in Northeast, Willow Avenue, Temperance Avenue to the east, or Jensen in the southern part of our city. What that means is that it has limited access. It's not like Herndon or Friant that has no access except the traffic signals, but limited, meaning typically like right in, right out. It's not a Blackstone Avenue that has a drive approach every 100 or 200 feet. So it's designed more for mobility. And so design-wise, what's on the screen shows the limit of our overall federal grant, state grant project, which is from Herndon down to Shaw Avenue, builds the interchange, all the connections, traffic signals. And then the next piece from Shaw down to Gettysburg, just Gettysburg alignment. So it'll tie back into Grantland Avenue, right where the Central Unified Stadium is, Collegian, at that location. At that point, Veterans just transitions into Grantland Avenue. So that piece, we do not have any grant funding for that. However, it is fully included in the city's development impact fee for major streets, and the Park West development does have a requirement to build 1 lane each way for veterans between those locations.
Director, right now, Grantland, if I remember, it's a rural road, right? So it's 1 lane each way?
Yes, it is.
With no curbs, gutters, just rural ag?
That is correct, and it's planned as a 4-lane divided arterial.
4 lane each way or 2 lanes each way?
Two lanes each way. So traffic-wise, once we get down to about Shields Avenue, it then can drop down to 2 lanes each way.
What's the estimated cost of that full built out?
The staff, we would have to get back on that total amount.
You don't have a ballpark? Is it $10 million?
I do not have that off the top of my head, but it's similar to other 4-lane roadways in the west area. We have lots that are not yet built.
But do we know a price?
Similar to Ashland Avenue, Shields, Clinton, McKinley.
All of which haven't been done yet.
That is correct. They are on the plan.
Yeah.
They're in the developer fee programs, but it's a challenge of we need development to occur to generate dollars, to have conditions placed upon them to build it.
So in this case, how much has veterans already, how much is the current build out that's on the screen, how much has that costed us already? From all funds? That's
a grand total of $140 million. Freeway interchange, bridge over the railroad, and connection all the way up to Shaw and to Herndon.
Do you anticipate that the Shaw to 180 would be less than 140 or higher?
Well, thankfully, it would not have any major bridges in that area. There are some minor canal crossings, but nothing really, no railroad bridges or anything like that. And it's 4-lane versus a 6-lane section. So I would expect it would be less.
Okay. And have you read yet the eligibility criteria of all the federal funding? What I'm trying, is there like matching funds required, or is it just, free money available to us to draw down?
There are some dollars fall into the existing programs the city's normally works with, but there are other new grants that the federal administration has not yet released guidelines for. They generally have a local match, and they often require shovel-ready projects.
Is this project considered shovel-ready from Shaw to 180?
They typically define shovel-ready as environmental approval and plans complete. So the answer for that portion right now, as of this moment, would be no.
How long do you anticipate before we have environmental shovel-ready status?
That would typically take 1 year from budgeting the project and getting it started.
So is it fair to say that you don't have money yet to start that environmental work?
Council, that is correct.
Do you know how much that would cost now?
We would, as a department, we would have to put some numbers together for that.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the sequence, right? So we would have to commit local money towards the design, EIR, environmental work, before we're ready to apply for some of these dollars that would potentially still have matching requirements.
Yeah, if those grant programs are similar to what we've seen in the past for things like build, infra, they would typically require that, but we do not yet know. There are others like the state's program for Clean California, where there was no requirement to have anything environmentally cleared or plans done yet. It's, the state would fund the actual engineering work.
Do you have a ballpark of how much environmental work would cost us? Like, how much money if this council was to say, we want to prioritize veterans from Shaw to 180, how much money do you need, Scott, to start the environmental work? And the planning, how much would that be?
We would really need to work with our planning team and look at what we call an initial study to see what kind of environmental issues are in that corridor. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any significant ones. We'd need to take a look. I'd also want to add that the segment from Belmont to 180 is outside the city sphere, so that's purely in the county, and then quite a bit of that, well, actually everything south of Shields is currently in the county's jurisdiction and not the city. So that's another component of how to work with the county and partner on that.
So if we wanted to allocate $1 million today for you to start the environmental work, would that be sufficient to start that work, or is it more
Yes.
the $50,000 range?
It would definitely be under $1 million as far as environmental.
Okay. Thank you. So, Councilmember, is your intention to start to get the ball rolling with, the environmental work, or
Well,
to start kind of the application process for federal funding?
The latter. So just to clarify, the reason why I wasn't able to talk to you about this beforehand, because of the Brown Act, that was two council members. I want to make sure with this unprecedented funding, and there are different rules. In fact, bidding is going to be different for a lot of these federal programs, and these are more focused on regional and local infrastructure. So I want to make sure that, because this particular application process is in the second quarter of 22 for this Reconnecting Communities grant, we don't know if we're going to get it, but we want to make sure that we at least read what it is, find the criteria, and apply for it. We may not get it, but if we do, that'll be a huge plus. It's just to make sure we're actually a part of the process. Hopefully, we don't have to spend that $1 million. It may be allowed in the plan that the definition is a little bit different, but we'll have to find out.
Absolutely. And Council, I'd add, the city does have federal lobbying assistance, and they're doing an excellent job of providing advance notice to the city team just of things that are upcoming and summarizing what's in that legislation. So we are fully tracking with those opportunities.
And to add to your point, you're right. A lot of the east-west connectors, we should include that in here. We should make sure we're applying for funding to upgrade Ashland and Shields. I think that you want to add that. Let's add that in there, if you feel comfortable with that.
Council President, thank you. Appreciate you guys letting me speak. So this item, even though I understand that it starts in District 2, and, you know, it's unfortunate that you chose to talk to two other people when the two people that are impacted by the district are Councilmember Arias and I.
Right.
So, you know, so we'll have to have the discussion out here.
We can
So
do that now. The reason I had to go with the council president is because he's the president, and then Councilmember Bredefeld and I were on a program talking about Veterans Boulevard, and those are my two. I couldn't break that. It's the Brown Act.
No, I
Sorry.
understand the Brown
Yeah.
Act issue, and I'm just saying in terms of, you know, trying to work together because it does impact both of our districts. And so I've been supportive, obviously, of the investments that have been made towards Veterans Boulevard. The only thing that I would say, I think, to some of the questions that were posed, because I think that's critical in terms of timeline and then how we prioritized it. I'm glad that there was acknowledgement, you know, there's a lot of need with the Ashland, the big arterials, right, from west to east to come to the city. I'd like to see those to be high priority and then, you know, complementary then the Veterans Boulevard, because these communities have been waiting way too long. Yes, I support the new development that is happening west of the 99. I've been very supportive of all the new housing units, but I do think that it's important that we send a message to the communities that have been there for 30, you know, plus years, that we're going to fix those big arterials, and, you know, complementary, you know, or secondary would be Veterans Boulevard. So I do think that we should be going after all the federal dollars that are out there, but I do think that if we're going to put money aside to start getting it shovel ready, which I know that that's always a critical component of any type of project, that we also do the same with Ashland, Shields, all those, you know, streets that I've been kind of on Public Works, you know, telling you guys since I got here. So where are those other ones like Ashland and Shields and Shaw in terms of kind of looking at the investments to really connect and fix them so that folks from the west are connected to the east?
And Council, those are all active projects in the adopted budget. Just walking through kind of north to south, Council approved a design phase work on Shaw Avenue to improve that to 4 lanes. Also, Polk Avenue is a significant one that's just about to enter right-of-way acquisition, very significant. On the west side, that's about a $5 million project total from Shaw down to Gettysburg.
How long has that taken us?
That's taken us, we are coming up on 2 years working with Caltrans on the NEPA environmental approval.
And that's just the NEPA, but when you and I first talked about it, can you say it's
that
about
was-
7 years ago?
It's been about, yes, about 7
7
years
years
ago.
ago, okay.
From just initial planning
Yeah.
and trying to get that moving. Thankfully, we were able to capture pretty sizable grant for construction. That's Polk. We have Gettysburg, Inspiration Park, widening, sidewalk, traffic signal. We have Ashland under design, just about to start right-of-way for a piece from Polk to Cornelia. Then we have Clinton. We're trying to get a design firm on board. That's a 4-lane section from Marks Avenue over to Brawley. And then, of course, we have McKinley. We have a project near Jane Addams on the Marks to Hughes section. And same thing, we're in that environmental NEPA phase with Caltrans.
But
trying
it's
to
only
seek
certain
approval.
segments, right? Because part of it is county, is that correct? So some of the segments that are county we're not addressing?
Both. The county issue maybe is a small one.
Okay.
It's really more financial as far as that goes.
Yeah.
Just, you know, the dollars are the great limiting factor in the area. Oh, and I did neglect to mention we're now starting design work on Ashland from, that would be from Polk Avenue over to Bryan to fill in the gaps.
So do you think the remainder of dollars that are needed, because I know that it's been a funding issue, right? And I think similarly for Veterans Boulevard, it's a funding issue, right? It's been kind of piecemealed. Would this grant that Councilmember Carbasi is bringing up, would that also maybe potentially allow these other arterial streets to be included as part of the grant, or?
Potentially, yes. We'll again be monitoring those notices of funding opportunity and seeing what's allowed and what's the emphasis. There may be some grants that come in that actually do not allow any road widening. They may be from a standpoint of greenhouse gas reduction. Perhaps the grants will be looking at active transportation. So we just have to make sure that we've got the right project for the right grant and can capture those funds.
Okay. And on the Veterans Boulevard, because I know that right now the plan is just to come to Shaw Avenue, right? Up from the north part down to Shaw. Because we don't have any other funding, are we predicting that that's going to become even more of an issue? You know, right now Shaw and 99 is crazy in the mornings. I don't know if any of you guys have ever gone there at 7:30, 8 in the morning, 9. It's crazy. So are we anticipating, are we trying to figure out how we make sure that once the entire Veterans Boulevard, at least that segment gets built out, that the bottleneck issue is mitigated?
Yes. So a few efforts on that front. Staff's been undertaking. One is we did partner with the county, help them obtain a grant to install a traffic signal at Grantland and Shaw, which is just west of Veterans and Shaw. That's been operating. We just need to get the home builder there to finish the roads and get things opened up for us.
Yes,
Shaw
please.
And Grantland.
I hope they do that.
Yes. So that's underway. Also, as mentioned, there is a Granville development the council's approved called Park West, and that does have conditions of approval to build veterans, 1 lane each way from Shaw Avenue down to that Grantland tie-in, Central Unified. And then also we have just received the final report on a Shaw 99 feasibility study that thankfully council approved as part of the mayor's budget to do working with Caltrans on some footprints, future planning, and cost estimates for Shaw 99.
Okay. So if we approve this today, what happens? I guess I'm trying to get maybe what is the administration going to do if this is approved today?
So, did you want me to answer that?
If you want to, of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
so obviously, I just have what's in front of me, but I've heard the discussion, and we will be engaged, as Scott has said, with our federal lobbying team and wait for the regulations to be coming out with these additional pots of money and see whatever, I think we do a pretty good job of going after as many dollars as possible and leveraging those dollars. So as with any other funding source, if this is a priority for federal dollars that the council, want us to pursue, we will certainly make sure we do that. I know there's a lot of projects out there that need to get done, and it all comes down to priorities. But I think, let's let the regulations come out. Let us see what projects we have that qualify for those dollars, and let's figure out what project we want to submit for those dollars.
So do we need this, or? I'm just trying to figure out, city manager.
Yeah, so the purpose of, it's a pretty simple motion. It's to make sure that the direction is from the council, so that Scott knows has a direction to work with our lobbyists, just to make sure they look at this whole list. And you made a good point, Councilmember. There are lots of there's the mega grant, for example. There's lots of great unique grants that because it takes 7 years, we'll be gone. But to make sure we actually apply for this money. So the council's saying, administration, apply, and I think we're gonna also say, apply for the east-west things as well. Councilmember Maris,
Well, that's what I would like to make sure that it's clear, so that it doesn't trump neighborhood streets too. Because I know that this council also made a huge commitment, correct, when we got new funding, like the gas tax and all the other sources of dollars that have come in. We've talked about really prioritizing neighborhood streets. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that it won't trump that, but that we do, when we're looking at federal funding, that we have this as a consideration along with those arterials that are so critical to connecting west and east.
If I may, Councilwoman, just offer a friendly amendment to the council member's item that in addition to, of course, we all love to draw down federal money, so directing staff to prioritize seeking all this federal funding to include veterans and all the streets that feed into veterans in the 99. To be specific, Shaw, Gettysburg, Ashland, Shields, Clinton, McKinley, Belmont, everything down. And, you know, and see how much is shaken down from the money tree at the federal level, but we definitely want to make sure that you guys go after it. And then, of course, when it comes back, you'll tell us whether it has matching requirements, whether it has limitations on adding lanes. Maybe we have patchwork of development impact fees that help towards it. So if you're up for a friendly amendment, I'll be happy to be supportive.
Great. No, absolutely. So I'll make a motion to approve. Second. Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
And then we accept the friendly amendment.
With the friendly amendment included.
Yep.
Councilmember Chavez. Oh, okay. Councilmember Maxwell, Council Vice President Maxwell. Let's vote, okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Any opposition to, well, Mike, do you want a roll call on this one?
No, it's okay.
All right. Any opposition? Seeing none, it's a 7-0 vote.
Thank you.
All right, we have one item left on contested consent. It's going to be item 1FF, pulled by Council Members Bredefeld and Carbasi and sponsored by Council Member Arias.
So this is related to providing a lease for I guess, a coffee business in the water tower. Question is, why not RFP? Why didn't we do a request for proposal? Why just one vendor?
Well, let me ask the sponsor. Sponsor, do you want to answer questions from the colleagues, or do you want to do a presentation first and then get in discussion?
Whatever you prefer.
Yeah, let's just present really quickly.
Okay.
Yes, the PowerPoint. So just background, early last year, we identified a lot of vandalism at the water tower. As you know, just for history's value, the water tower was a visitor center for a couple of years. When the pandemic hit, and part of the pandemic, it shut down as a visitor center. So in the past, during that shutdown, we had quite a bit of vandalism take place in the water tower. As you can see from this presentation, you know, folks broke into the water tower through the door, through the side gates. The EV charging stations were damaged. The copper was taken. When a historical building or any building remains vacant, you know, that's what happens. Credit to our folks at the facts department that this facility is under. They did a really good job of trying to fix things as quickly as possible, maintain it as best as possible. So early last year, we noted that we wanted to pursue a retail use of the historic building, because in my experience, the best way to protect historical assets is to repurpose them and use them actively. A retail coffee shop was an option. We made it public, I believe, officially May of last year. Since then, we've been working towards what improvements the city needs to take, since this is a city-owned building. In June, the City Council approved investing $1 million in renovations of the water tower. That includes the exterior paint job and fixing some of the damaged wood and ironwork on the exterior of the tower, painting the tower, some cement work to make it ADA compliant, some of the rewiring to fix the damage that was occurred, and a couple of other items. So the budget included $1 million for that work. Staff has been going through the list of items, getting bids and getting towards the work. At the same time, we have not received any other interest from any potential retailer except for Albie Sanchez, who had Frida Cafe downtown. So we've been working with him on potential improvements and what that would look like. If you can go to the next slide. This is what we've come up with. It would be converted to a coffee shop inside. The water tower is unique in the sense that it has very limited space, council colleagues, officially 741 square feet inside. When you include the requirements by the health department for hot water, cold water, sinks, you're essentially looking at half of that space being available. Next slide for the actual, operation of a coffee shop. The added benefit, of course, in that water tower footprint is that the city built public restrooms years ago, but the public restrooms have been shut down since we don't have an operator to monitor and make sure that they're maintained and people are not damaging the restrooms. So the proposal before us would allow us to, we'll go one more slide. The city also recently did upgrades to the outside lighting features. They went from your typical white brights white lights. I forgot what kind of light bulbs they use, to the LEDs that allow you to change colors. So the thinking here is that we enter into a lease agreement with Frida Cafe to operate an indoor coffee shop that makes the best use of a very small physical space. It's centrally located. It would take advantage of all the customers that come to the federal and state courthouse nearby, the police department nearby, but more importantly, in my view, it allows us to finally have public restrooms in downtown that would be open to the public, whether they're a customer of that commercial space or not. And it would also give us a tenant to make sure that the water tower is maintained. Some of the most damaging effects that we've had to the water tower colleagues is human feces and urine that's been on a daily basis taking place outside of the exterior of the water tower. That's begun to eat up to the paint and to the cement, and it's, of course, not attractive for anybody who walks by. So that's our proposal today. We went through the process of figuring out all the improvements that had to be made for ADA requirements, for historic preservation requirements of the tower. And during that process, we didn't get any unsolicited proposals from anyone that was interested in taking 741 square feet of interior space and making it something.
Okay, I appreciate the presentation. So again, I'll come back. You had an unsolicited bid from this gentleman, but did we solicit any bids at all? Did we let the community know that we're looking at doing a coffee shop in the water tower? Is there somebody who wants to be involved in that?
We did not do a formal request for proposals. We did make it very public last year that we were considering a coffee shop, and we did not receive any other interest from anyone, but there was no formal request for proposal.
Okay, and city manager, I mean, what's the process for that? I understand what the Councilman Arias is saying. There was some public, people were aware, I guess, but there's not a formal sending out and getting requests for proposals.
We weren't requested to do it. We didn't, I don't think we realized at the time that there would be interest in it. I just, obviously, the council member was approached, and we had someone who was very, very interested in it, and I think we never had a request or anybody else show interest, so we just proceeded along the lines as the council member was working with the prospective tenant.
So is there a requirement? I mean, when is it required to do an RFP versus this situation?
I'm not a real lawyer. I just play one on TV.
You're married to one.
Honorary lawyer. The municipal code requires going out to RFP if it's over 20,000 square feet of leased space. So 700 square feet, it would not be required.
Okay, so this kind of situation, it could be as it is. What about, is there an evaluation of the background of the person who's requested to do this? Are they, I mean, what's their history? Do they have failed businesses? Is there a criminal background? I mean, we're just accepting somebody who's requested to do this.
That is not required one way or the other for a lease.
Okay, and there's nothing in the staff report about this person. I don't know the person. I don't know the history. I don't know the business background, and that's not required again.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's my hesitation about this. There's none of this information. We're not required to do an RFP, but I think it would have been wise to do an RFP. We don't know who would have requested or made a proposal who has an extensive background. I understand the desire to have somebody there as opposed to it sitting empty, and I don't have any problem with that, but I just hesitate that we haven't done what a normal procedure would be, and we have RFPs because we want to see their background and who's interested, and then we do an analysis and make the best decision. That hasn't been a part of this. It may not have been required, but it's probably something we ought to have done. And again, secondly, I don't see any information about the gentleman's background. It may be perfectly fine, but I would have liked to have seen that as well. So those are the concerns, but I appreciate what you're attempting to do.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, thank you, Council President, and to great questions by my colleagues. But I just want to offer some context. And first of all, I want to apologize to Mr. Sanchez for the long wait that we've had. He had a very successful business over at Los Panchos Frida Cafe, and Councilmember Berfel, maybe we should have taken a trip to go have some Frida Cafe. He would have been very familiar with his coffee. But I know it's taken very long. I think one of the reasons why there wasn't a lot of interest, and this happened, I think, about a week and a half ago. We were walking back from the MLK event back to City Hall, Councilmember Arias, Council President, and myself, and we stopped there. And the conditions of the building were just horrible. I mean, there was human waste. The transient folks had broken in and using it to sleep on the roof. And so I don't think there was a lot of interest to do that. And obviously we have a willing tenant that did have a successful business that could be a great amenity on there. I think we should definitely capitalize on that. But if you recall, Councilmember Bitterfeld, years ago, that tower was known for having, how can I phrase it diplomatically, folks that had questionable crimes that were congregating around, charging their phone. And so it's kind of been a hot spot for these types of situations. And I think the opportunity to have a tenant there would be great, not just for the city, but for the neighborhood as a whole. So I don't know if that helps kind of give some context to the situation and how it came about. And I mean, as somebody who has done business, I don't know if I would have walked by there, would have wanted to, but I know that his business model keeps everything clean, and that he's shown that over at his older establishment. So I think it'd be a great amenity to downtown Fresno.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very exciting use. And I did what you did before, and I had a restaurant. It is the toughest experience there is, but it's very rewarding. As a landlord, I have a couple of questions. And this is an issue that will come up if you're trying to get a permit from the health department. There was a hot water issue before. Will there be hot water at this facility?
Correct.
Okay.
That's one of the details of this proposal and this partnership is that there's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done by the city, including some separation of utilities, some upgrades to the electrical to be able to allow for hot water. Those, of course, take some time, and then, of course, some exterior painting that you'll have scaffolding. So the agreement allows for that communication and coordination, and for those things to be worked on. I do believe before we take a vote that our city manager has a technical fix to the lease agreement that we just saw.
Did you want to go ahead and do that before I call?
Yes. So on page 3 of 4 of the lease, under section 6 utilities, it should read, the city shall remain the owner for electricity, natural gas, water, and sewer utilities bills associated with the water tower until such time as a separate electricity meter has been established. At that time, electricity bills shall become the sole responsibility of the lessee.
And with
then
that technical
continues.
change, I will make a motion to approve with that technical change.
I'll second
I have
that
two more
motion.
questions.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and we have this city manager. We have
Two more
Councilmember
questions.
Carbasi.
Yeah, it's okay. All right. The other issue is, so the price is $1 a square foot, which is very reasonable. It is a small space. Now, in my experience, when you try to get a smaller space, unfortunately, it is a bit more than bigger spaces because they're more sought after. How was the price based? Was it based on market rate, or how did that happen?
So, good question. We looked at all the current leases that the city of Fresno has for commercial spaces, and I'll just give you a rundown. This is $1 a square feet at 741. We, of course, get the public restrooms operated solely by the business owner and maintained, so that square footage is not, it's also a benefit.
Yeah.
The Amtrak agreement, we charge Amtrak $1 a year. Greyhound, we charge them 85 cents per square foot. Cockies, I believe, is $500 a month. The bail bondsman, I believe, is $600 a month for the retail space. So
I know he can afford more, that's for sure.
So we did look at all our comparables, and we felt that $1 a square foot, I know the going rate is about 1.7 in downtown, but we are getting public restrooms that will not be operated or maintained by the city instead of by the business.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're saying the city's going to maintain the bathrooms?
No, the vendor will.
Oh, that's good. No, that's a big plus. The last question is, so the rent total is $9,252 a year, given the size per square foot. are they gonna pay a common area maintenance fee? Like, because the patio is not included in the square footage, they'll use the patio, so who's in charge of the maintenance around the patio? If something happens, because one incident can easily cost the city more, who's responsible for that area?
So I believe the city still maintains management of the off-site improvements because we still have to maintain that historical place. So landscaping, the little grass that there is would be done by the city. I think currently it's the Facts Department that does the landscaping of that area. The cement work is being redone, some of it to meet the ADA compliance. But of course, and they will of course be required to have the same insurance as any other vendor would be having with the city.
So I'm going to support it. I just, on a policy level, thank you for coming here and thank you for doing this. It's tough. But in the future, if we have these items, I'm more comfortable with an RFQ process. I'm more comfortable, or RFP process, excuse me, with when it comes to retail space. Yes, there's Amtrak, but we need to have apples for apples comparisons and probably look at charging for the common area maintenance like any other private sector person would do in the future. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, and so this will be open from when to when?
The business hours, I believe, are listed on there. I want to say 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. I forget the exact time.
Monday, what is it?
8 to 9.
Monday through Friday?
Monday through Sunday.
Okay.
Yep. And it would also require, of course, that the restaurants be open during business hours.
Okay. And then the city will be responsible for the outside perimeter. What provision is there if the city is not satisfied with the operation to end the contract? This is a 3-year lease, right?
It's a total of almost 5 years with extensions total, and there's a termination clause, I believe, 30 days.
Okay, so, but tell me what that clause is, that I mean, what causes are there for the city to terminate if they're dissatisfied with the operation at the water tower? And I don't know if it's city attorney?
Yep. Section 17 of the contract allows the city to terminate the contract if the lessee fails to maintain the property to the city's standards.
Okay, what maintaining, meaning the area that they're operating is sanitary, it's taken care of, as well as it's operating the hours that they say they're going to operate.
Correct.
So if by chance, for whatever reason, they decide to change their hours without getting permission from the city, that would be cause to end the contract.
Yes, there's a provision in here that specifically states that if they want to change their hours, they actually have to get permission from the city manager's office.
Okay. All right. With that in mind and with what's been outlined, I will support this today, too. I would, though, suggest that as a standard, we always do the request for proposal because we don't know what we don't know in terms of who might have come forward and who might have a very different operation that the council might have been interested in. So this is not a slight on this gentleman. It's just that's good practice. That's why we have RFPs in the first place. But I will support this moving forward.
And Councilmember, just one last point. In my lesson learned of 8 months working with city staff on this, what I've learned is we don't have a central location for all facility management and oversight. So there isn't a uniform process for how we lease. The airport does the airport facilities, Fax does their facilities, somebody else does their others. So I've spoken to the city manager that going forward, I think they got to figure out how they centralize all that to provide what you're expecting, which is that consistency standard across the system.
Okay, thank you.
I want to add one more thing. Now, this is the most important thing today we're going to talk about. So the council president has a special budget, an 8th budget he's responsible for, and he uses that to buy us food. I want to make sure you're going to go to his business and get his coffee. This is important. He's on the record now. You got to hold him accountable to that.
I get the council all the best food across the city. So happy to support a business indeed.
You did a good job this morning. It was delicious. Thank you.
That's because it went to
Did you want to come up, sir? Welcome. Yeah, I think he wanted to come up, Nelson.
Mr. Sanchez, please feel free to address us.
Thank you, everyone. So one of the things that, and all your questions have been great, and I'm glad to be here with you all and just watch all this happen. It's a dream come true. But one thing that I think no one is really taking into consideration is everyone in our community gets really, really, really emotional and upset about these buildings that are being taken away from us. And this is a very controversial topic. specifically with churches and so on. We're trying to protect these buildings, right? But no one's talking about the buildings that are just sitting there. They're just sitting there. And now I'm willing to put my time and effort, because we all know that I could go open somewhere else and be a whole lot easier, but I do this because I care. I care about this building. No one has ever showed interest in this building before, other than people who sleep there at night, unfortunately. It's sad, but it's true. I'm making a wholehearted effort to care for our history, our buildings. I included my business model to care for this building. That is so important to me. We can't overlook that. You finally have someone coming to you and saying, I'm going to save our history with my business. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
I love that.
Well, I like
Thank you.
that and
That's awesome.
appreciate those comments.
Okay, all right. I don't see anyone else punched up right now. I think there's been enough dramatics around the water tower, so we'll spare the roll call vote. Is there any opposition to approving item 1FF?
With the technical correction.
With the technical correction. Seeing no opposition, the item passes 7-0. Congratulations. And that concludes contested consent. Congratulations to council at 2:34 p.m. Love it, love it. All right, moving on to the timed items here. And just for the benefit of the public, we're going to go through these timed items, the ones that remain on the agenda, a few workshops as well. We do have a closed session, and we will be hearing the special meeting items probably later in the day, roughly around 5 o'clock. So we'll keep you updated as we proceed through the agenda. So for 10 a.m. number 1, scheduled communication, appearance by Mary Padilla. Is Ms. Padilla with us either online or here in the chamber?
Council President, she does not appear to be on Zoom either.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to 10 a.m. number 2, actions pertaining to the mobile home park program of the Building and Safety Services Division.
Good afternoon, Council. Summer Rooks, Project Manager with the Planning and Development Department, here to present the 10 a.m. item number 2. To ensure that the Planning and Development Department provides excellent service to a newly acquired customer base without impacting current services, staff are recommending approval of this item today. Pursuant to that approval and pursuant to Title VII, Division 1, Chapter 5 of the California Government Code regarding fees for development projects, staff requests council hold a hearing to consider adoption of the 563rd Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. And this would approve the addition of fees related to the construction, installation, land use, and zoning of mobile home parks. And I have a brief summary of the item for council. So subsequent to the adoption of the Mobile Home Parks Act by Council this last June, staff have implemented the assumption of responsibility for the oversight of these 27 mobile home parks. And a part of that is consideration of the fees associated with the installation and construction of them. So the fees considered for today are broken into 2 sections. The first section is regarding our building fees for permitting and installation of mobile home parks and the structures within them. This section of fees is actually dictated by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and so those are adopted by administrative rule. So we are just asking council to codify those into our master fee schedule. And then the second section of fees are related to entitlements, land use, and zoning, and consistent with other practices of cost recovery in the department. Staff conducted average time on task studies to obtain the average time it takes to perform these activities, and subsequently multiplied those hours by the fully burdened hourly rate of current planning, which is approximately $194. So that's a brief summary of the item, and I am available for any questions.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Rutherford, a second by Councilmember Carbasi. We're going to go ahead and go out to public comment, open the hearing. as well as public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak with respect to the 10 a.m. item number 2? Okay, seeing no one in the chamber, seeing no one on Zoom, go ahead and close the hearing and close public comments. We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to 10 a.m. item number 2? All right, seeing none, item passes 6-0 with 1 absent. Going on to the 10:05 a.m. item, hearing to obtain public comments regarding community needs for consideration in the development of the 2022 to 2023 Annual Action Plan and Home American Rescue Plan Program, Home ARP Allocation Plan for federal funding through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Office of Community Planning and Development.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. This afternoon, you will be hearing from the public needs, in addition to needs that have already been identified in a series of community meetings that we've had over the last few weeks. I would like to introduce Brandon Sisk, our Senior Management Analyst, to give you a summary of what we've been doing to collect needs so that we can start building next year's annual action plan.
Council members, Council President, members of the public, thank you so much for having me here. I'm here to talk about the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan and the 2021-2022 Home ARP Allocation Plan. I wanted to give you all a mouthful, Council President, to present that. Ms. Parra, we do have a slideshow that was part of the Granicus, if you don't mind. It was uploaded into Granicus. Do you happen to have a copy? Yes. Separately? No. Okay. All right, so today we'll begin our presentation in introducing the plan and programs, which we'll be discussing today, including the city's 5-year plan priorities and goals. And we'll discuss activities which were funded in prior years and current activities which are being funded to give you an idea about how funds are being spent and can be spent. We'll also discuss some new funding from the American Rescue Act of 2021 and get your feedback about how to best spend those dollars. So HUD CPD is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Community Planning and Development Office. The Office of Community Planning and Development seeks to develop viable communities by promoting integrated approaches that provide decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities for low and moderate income people. The primary means toward this end is the development of partnerships among all levels of government, with the private sector, including for-profit and nonprofit organizations. And in the next slides, we will talk about how the city partners with HUD CPD to help meet these goals. So the planning process begins with the consolidated 5-year plan. It's a plan that HUD requires the city to prepare, outlining the key goals and some general ideas about how the city will allocate its funds over the course of those 5 years. The city completed its most recent 5-year plan in 2020, and each year the city applies for annual funding through HUD through an annual action plan, which describes how the next year's funds will be used to meet the public needs and priorities established in the 5-year consolidated plan. The activities which are approved for funding in the annual action plan are then completed through the agreements with community-based organizations and units of local government. So either the city provides the services or projects, or will partner with an organization, another unit of government, or a developer to complete these projects or services. So the first priority that we have is to provide assistance for the homeless and those at risk of becoming homeless through safe, low-barrier shelter. The city's 5-year goal includes housing first collaborations, associated supportive services. We have a goal to provide rental assistance or rapid rehousing for 900 homeless people, and to provide overnight shelter and shelter outreach services for at least 2,500 people. Now, we will do our best to implement projects that will help us exceed those goals, but those are part of our 5-year plan. Our next priority is to improve access to affordable housing for low-income and special needs households by partnering with interested developers to increase development of low-income and affordable housing opportunity in high-opportunity areas, and by promoting the preservation and rehabilitation of existing affordable housing units. The next priority is to improve access to affordable housing for low-income and special needs households by partnering with interested developers to increase development of low-income and affordable housing in high-opportunity areas. We have a goal to add at least 130 affordable housing rental units and at least 50 new homes for low and moderate income people, and to rehabilitate at least 220 homes for low and moderate income people. The next priority is to provide services to low income and special needs households that develop human capital and improve the quality of life. These are services that help youth, seniors. They are also their health services, employment training services, child care, drug abuse programs, education, energy conservation, and recreation. So it's a very broad array of programs that we can implement. Also, as part of this priority, the city has made it a goal to provide technical assistance to low and moderate income entrepreneurs and who are looking to either start or expand their business within the city of Fresno. And we have a goal to assist at least 200 entrepreneurs. Our final two goals are to plan and administer funding for community development, housing, and homelessness activities with improved transparency, increased community involvement, and full compliance with federal regulations. Now, and then also to provide services to residents and housing providers for to advance fair housing. And we'll talk a little bit about how the city's doing that in some of the next slides. Now, we entered the 2020-2021 program year with 3 goals for the prevention of homelessness, and they were providing public service activities, overnight shelter, and tenant-based rental assistance / rapid rehousing. And in spite of the year being an especially challenging one, we found that we were able to exceed our goals and assist 177 more people than we anticipated with overnight shelter through our partnerships with the Fresno Housing Authority, Marjorie Mason Center, the Poverello House, and West Care California Incorporated. We also set some goals to assist low income and special needs households through community service activities. And in total, 837 people benefited through activities that were limited due to the coronavirus. I do want to say that the Parks Department made some special accommodations during the initial stages of the pandemic and set up some wonderful virtual recreation programs. They created tours, physical fitness activities, Tai Chi and Pilates courses, and also activities for our youth throughout the community. Our nonprofit subrecipients also got really creative. The Boys and Girls Club of Fresno County used CDBG funds to provide education, job training, and recreation for people 6 to 18 years old through its East and West Fresno community centers. Stone Soup conducted 15 outreach events to bring people who are most vulnerable in our community a little closer to the services that they need. And the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation, through its Womanpreneurs and Latinapreneurs programs, We're able to provide services like an 8-week marketing training for low and moderate income entrepreneurs who worked on their strategic marketing pitch and their strategic marketing plan and their business pitch. We have some development that's currently underway, which we're very excited about. We have Habitat for Humanity's Barcus and Rialto single-family housing project, which will bring forward 2 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom houses with garage and on and off-site improvements. And then it'll also provide home buyer mortgage assistance for households that are at 60% to 80% of the area median income. We have a 180 multifamily senior housing unit, senior housing units and on and off-site improvements that's currently underway through FCTC's LP Fancher Creek that we are currently working on. Self-Help Enterprises Annandale Phase 2 single-family project is currently underway as well, with new construction of 22 single-family households, single-family units, and on and off-site improvements. Fresno Housing Authority has its Monarch at Chinatown project consisting of 57 multifamily housing units. But I want to move forward and say that in the Parks Department, we were able to get a new play structure at Fink White Park. Holmes Park received new funding through for Americans with Disabilities Act remediation. We also completed 3 roadway reconstruction projects using CDBG funds, which ultimately benefited over 60,915 Fresno County or City of Fresno families, which exceeded our 5-year goal of helping 50,000 families. Currently, we're working on 26 new affordable housing units. We are still working on developing those partnerships with developers. We have housing rehabilitation programs that are continuing to receive funding, and our annual funding for homeless and homelessness prevention went to the Pavarello House for its homeless outreach progressive engagement program and rapid rehousing programs. So we're very excited about some of those partnerships. It gives you an idea of some of the things that we can use these funds to help out with. Now, I do want to take a moment to talk about the home ARP project, which is through the American Rescue Plan Act. So in March of 2021, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 into law. That made about $12 million in funding available to the city of Fresno to help eliminate homelessness. And as part of that, as part of the requirements of that act, we are required to develop a plan. Thankfully, it closely mirrors our development of the annual action plan. So we are in consultation with stakeholder groups, units of government, and the general public, which is why we're here today. So I want to talk a little bit about who's eligible for that, for the home ARP dollars, because it is a little bit more focused than the broader conversation that we had about eligibility earlier. So it's people who are experiencing homelessness, people who are at risk of homelessness, people who are fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, and then other populations like people who require services or housing assistance to prevent homelessness, people who are at greatest risk of homelessness because they have housing instability as defined by HUD.
Can I interject just real quick? Are we still on the same slide, or is this? I'm just wondering if
we are in the same presentation. It is a mashup of 2 programs. However, since the planning requirements, Oh, fantastic. Thank you. If I could have you go forward to the slide that starts who is eligible.
I think we've been behind for a couple slides, so I just want to make sure I'm following along up here
Wonderful.
too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then families who include a veteran family member which meet the criteria listed above in the slide. Next slide, please. Of those qualifying populations, the city may establish preferred populations. So we can say through these conversations that we see a need among people who have physical disabilities or other special needs. We can focus our funding and move them up to the top of our funding assistance. Next slide, please. So the city is able to use these funds to develop and support affordable housing, for tenant-based rental assistance, for to provide supportive services, and for the acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter units. Next slide, please. Now, 100% of these funds that are used on tenant-based rental assistance, supportive services, and the acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter units has to benefit the qualifying populations. And at least 70% of the total number of rental units assisted with home ARP funds may only be occupied by individuals who meet the qualifying populations definition. Now, that leaves 30% of the rental units we assist with these funds available to low-income households that don't necessarily meet the qualifying populations definition. Next slide, please. The amount of rent that can be charged varies depending on whether a tenant meets the definition of a qualifying population. So if a tenant meets the definition, then rent is capped at 30% of the adjusted income for a household whose annual income is equal to or less than 50% of the area median income. And rent for low-income households is the lesser of fair market rent, or 30% of the adjusted income for households whose income is equal to 65% of the area median income. Although we don't have precise amounts for the funding from HUD yet, we do expect to receive similar amounts of funding as we did in the previous year for CDBG, Home, HOPWA, and ESG, and those amounts are listed. We are looking at a roughly 23% increase in our HOPWA funding, and that number is not reflected in this slide. But with those amounts from the 4 programs, the 23% HOPWA increase, and our home ARP allocation, we're looking at a total of $23.8 million in funding across the 5 federal programs. And we'll note that if we have community members who are interested in applying for some of these funds, each has different rules and regulations, but we're here to help, and we encourage you to reach out. So this is the schedule for the development and approval of the annual action plan. So during today's City Council public needs, community needs public hearing, comments from the public will be officially recorded with the plan, and also the comments will be considered by the City Council, which we'll be asking you all to consider before we submit to HUD on May 15th. Following the hearing, we'll prepare a notice of funding availability, which will be posted on our website, and it'll include instructions on how the community organizations and units of government can apply for these funds. We'll announce technical assistance webinars and opportunities for organizations to receive support in preparing those applications. And those are expected to occur the week ending February 19th, 2022. You can visit www.fresno.gov/housing or email hcdd@fresno.gov for more information on those webinar opportunities. Applications are going to be due on March 4th, after which staff will review those applications and score them according to the criteria that's in the NOFA. We'll review those applications with an ad hoc committee of the City Council, And we'll prepare an annual action plan, which will be published for public comment on March 18th, 2022 through April 19th, 2022. There will be one final public hearing where members of the public can provide input on the plan we'll submit to HUD on April 28th at 10 a.m. or there so. After which the City Council will consider that the plan for adoption for its ultimate submission to HUD on May 15th, 2022. Perfect. Okay. I do want to note really quickly that we have different timelines for a couple of the NOFAs. For the Affordable Housing Development and Substantial Rehabilitation NOFA, that'll be released on a different timeline, and we're anticipating its release on May 17th. It'll be due July 5th. Thank you all so much for allowing me to stumble through these words. I appreciate your patience. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, we're going to go ahead and do the public hearing portion, and then we'll come back up here to the dais for council member comments and questions. So at this point, we will open the hearing to obtain public comments. Again, this is not an action item to be voted on by council today. This is simply a hearing to receive public input. We have 2 hands on Zoom, and we have 1 person, I think, in the chamber here. So we'll do the 1 person in the chamber, and then we'll move over to Zoom, where we have several folks with their hand raised.
My name is Brunette, and I went to Heat for Southwest Fresno community. We are in objections to this, period. There hasn't been any meeting in West Fresno. Everyone knows that we do not have Zoom set up for our community. These are elderly people that you're talking about. We will be in contact with HUD. You do not need any fundings because you're not following federal guidelines. This is a pandemic, and people are not aware in West Fresno of what's going on in here. It's ridiculous. We've been complaining about not having community involved in you guys' decision before the pandemic. And now since it is a pandemic, you guys are still doing the same thing. You really don't care about our community. Like I said, we will be in contact with HUD. And we hope that they would audit you again and don't give you a dime because you're not following federal guidelines. It's not your job to make decisions for our community. Whatever it is in our community that we want representation, we want to speak on it, and we don't want everybody else speaking on it and bringing it before this board and making decisions. It's just like you guys. You don't want nobody coming into your homes and telling you what to do in your home, period. That's all we've been asking for. Allow our community to make decisions for ourselves, but you guys are not doing that. You have plans, you're building on Annandale, you want to build everywhere else, and you haven't asked this community a thing. You talk about groups, all these different groups that you're talking about, they do not represent West Fresno. You guys take it upon yourselves to have these different groups, Mary Curry and all of them, to make decisions for us. They don't have community meetings with us. They never have. And we're asking you guys, once again, to allow our community. There is no way for our community to have input into these meetings. And everybody knows that. Our kids was at disadvantage during the pandemic. You had buses in our area, still couldn't get the network set up. This is ridiculous. And for everybody to sit here and continue with the same crap, year after year after year. Allow our community to decide what it is we want, not for you guys to sit here to do that. You're supposed to be out in the community. You can't do it right now. So do what's right, but if you can't, we will deal with HUD.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to Zoom. And first up, on Zoom, we have Mr. Robert McCluskey.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise some issues that were brought up by the presentation. The presenter talked about more support for shelter programs. I have to say, so far, every dollar that's going towards homeless housing has been towards transitional and temporary shelter programs. Let's look at a Housing First program as was first proposed in 2019. I'll start with the cost efficiency of it. If you provide access to housing through permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing, it generally results in cost savings for communities because housed people are less likely to use emergency services, including hospitals, jails, and emergency shelters. One study found that an average cost savings on emergency services of $31,500 per person over 2 years. That was a person housed in a Housing First program. Another study showed that a Housing First program could cost up to $23,000 less per consumer than a shelter program. Not only is it cost effective, it's also more effective in reducing recidivism back to the street. If you look at the results of Housing First programs, if they're implemented properly, it's an effective solution. Consumers in a Housing First model access housing faster and are more likely to remain housed, stably housed. This is true for both permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing programs. It has a long-term housing retention rate of up to 98%. Studies have shown that rapid rehousing helps people exit homelessness quickly. In one study, an average of 2 months, and remain housed. A variety of studies have shown that between 75% and 91% of households remain housed after a year after being rapidly rehoused through Housing First. Now, Housing First doesn't mean there are no services provided. Those that need services will continue to get services, both mental health services or rehab services as to their needs. But many people do not need a vast array of services to be rapidly rehoused. The other issue I wanted to bring up real quickly is let's look at publicly financed projects for low-income housing. We all know that it's been small units of low-income housing have been built through a public-private partnership. If we eliminate some of the profit and money involved with developers, such as through Habitat for Humanity, I think we should expand that. Let's look at working with nonprofits and doing public works projects to build more housing, as the need is very great. And I'm afraid that private developer public projects have not been successful in building large numbers of houses. Let's look at more cost-effective ways to build modular houses, other forms of housing that are more cost-effective and that will house people throughout Fresno area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, we have Ivanka Saunders.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Ivanka Saunders. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We work with residents in a lot of the areas that are low or moderately low income areas. What we have heard, even though we have Measure P, there is still a need for public community service funding to go to like a park in the Adams Elementary School area. And the rest of the comments I'm making are more related directly to housing. Residents want to make sure that there is targeted programming for the lowest of the income folks who need housing, and that in the details of that, the permanent housing should include supportive services, a wraparound program for folks who are trying to transition from temporary housing to affordable permanent housing. I was on some of the workshops that have been offered this past week, and we have had folks on there that are on the ground in supportive our temporary housing, Sage Commons. I was really appalled to hear that people that are being brought directly into these programs do not have, other than a place to lay their head, have the services, a wraparound services. If you've been on the street, you have consequences that got you there, whether it's mental health, whether it's job loss, addiction, whatever the case may be. The assessment process for folks going into all the hard work of purchasing the buildings for motels and transitioning them is just a Band-Aid with a festering problem underneath it if you're not really assessing the folks that are unhoused when they directly come in. We got to hear from residents that are staying there now, and the folks that are running the places are untrained, and that they don't know how to assess how to help the folks. So if you are just pulling people in and giving them strict orders of how to remain there, but they are already in a mental crisis, already having some type of addiction need that they're needing to fix, then all of the structure that you think you're placing them in a shelter is not going to work. And so supportive services really means having people that are counselors, drug counselors, mental health counselors, people that are from our social services department to find out if they're eligible for Social Security. I heard that there are people that are given a voucher, which is great, with no help or understanding of what they're supposed to do or move forward with that voucher. So that's what I mean by the social services gap and that wraparound program. If without that, we are not going to see the successes that we need to see for people to remain housed. So there's definitely a need for putting funding towards wraparound programming. My sister works in the Bay Area, Alameda Point Collaborative. It is a program that works. It gets folks off the streets, housed, but it has those services that are all collaboratively working together. And I would really hope that we could use some of this funding to help that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivanka. Next, we have Francisca Albas.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, bienvenidos.
Ok, pues buenas tardes, mi nombre es Francisca, pues otra vez vamos a lo mismo, gracias por darme este espacio, pero lo que yo quiero hablar es de las viviendas. Hemos estado hablando mucho y hemos estado pidiéndole a la mesa de que nos ayuden, de que nos hagan caso, de que nos abran sus oídos para que nos puedan ayudar a nosotros, las personas de bajos ingresos. Mi esposo trabaja en la construcción, pero ni aún así nosotros podemos pagar una vivienda digna para mis hijos. Vivimos como unas sardinas. Imagínense las personas que están trabajando en el campo donde menos les alcanza para una vivienda digna para sus hijos. Lo que yo veo es de que estos fondos no nada más se le den a personas que ya están en una desesperación extrema, que ya son personas que ya las están desalojando o que ya deben 2 o 3 meses de renta. Que sean más accesibles para las personas que estamos viviendo en un apartamento de 2 recámaras, viviendo como sardinas. Recuerdo que un día tuve una conversación con el señor Miguel Arias. Le dije, señor Miguel, en los apartamentos donde yo vivo están las rentas muy caras. Y aparte, en ese tiempo estaba haciendo un calorón tremendo, más de 100. Y el dueño de los apartamentos no venía a arreglarme el aire. Le pregunté que si había forma de ayudar. Y me dijo que eran pólizas, que eran reglas de los apartamentos. Entonces, no sé en dónde ustedes nos están ayudando cuando nosotros siempre les estamos diciendo nuestros problemas, pero entonces si los apartamentos, las casas, los dueños de renta ya tienen sus reglas, entonces, ¿qué estamos haciendo? ¿Por qué tanto venir y hablar si no nos están haciendo caso? No esperemos, por favor, no esperen hasta que seamos desalojados hasta que ya tenga yo unos 3, 4 meses de renta debiendo. Sean más accesibles estos fondos. Aparte, estamos viviendo en unos apartamentos tan chiquitos que los dueños de renta no quieren, no permitan que tengamos nosotros ni botes que nosotros podemos juntar para poderlos vender y así podernos ayudar más económicamente. Para ellos y tal vez para ustedes sean una basura. Una bicicleta en el porche no puedo tenerla porque no puedo tener nada en el porche. Pero imagínense dónde voy a poner mis botes y las bicicletas de mis hijos. Tal vez para ustedes, los de la mesa directiva, tal vez para los dueños de los apartamentos sean basura, pero para nosotros no. Entonces, si ustedes no nos pueden ayudar a que cambien esas pólizas, a que cambien esas reglas, por favor, entonces pongan más fondos para que nosotros podamos tener una vivienda más digna, donde podamos rentar una casa más grande, donde nuestros hijos se sientan felices, donde puedan correr, porque todo va conectado desde la educación académica hasta la salud para nuestros hijos. De verdad es una impotencia tan grande venir una vez, venir otra vez y venir otra vez diciendo el mismo tema y nada pasa.
Señora, gracias para asistir hoy, pero ya pasamos de los 2 minutos. Gracias hoy
Okay.
para...
Bueno, esa es otra cosa también que deberían de cambiar.
Gracias. Okay, moving on to Alexandra Alvarado.
Hello, council members. My name is Alexandra Alvarado, community organizer with Faith in the Valley. I just wanted to urge City Council to make sure that this money, this what could be a once-in-a-lifetime rare and meaningful opportunity, to not only fund what we have now, but also right the wrongs of the treatment of the communities that were most impacted before the pandemic and who have been hit in a very detrimental way since. Our unhoused, poor, working class, BIPOC, and LGBT communities who have literally kept the city running, especially during the pandemic, and have had to hold a huge burden of the discriminatory practices and policies and sometimes programs that we put in place. Just want to make sure that we're investing in long-term sustainable programs. And the hard part is sometimes keeping an eye on implementation and making sure that it does follow through. And just wanted to echo some of what was mentioned earlier, how some of the programs that we do have in place, while I believe 100% had the best intentions, however, there was no follow through to make sure that the implementation and follow through was most benefiting those who these programs were serving. So folks don't feel safe in a lot of the programs and services that are offered now. I wanted to also highlight, I heard the Housing First model mentioned, and I just wanted to mention that I've seen firsthand what this program can do with wraparound services on site 24/7. I worked with folks who I still hold near and dear to my heart. Since they were children, they have never lived in a home in one place for more than 6 to 1 year. That's it. I knew folks who were in a place in a safe, permanently affordable, social workers on site, everything that they needed for the care that they needed was on site. They were there for 6 to 8 years, completely changing people's lives. I also want to mention that I was on some of these meetings. One of them, there was only 6 people on. So I just wanted to highlight the comment that was made earlier, and how we can, as a city, make sure that these meetings are accessible, because 6 people at a community needs meeting, it's just not good enough. Active participation and decision-making for projects, programs, and outreach, it's needed. So without consideration for the actual needs of the people these programs are going to impact, they're just not going to succeed the way we need them to. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Next up, we have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon. First, a couple of things. When you have somebody from the West Side come to you and tell you that there is a vast gap in technology and participation. You need to really actively listen to that, especially when you're dealing with your elderly community. You know, my neighbor, he doesn't like cell phones. He asked me to set up all his appointments electronically for him because he knows I'm capable of doing that. Also, too, the last speaker spoke about the amount of participation you have. When you only have 6 people participating in a public workshop or a workshop to get feedback from, that means that whoever is throwing that workshop, that hearing, that getting that input, hasn't done their job right. Because for a city this size, you should have more than 6 people showing up. It's not because people aren't interested, it's people didn't know. I didn't know about these workshops until maybe 2 hours before one of them. And I had to rearrange my schedule so I could jump into one. So, you know, when you guys are talking about public input, that you're receiving public input, that's not really true. That's the fallacy in all this. That, you know, this agency needs to go out and continue to talk to people, go to where they're at. You cannot just do a Zoom meeting, even in the time of COVID. If you have a senior population group that's in an area, then you go door to door, hand out flyers, and you meet out in public, just like Miguel is going to be doing an outdoor listening session. Why was that not done? And, you know, I also look at when you're talking about housing, one of the immediate needs of housing right now among the homeless, especially those living in their cars, is a safe lot. It isn't that hard to do. It really isn't. You just put up fences at a lot behind one of the hotels over on Parkway. Why don't you make that a safe lot to congregate some of the homeless in a safe area and start giving them services that they desperately need to get them off the street? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Lilia Becerril. Lilia?
Yes.
You're muted, Lilia.
Ok.
Sí.
Estoy ahí. Buenas tardes. Gracias por este espacio que nos están ofreciendo el día de hoy. Voy a ser breve, ya sé que son 2 minutos y trataré de hacerlo lo más rápido posible. Ojalá y la traducción esté completa y no se pierdan los temas de conversación que son muy importantes. Basado en necesidades de todo sureste de Fresno, no solamente Fresno, porque Fresno se divide en muchos distritos. Yo estoy hablando del sureste de Fresno. En ciertos distritos siempre desafortunadamente tenemos las carencias muy bajas, principalmente cuando estamos hablando de las viviendas asequibles para todos. De verdad, esas necesidades están basadas en hechos bajo las encuestas que he hecho últimamente con mi comunidad. Son la más baja que hay aquí en el sureste de Fresno, es basura por todas partes. Esas basuras clandestinas que por más que limpiamos y limpiamos como familias en acción, desafortunadamente no paran esas basuras. Callejones limpiamos, callejones se ensucian. Yo pienso que la ciudad debería implementar una limpieza más cada año, en lugar de que pase una vez al año, pase 2 veces por año. Esa es una de las necesidades que hay en esas comunidades. Otra, falta de seguridad en las escuelas. En la hora de entrada y salida de las escuelas, el tráfico es insoportable. Nuestros niños corren el riesgo siempre de ser atropellados, incluso en tiempo de neblina. Está horrible. En vez de hacer los tráficos como debe de ser, hay en ocasiones hasta líneas de 3 autos en línea sentido contrario para poder llegar a su destino los niños, pero desafortunadamente estamos a punto de que suceda algún accidente. Yo he estado en contacto con algunos oficiales del área, principalmente porque me preocupa la seguridad de los niños y la seguridad de las peatonales que caminan bajo la neblina. Eso también para mí es algo de primera calidad, que tengamos más seguridad con nuestros niños en las escuelas. Otra de las cosas hay ciertas carreteras en Fresno que de verdad también están horribles. Ya cuando acuerdas caíste en ese bache, principalmente con estas lluvias que hubo días atrás, hicieron hoyos por donde quiera. Hay que tener programas para nuestros jóvenes, programas donde nuestros niños sigan adelante y no sigan hacia atrás, sigan adelante. Estamos pasando por este tiempo de pandemia, donde necesitamos tener también programas para ellos, para que nuestros jóvenes no caigan más en drogas, nuestros jóvenes no caigan en pandillas. Tenemos que tenerlos en deportes, tenemos que tenerlos activos para el bienestar y no para que sean después. Ya parte de esto ya no va a ser bueno, la verdad. Entonces tenemos que trabajar en conjunto. Sé que son 2 minutos, les agradezco su tiempo y ojalá consideren las peticiones de nuestra comunidad, ya que ustedes están pidiendo en qué gastar estos millones, pues ya le estamos dando sugerencias y le estamos dando que tomen prioridad. Según sea su caso de ustedes, pero por favor les pedimos, nos apoyen, porque todas las peticiones en este momento son muy buenas. Así es que muchas gracias por su tiempo. Gracias, Mesa de la Ciudad.
Gracias, Iledia. All right, next we have Brandy News Villegas on Zoom.
Hi, I'm going to run through ideas that, and I agree with the things that were said before. One thing I would suggest for meetings like these, as they were talking about accessibility, I was going to mention that a little later, that community meetings like this be held like you did with redistricting at 6 o'clock, because we know that city council meetings are unpredictable. I also don't know if there's deadlines, that if deadlines are prohibited, but I saw a lot of people participating on the Here to Stay reports with recommendations on anti-displacement that affect a lot of these things. And if there's any way that the comments, the priorities can be considered part of the planning, that would be super helpful, because there's a lot of people who gave really good thoughts on things that would help this. I absolutely believe, I think that the absolute priority needs to be affordable housing for lowest income, which I know you're pursuing and needs to continue to be vested in, and agree with the housing first. If we can really, really seriously put the effort and focus onto that, that would be huge. And I'm constantly being asked by people asking if there's anything available that they can rent with their tiny little limited income. I asked for investments in housing protections, ensuring rentals are maintained and justly run. Someone said at one of those meetings, she said that they're asking for well-developed housing for lowest income, and this is a phrase I think is really important: high opportunity areas, places that have jobs, close to jobs, good jobs, fax lines, schools, and other stores and resources. I asked for that when considering development, but also asked the same for any sort of housing or shelter, including tiny homes for those who are unhoused in all districts, because I've heard from people that that's what they're requesting. And the reasons are they feel safer in the neighborhoods in which they dwell, where they might have jobs. I know a lot of people have jobs in those areas, and other resources they can access that make it part of their community. Possibly day centers for the unhoused, where it can be used for a cooling center and a warming center at night that would have services like MAPS there in all these districts. For this, people ask for mobile medical and laundry service, and to reach those who aren't at the shelters. I ask for work assistance, more resources to help those in shelters in general, and having a resource center with computers and tablets, but also with people who would bring training with life skills, how to use Zoom, how to use other things, and people who can come in that could both help with employment and can also provide employment. At one of these, 5 years ago, I went to one of these communities meetings, and there was someone who worked for a construction company that would hire and train those who are unhoused. And I think we need to seek those out and get them into permanent jobs, because as you know, they want a hand for those who are able to work. More family shelters. And I asked for funding away from expenditures from law enforcement on these teams, and funding social workers and mental health services. Invest in mental services out on the streets and shelters for training for everyone in mental health first aid. I asked for cahoots and I agree with the wraparound services, so that we can get people from the streets to into housing and with jobs, and vet the services with third-party people who directly work with those who are getting the services. But the people who can best tell you, like everyone's been saying, are those who are unhoused, as well as the other community members. And so I think that when they're talking about when they're asking on those lists of things they're asking for with community engagement, I ask that you
Brandy,
figure
could
out
you
this.
wrap up? We've been over time for a little bit now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. To invest in ways to better engage those who are unhoused, bringing those who are unhoused in, determining ways to have access, to have a voice, to have things like town halls and advisory meetings to get the input, and do paper surveys. I emailed some of those things, having Wi-Fi everywhere in town, as well as in the shelters. Considering ways that you can also notify people better, like that, in a way that they can access if they cannot be online, like having notifications at bus stops. And I do ask, and I sent things on here, and I'm sorry I'm going over, there's just so many ideas.
All right, Brandy, I'm gonna move on to Alexandros, but thank you for coming in today and providing your input on this particular item. Alexandros Acero.
Hello, Alexandros Acero here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to repeat a couple of ideas that I think are very crucial to the future of Fresno and the Fresno public, and that is housing first. I mean, the policy has been very effective in other parts of the United States, other countries, because I mean, putting aid, and putting little qualifiers for aid just doesn't work for a lot of folks. I mean, housing is the priority. Obviously, low-income housing and affordable housing are crucial. I mean, Fresno is, I mean, we know how many renters are in the majority of Fresno's renters, and how expensive rents have gone, especially as this pandemic. People from the Bay Area, Southern California, are buying homes up like crazy up here. Prices are going crazy. And Liliana earlier had mentioned programs for students in Parks and Recreation. There's, everything is pay to play now. There's not opportunities for young people to be engaged in cultural activities, sports activities, extracurricular activities without having to pay. And for majority of families, I mean, that is just out of, that is, what do we know? Are you going to pay for rent? Are you going to pay for the gas for the car? Or are you going to pay for your kids, for your kids' activities? As an educator, I mean, we know that having kids engaged in meaningful activities is crucial to their development and becoming, productive and content members of society. I would also like to encourage maybe the city to look into schools as community center model, where the schools can be the hubs for for clinics and childcare and other types of community activities, forums, venues, as has been done in other locales and has been very effective. Please, I encourage the Harvard Education Review wrote about this a number of years ago. This schools as community hub. What else? I guess that's it for now. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Alexandros. Next, we have Des Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Des, you're live.
Alrighty, so I just want to echo everything everybody said. I don't think you guys need to hear it repeatedly over and over and over again. Many of us has been in meetings, and I'm hearing everything from the meetings come in, and that's definitely what the community is searching for. Regarding the community needs meeting, I was one of those 6 for the whole 5 days. It was really sad to sit on there. If I wasn't notified at the last minute about them, I wouldn't have known about them. And they did have them every day for a week. They were very informative, but they need to change them up a little bit, because 3 of the advocates out of those 6 people that were there were actually advocates that you guys hear from every single city council meeting, and that's sad. It's very, very sad. It needs to be more accessible. We need to have more time in the breakout rooms. It took 10 minutes for everybody to just gather their thoughts and say their name, and then we had probably 10 minutes to talk about 6 different things, and it was impossible. So if they can be more accessible to having maybe 20 minutes in each breakout room, but make it exactly 20 minutes without all the introductions that take up the time, have it more accessible, have Wi-Fi available, over at the shelters and in other parks and recreation areas where low-income individuals don't have Wi-Fi access, so they can access it or have it available at community centers and invite the public down. We do need tiny homes. I know we were getting these motels and all this shelter that we've been begging for. We have them now. Thank you guys. But it's time for permanent housing. It's time to get the people that have been living in these shelters for 1 year into permanent stability, to get them job placements, to have them go ahead and be a part of this community and be productive. It's at that point, you guys. It's at that point where I don't know where anybody's going to go anymore. I know we got 2 more shelters after these 2 are bought. We got 2 more coming, but having 1,000 bedrooms available is barely scratching the surface of the 4,000 that will be left out there homeless. So we need to start getting tiny homes, RV parks, stop talking about it, and let's just start building right now. And with wraparound services at these new tiny home and RV parks that will be coming. Again, I echo everything that everybody said about everything, because this is definitely needed. And I hope the city council this year is listening to the amount of cries the community is saying about the homelessness, the housing, the rent control, wraparound service, and resources in areas that have been denied. That's it.
Thank you, Des. Next, we have Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Good afternoon, Fresno City Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak again. I did want to echo the idea to support youth programs throughout the city of Fresno. If you go throughout the city of Fresno, there are great organizations that already provide great services from sports activities to hip hop dancing to just about anything. And so I think there's a great opportunity for the city to partner with these different organizations and create something new. So I really urge you to really do that and look at it from that perspective. I also want to echo the sentiment of wanting more and better first-time homebuyer programs, especially those that are more inclusive of folks with lower incomes and regardless of immigration status. It's just a really heartbreaking thing to see whenever there's some kind of new program available and to find out that it doesn't include you is really not fair, in my opinion. And especially folks that are in part of the immigrant community that come to the Central Valley and have produced the economy here and have contributed so much. And so I think they are deserving of something like that. I definitely want to echo or add that there should be a program like Central City Concern in Portland, which is a clinic that's able to provide vision services, dental services, and they have a sobering house. They have just a wide array of different things that they provide to folks. And I think it could definitely add more to the services that we currently have in Fresno. I think we just need to diversify where we put in those type of resources. Also want to echo the need for tiny homes and just overall a better ratio of quality services of folks getting help at these the motels or wherever we're putting folks that are getting assistance from the streets. There just has to be a better quality and a better ratio. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Pedro. I don't see any other speakers punched up or in the chamber. I'll go ahead and conclude the public hearing on the 10:05 a.m. item. I do have a couple folks punched up here on the dais, and they are both missing in action. So you snooze, you lose. Do any of my colleagues want to, that are here, do any of you want to ask questions or make comment? Oh, look who decided to join us. You two were both punched up. You guys want to make your comments or ask your questions?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Sisk. If I could get you to just come back up for a couple moments to ask a few questions. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for that presentation. I tried my best to follow along with all the minute detail, but I did appreciate all that information, so thank you. I believe there was 4 public hearings up until today's meeting regarding these funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the average attendance at each of these meetings?
Without the specific numbers in front of me, I would say that the lowest attended you heard is
I could,
rough.
having a hard time hearing you.
The lowest turnout that we had was probably roughly 6. I think the highest on the high end, we had about 35 people. So on average, I think probably 15 across the 4 days, 15 each.
Sure, understood. What is the outreach process for these public hearings?
It is a little difficult to outreach during the coronavirus. However, we noticed these community workshops through the Fresno Bee. We posted them on social media as well. We have a distribution list that we've compiled over the last few years of stakeholder groups, different advocacy groups, individuals from the community who are also interested in gaining this kind of insight and information and providing this type of feedback. In total, we have a list of about 500 people that we distribute this information to. So that's not a comprehensive list, but I also do know that it was posted on some forum sites as well to get the word out.
I know that you use the feedback during these meetings to kind of guide your decision-making on where these funds are allocated ultimately. I'm wondering if during those processes you distinguish between advocacy groups and folks that actually live in the neighborhoods, whether those are weighed differently. Does that factor into your consideration at all, whether the people that are commenting are folks that actually, live or would directly benefit from those funds in those neighborhoods?
Yeah, sure. There is no policy that would direct us to do that. However, through our conversations, we do talk about where that insight came from and the importance of accepting that and doing as much as we can to remediate the issue that was presented by the person who lives in the community.
Do you request addresses, and do most people provide addresses during these meetings?
We don't. We ask for general locations. So because these are public meetings, we don't want to get into too many specifics. There are some bad actors out there, and so we want to make sure that we are protecting the members of our community as well as we can. So we ask for general regional locations.
As I'm sure you could understand and appreciate, as probably everybody in this building, as council members are inundated with, many emails and information from all of the departments, right? Not just planning, but public works and parks and police and fire on a daily basis. These public hearings really just came to my notice and attention maybe a little over a week ago. And in all seriousness, I hope the administration really makes a better effort to reach out to the council next time, because you have 7 people here. You talked about how it is difficult to distribute large amounts of information to a big population like Fresno. 100%, that's difficult to do, but we have 7 council members that we could delegate some of that work to. I would have been glad to send my staff out for a couple weeks, sending out flyers to participate if I felt like I had that advance notice. And so I really hope that the department and the administration will make a better effort to include council coming up, because I could have my folks on the ground the last couple weeks, and maybe there was an email, several weeks ago that you guys sent. And if you did send that, I apologize, and I appreciate that you do that, but really, red flagging this for us. This is a lot of funds, $20 million altogether, $23 million. And so I understand it is difficult, but I think you have 7 council members that could help disseminate that information in the future.
Yeah, Councilmember Phil Skies, Director of Planning and Development. Thanks for, I think most of all, just thanks for the offer. It's an opportunity well received. Every council office gets the notice 30 days in advance. It was sent via email, and your point is duly noted, and we'll make additional efforts in the future. Yeah, thanks so much again for the offer.
Yeah, I thank you and hold you to that, because these are important. I mean, my district can use a lot of these funds. We benefited from them last year. We still have a lot of projects that still need to be completed.
And Councilman, just briefly, I'll just say that as Brandon mentioned earlier in his presentation, as it relates to CDBG, HOPWA, ESG, some of the funds that you saw noted that are included in the presentation, the majority of this public input is shaping what ultimately is going to be a NOFA. And so there will be opportunities in the future for constituent groups, for organizations, within your district and all districts, ultimately, where there are qualifying projects to respond to that future NOFA. So just know there are still many opportunities to determine ultimately what those projects are and to get them, ultimately in the hopper.
And I appreciate that. I do want to give my residents every opportunity that they possibly have, so they can't have that used against them at a future date. So I appreciate the offer. I will take you up on that for future NOFAs, specifically regarding CDBG. Mr. Sisk, you brought it up, so I'm going to follow up on it. You alluded to the $1.2 trillion infrastructure deal that passed, and that's going to provide a lot of opportunity for the city coming up. Kind of related to what we're talking about here today. So my question is mostly for the administration. I haven't heard of a plan yet, but I mean, there are a lot of funds available, will be made available in the coming years. Half of that $1.2 trillion is mostly competitive. It's not guaranteed based off a formulaic plan. So what is the city's long-term plan? Are we going to be hiring a lot of temporary grant writers to aggressively go after these funds? What is that long-term process, city manager, to ensure that our city secures as many of those funds as possible?
So we will continue, council member. As you said, some of those are formulaic, and they're already on the department's radar. So for example, as you know, as being active with the Transportation Committee, that we get $5307. That money has been, that allocation has grown as a part of that. But as Councilmember Kawasi said today, there are a few more pots of money, and we will redistribute the list that he spoke about earlier, the one that came from Jen Covino earlier this week. We'll redistribute that list to you. But yes, there may be additional staff that we may need to look at, or the combination of some of us all working together. I know in one of the grants you dealt with this morning, Scott Mosier's team worked with the transportation unit on that particular grant. So I can see more of that happening.
City manager, I mean, I think it's fair to say this is going to be a priority for the administration and the council to get as many of those funds as possible.
Absolutely.
So can I anticipate some PARs coming up, or?
So as a part of the PAR that we'll be bringing back next month, I don't think I'll take that back because I do know FACTS has one. There are some staff that could provide us additional bandwidth, but it's not uncommon for us, again, to work together, and we've been talking about that internally. And fortunately, not all of the grants will come up at the same time. They'll be on some kind of schedule, so we'll continue to look at that.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mr. Sky, Mr. Sisk. Appreciate your answers.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. As the council knows, I get to serve on the CDBG committee with Councilwoman Soria and Member Maxwell. And historically speaking, the CDBG was our only funding source for things like housing, park, recreational activities, infrastructure improvements, street improvements, things of that nature. And now that we have a record amount of resources from the federal and state government for homelessness, for example, I'm going to be looking to not commit as much of these funds to homeless initiatives, since we're already getting, turnkey money, a ton of other places. We're getting a ton of homeless resources. I mean, the last 30 months, we as a region have received $144 million for homelessness. So with that, with the passage of Measure P, we also have an unprecedented amount of money for parks and recreational activities. And with the passage of the infrastructure bill at the federal level, we now have an unprecedented amount of money for infrastructure projects. So I'll be looking for these funds to fill gaps in accordance with the federal rules that supplement areas of poverty that are not already addressed with other funding streams that we're receiving. So I don't think we should continue to rely on CDBG to pay for park improvements or after-school activity for kids, because Measure P pays for that now. And there's a huge amount of resources, and I know we're struggling to get that money out. We still haven't hired the staff to do programming yet. We still haven't built all the parks, environmental reviews, construction, all that stuff takes time. So I don't want to see CDBG money that has extremely short deadline being committed to projects where we already have a documented history of having resources that we can't push out. Same thing around housing projects. This does offer, millions of dollars for new housing projects, I want to see the complete list of all the requests that we receive from the public, both from the Housing Authority and for private developers. This might be the place for us to do a record amount of shovel-ready housing projects, more, maybe 3 times more than we've ever done before. And if we don't have other resources at the state or federal level that allows for that, this might be a perfect place. So what I'm looking for in essence is for you guys to do it in the context of the city budget that you have already built, in the context of the federal and state money that you already know we're receiving and we haven't distributed, in the context of Measure P, in the context of the federal infrastructure bill. So don't give us the same priorities of 2 or 3 or 4 years ago when you know that the landscape has dramatically shifted in terms of resources available and in terms of gaps that we are yet to fill. So I'm hopeful that this would mean more money to finally do curbs and gutters in the neighborhoods that haven't had them for 100 years. Instead of waiting for SB1 or waiting for the final rules of the federal infrastructure bill. So if I have our director, Scott Moser, tell me that he can't fix the Tower neighborhood with the federal money because there'll be another 2 years before we get the final rules, I'm gonna remind him that CDBG has money that he can do and use tomorrow. So I'm gonna be very cognizant of all these funding streams and looking for the budget to be built on these realities and not just historical, allocations or needs. There's plenty of stuff we have to do in homelessness. I'll give you an example. We've done a lot for adults who are in the streets on freeways. We haven't done as much for youth who are homeless. We've done a lot for victims of domestic violence. More needs to be done, but we haven't done it for certain populations of victims of domestic violence. Those are the kind of gaps I'm looking for this CONAP plan to actually address, not just more of the same when we've already made historical investments, in those areas, and we know that we have money to continue that work. I'm looking for us to finally address niches that we have been unable to do because there's there's such little resources available. It's my only 2 cents, so thank you for the time and the work.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, any other further comments, questions from my colleagues? All right, gentlemen, you're free to go. That'll wrap up the hearing for the annual, let me get back to the agenda here, annual action plan. We'll move on to item 3A, annual review and acceptance of the fiscal year 2021 summary of impact fee waivers. And this is, I believe, an action item. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve. Second. Councilman Arias?
I'll make a motion to deny since you approved. I'll second your motion, Council President, since you're tired.
We have a motion, we have a second. Let me go out to the public to see if the public has any input on item 3A. I don't see anyone in the chamber or on Zoom, but I'm gonna go ahead and close public comments. Councilmember Arias, you have a comment or question? All right, any opposition to item 3A? All right. Item passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0. Okay, item 3B, submission and acceptance of the City of Fresno Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Motion to approve.
And the Annual Comprehensive Debt Report for fiscal year 2021. I heard a motion and I heard do I hear a second?
A motion.
This motion was from Councilmember Arias. I'll go ahead and second that. Okay, all right. Any questions from my colleagues on item 3B? Everybody did their homework.
Yeah, I do want to thank the staff for making yourself available and addressing our questions. It's a 1,000-page document, and you did a good job of explaining it.
Thank you. Yeah, and you have explained it to us in the past, both through the Finance and Audit Committee as well as here at Council. So we appreciate that, and that'll minimize, as long as this council stays the way it is, it'll minimize kind of the present, but see the turnover, you'll probably be summoned back a little more often, but we appreciate your explanations on this. Go out to the public. This is the public's opportunity to comment on item 3B, submission and acceptance of the City of Fresno Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Seeing no one on Zoom. Oh, we have one person on Zoom. Lilia Becerril.
según sea la necesidad de las familias y de las se ha repartido estos fondos, porque regularmente sabemos de antemano que estos fondos no se necesitan en todo Fresno. El sureste de Fresno es el que necesita más fondos para poder ayudar más a las familias más pobres y de bajos ingresos. Esa es mi sugerencia también, ya que nosotros vivimos en el sureste de Fresno y también necesitamos parques que tienen otras áreas y nosotros no los tenemos, viviendas asequibles que tienen otras partes y nosotros tampoco lo tenemos. Así es que consideren repartir estos fondos según sea la necesidad de cada distrito, por favor.
Okay. I have another speaker on Zoom, Clara Cerato. Clara, are you with us? You need to unmute.
Bueno, ¿sí me escucha?
Sí.
Ok. Bien, buenas tardes a todos. También quiero dar mi punto de vista y les pido también que tomen en consideración todo lo que es o pertenece a lo que es vivienda. Tantas personas que están sin hogar, no se nos está permitiendo tener acceso a esos hogares, ya que están muy altas las rentas, los costos de las casas también para comprar. Los primeros compradores también están teniendo dificultades para poder hacer sus primeras compras. Con lo de los homeless también, prestar un poquito de más ayuda a todo eso. Sé que muchas personas piden parques y necesitan parques en sus áreas. Enfóquense en esas áreas que no tengan un parque, pero en las áreas que hay parques, por favor, tómenles mucha atención, porque hay parques que están totalmente descuidados, parques que están invadidos de personas que andan vendiendo drogas y nuestros niños no pueden irse a parar ahí, a jugar ahí. Yo soy una de ellas que vive a 2 cuadras de un parque y no puedo llevar a mis hijos porque no está en las condiciones adecuadas y no me siento segura ni yo ni mis hijos de estar en ese parque. Eso es todo mi comentario. Muchas gracias a todos.
Okay. Any further public comments? I don't see anyone in the chamber. I don't see anyone on Zoom. Is there any opposition from my colleagues to approving item 3B? Okay, no opposition. Item passes 6-0. At this time, we're going to play a little Tetris with this agenda. We're going to take us into closed session to hear an item or maybe several items. We'll come back and resume here pretty soon. Publicly, we still need to conduct item 3D, 3E, 3F, which are all workshops. And we will probably get to the special agenda items regarding the PD contracts around 5 p.m. or so. So at this time, it will take us into closed session. City Attorney, will you announce the, is there a City Attorney there?
Yes.
Doug. Oh, Katie, there you are. City Attorney, will you please announce the closed session items?
Yes, we have conference with labor negotiators, looks like pretty much all units. Conference with real property negotiator involving the UMC campus. Conference with real property negotiators involving Granite Park. Existing litigation, Terrence Frazier versus City of Fresno. Real property negotiator, 809 East Olive Avenue. Existing litigation, J.A. Mash and Barrel versus Fresno, City of Fresno. And real property negotiation, APN 438-022-21.
Council, I'll note the conflicts too. Councilmember Chavez is recusing himself on the UMC matter. Councilmember Soria is recusing herself on the Granite Park matters. And I understand the Lee matter, which is adjacent to Granite Park. Yes. And that would be it.
Okay, at this time, I'll go out to the public with respect to closed session. I don't see anyone in the chamber or on Zoom. I'm going to close public comments on the closed session, and that we will adjourn temporarily. open session. We're now going to hear the special agenda items, both the Fresno Police Department contracts for Unit 4 and Unit number 9. First thing we'll do is we will go out to the public for public input and comment. Is there anybody in chamber or on Zoom who wishes to comment on the special agenda item? Seeing nobody in the chamber. Clerk, anybody on Zoom? Seeing nobody on Zoom, go ahead and close the public comment portion of this item. My colleagues, have any questions or comments for staff before we proceed to a vote? I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve both. Oh, actually, staff. TJ, please come on down. You have to read something into the record.
Thank you. TJ Miller, Director of Personnel Services. I need to make a correction to the staff report for item 22-222. On page 2, under management leave, the second bullet point, 82 to 100 hours, should read 82 to 90 hours. And the first bullet point under health reimbursement arrangement needs to be stricken. Language updates to reflect new special HRA vacation bank. Thank you.
Motion to approve, Mr. President.
I'll second that motion. So we have a motion on the table. I seconded. Is there any opposition to approving both items, contracts for Unit 4 and Unit 9? Seeing no opposition, the contracts pass 7-0. At this time, the council will be joined by the mayor and the POA leadership, and we're going to come down here and conduct a press conference within the parameters of this meeting.
Okay.
Bring it in, Tyler.
But we'll give everybody an opportunity. In the pocket, we'll talk.
I mean, well, we have an order, and whatever happens after that. You know.
Speak by alphabetical.
Let's go by age. Let's go reverse alphabetical.
The oldest goes first.
The youngest go first. So we Tyler, and then me.
conference, standing here with Council President Esparza as well as all of our council. And I want to begin by just talking about the challenges that we've seen in recruiting for law enforcement. And I think all of us have seen that over the years. We're challenged as a result of the lack of interest in folks becoming a part of law enforcement. Certainly the dangers that are involved, I think, in America today. The dangers today in law enforcement with, you know, an officer being killed every single day in America today. The complexity of the job, the scrutiny that officers have been under, and the criticism, especially over the last 2 years, has made it very difficult for us to be able to recruit law enforcement officers. And although we have done a yeoman's job in terms of hiring police officers over the last year, what we have found is the fact that we have significant numbers of officers that are leaving the agency as well. And so currently today in the Fresno Police Department, there's 76 police officer vacancies, unfortunately. And we are also far below where we need to be as an agency. In June 21, the contract for the FPOA expired. Immediately began negotiations with the FPOA to bring forth a contract. Fast forward on December 24th, there was a tentative agreement reached between the Fresno police officers' leadership as well as the council, myself, and unfortunately, by the time the POA was able to get that tentative agreement before their membership, the Sheriff's Department also negotiated a contract with the county. And as a result, what that demonstrated to us was that we needed to do more. Because although the Fresno police officer would start at a higher pay and stay at that level for a period of years, the top step deputy sheriff would be paid more than that of a Fresno police officer. Also, in comparison to the Clovis Police Department, Clovis police officers were being paid more to enter the Clovis Police Department as well as during that contract. And so we regrouped with the council and also met with the Fresno Police Officers Association in increased negotiation efforts. And proud to say today, after the initial membership of the Fresno Police Department rejected the initial contract by 82%, today they have accepted the new offer by 96%. And so what you just saw with the council approving unanimously was a huge step forward in being able to remedy our recruiting and retention efforts. I want to thank T.J. Miller for her efforts in leading these negotiations. I can tell you that there was a lot of work that had to be done after hours, and I want to thank T.J. For that. And also want to thank the members of the council. We worked very, very closely on this, as well as the Fresno Police Officers leadership. And I hope that this contract demonstrates clearly that this council, myself, deeply appreciate the officers that are out there today. They put their life on the line day in and day out. They give of themselves sacrificially, and we want them to know we're going to support them. And I believe this contract demonstrates that over the next 3 years. Proud to say that Fresno police officers will be the highest paid police officer in the valley, at the entry level and at the top step level and all the way through. And so that is what our intent is, and based on the workload of our department, our officers, and the dangers involved, we believe that is needed. So with that, I'm going to bring up Council President Nelson Esparza, who is very instrumental in working closely with us to make sure that this contract was negotiated. Nelson?
Wipe those tears, Mayor. Good evening, folks. I'm Council President Nelson Esparza.
I'm going to keep my remarks relatively brief. We have taken a pause in the council meeting. We still have several workshops and closed session items to do, but we did want to take a moment here in the middle of the meeting to celebrate this moment, to celebrate the fact that we, as a city, as a team here that you see behind me, have delivered a contract, a very competitive contract, to our officers in the Fresno Police Department. One that I think will serve as a critical tool in our recruitment and retention efforts. I think what we've seen here over the last several weeks is what happens when we all work together as a team. Everyone has different roles. The council, we hold the purse strings and make the policy here at City Hall. The mayor executes, and of course we have our officers, and then the representation that they have with the POA leadership. And so I was happy to play a critical role from day one, becoming council president, and really facilitating these conversations. If you rewind 2 weeks ago, and sort of the full court press that occurred again, about 14 days ago or so, we were not in a good place. And it took everything we had to take the ship and steer it in a very different direction from where we were headed. There were words being tossed around that I didn't like very loosely, namely impasse. And I knew when I became president that was somewhere that we could not go as a city, somewhere our department couldn't go. And so we rolled up our sleeves and really went to work. And again, I think we discovered we can do when we all work together very much as a team. So happy to have collaborated and on behalf of the council, with the mayor, with the FPOA leadership. I want to thank them especially for their open-mindedness and grace as we navigated some pretty rough waters here in the last several weeks. But I think we've arrived at our destination. It's a very good place for us to be. And I really do believe that this contract will bring us to that point where we're actually filling the authorized positions. This city is constantly in a position, as you heard from the mayor, where we're authorizing positions and allocating money for positions, and those positions are not being filled. And so this is the tool we need, again, to turn that ship around and make sure we put the officers on the street that we're promising residents whenever we pass the budget every single June. So with that, again, I want to thank everyone here with us today, and I want to turn it over to my Vice President, Council Vice President Maxwell.
Good evening, everybody. Fresno City Council Vice President Tyler Maxwell here. Let me just first start off by saying that today is a good day for the city of Fresno. For the better half of the last year, the city has been in negotiations with the Fresno Police Officers Association to reach a contract that was a fair balance between our city's finances and increasing the quality of public safety across our city. Today, I'm happy to say that we have achieved that contract that is fair and send a resounding messages to our officers that they are respected and appreciated in our city, which is shown by the passage of the Fresno Police Officers Association of this contract of 96% and a unanimous vote of the Fresno City Council. And of course, this feat wouldn't be possible without the help of my colleagues and the many city staff that spent countless hours in negotiations, including our city managers, our city attorneys in-house and contracted out with. Of course, TJ Miller spent countless hours on this, our tenacious FPOA president and vice president, and of course, our mayor, Jerry Dyer. Now, let me just remind folks that this contract comes on the coattails of the budget that this council passed last year. And for the public record, we passed a contract for the police, we passed a budget with the police department that went above and beyond what was proposed from both the police chief and the mayor, where we added additional positions. We have an unprecedented amount of police officers budgeted, 851, unprecedented levels of crime scene investigators put into that budget, unprecedented levels of community service officers added to that budget. We spent a little over $4 million on ARPA funding this past December on new vehicles for our police department. And so before I conclude, I just want to make something abundantly clear, and that's that Fresno is a city that loves its police officers. We are a city that deeply respects our police officers, and Fresno is a city that recognizes and acknowledges the extreme courage and sacrifice that the men and women in blue in our city do on a daily basis. And so thank you to our Fresno Police Department for being patient with us as we worked out a contract that was the best deal for the city, the union, and the people of the city of Fresno. Thank you, and God bless you.
I'm going to have, before I bring up the Fresno Police Officers Association Vice President Jordan Walmoff, I'm going to have our police chief, Paco Balderrama, please come up, talk about the importance of this contract in terms of recruiting and public safety. Paco.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just say a few words, make a couple of statements, and address this. I believe that today the city of Fresno has made a huge investment in the safety and security of our residents. I believe that our police officers deserve competitive salaries for doing the hard work that they do, and I believe that our residents deserve a safer community. So what this contract's going to allow us to do, it's going to allow us to be competitive and to fill those 76 vacancies that are badly needed. In addition to that, we need to add more positions so we can provide the quality of service to this community that they deserve. We're being spread thin, and despite that, the members of the Fresno Police Department were able to provide a great service last year. Through overtime, through extended hours, we were able to reduce shootings by 6%. We were able to increase our solvability rate of homicides up to 73%. But we're not done yet. We have to lower violent crime, and that's going to be the focus for this next year. So this is a 3-year contract, which helps us to focus on growth, providing competitive salaries. I'm building a police department that is not only professional, but transparent and attentive to our citizens' needs. So thank you very much for all the effort that took place, not just from the mayor, but the city manager's office. And I know Ms. Georgianne White was very instrumental in getting this done. TJ Miller, various individuals have already mentioned her. But thank you to the city council for being supportive. And that was one of the reasons I came here to Fresno, because I knew that I would be supported not just by the mayor's office, but also by the city council. It's very, very important. There's very little that a police chief can do without the support of the council. And despite what you might see or hear on the dais on occasion, they are all very supportive of the Fresno Police Department, because they all want the same thing we want, and that's a safer community for all of our residents. So I also want to thank the FPOA. Obviously, they were critically involved in making this deal happen, so thanks to all their efforts. And thanks to our residents, most importantly. Thank you for believing in us, and you can await to see some extraordinary things from the Fresno Police Department in the coming years. Thank you.
I feel like I'm going into a pit stop. I know the president of the POA could not be here as a result of a SWAT action, but Vice President Jordan Walmoff, who's been at the table with us from the onset, is here with us. So, Jordan?
Another pit stop. My name is Jordan Walmoff. I'm the Vice President of the Fresno Police Officers Association, and I wanted to, well, the reason I'm here, obviously, is we struck a deal with the city, and our president, Brandon Weimiller, is on an actively unfolding scene in Southwest Fresno right now on the SWAT team. But we're very proud of this agreement. It's been a long time coming, like the mayor said. We've been out of contract since June of 21, and we've been working tirelessly ever since. And this contract that we have struck with the city makes us the highest paid officers in the Valley. We're very proud of that. This is a big first step in making Fresno PD the premier law enforcement agency in the Valley, and this is a great big step in rebuilding our department to where it needs to be to keep this community safe. And this contract makes our officers feel valued. It makes them feel appreciated by the city, the community, and it lets all of our officers know that the sacrifices that not just they make, their families make, makes them appreciated and valued. So with that, we're very thankful for everybody involved and in making this happen, so thank you.
Save you the trip, Brian. The, you know, when I took office as the mayor in January of last year, we had 10 labor contracts open, and Fresno Police Officers Association, the management, were 2 of those. I'm proud to say that we have secured all those contracts with the exception of 1. Again, this was a big step. So with that, I'll open up to any questions you might have for us regarding the contract, as much as we can share today. Well, I can tell you, you know, one of the things we wanted to address right away is the recruitment. We eliminated the A step and the B step of officers. The C step is the new A step for officers, the new entry level. That was a substantial increase for people that we are recruiting. In order to take care of the retention, what we ended up doing was adding 2 more steps, which at the end of the contract, so an H step and an I step. And the I step will kick in June of 2023. But ultimately, it gives us a much higher entry level, as much as $950 a month for an officer versus where they are today. And at the top step, it is going to be very, very similar. I can tell you that from a pension perspective, we have one of the, if not the best pension system in the state of California. It's called the Deferred Retirement Option Plan, and it allows our officers a very good retirement package, and it is the most solvent retirement plan in the state of California.
And in terms of the pay rate, can you talk about how much of an increase or what the pay rate is compared to, say, Clovis, Fresno, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we've done a comparative analysis. I can tell you that the entry level, we're higher than Clovis and higher than the Sheriff's Department as well. I can tell you where today, where a top step officer would be today versus where they will be at the end of this contract at top step, it will be close to $21,000 extra per year. That is a significant recruiting incentive for us. So again, we will be the highest paid police officers in Central California, if not the entire valley. Yeah, a really good question. You know, a matrix, for those of you who don't know, is when a police officers have the opportunity based on seniority to sign up every year when they're in patrol, and they can sign up and choose their own area, their own shift, their own days off, vacations, etc. There was an effort to replace that immediately or in a year from now with a new concept that I'm going to have our police chief talk about, which is called the transfer portal. And he can talk about how that is being done now.
Thank you for your question. That's a good one because that was a major sticking point in the previous contract. So what I can tell you is I sat down with, we formed together a committee made up of patrol officers who were going to be affected by the doing away with the matrix. And basically we came up with a compromise that the matrix would be slowly phased out and we would allow officers to transfer through the transfer portal throughout the year. Right now it's very limiting. They can only move around once a year. But what I'm trying to create is I'm trying to create a better system. That's my job as a police chief, is to make things better and keep some consistency in our workforce. I happen to believe that officers who are invested in a certain shift, in a certain part of town, in a certain community, tend to perform better because they know the neighborhood, They know the store owners, the people who live there, and then they know about the trouble spots. So in order to better serve our community, I want that consistency, especially in the patrol shifts. So that's something that the POA worked with me. So we're going to change it, incrementally. Eventually, the matrix will be phased out. Absolutely. Absolutely. So right now, officers, once they select a shift in a part of town, they basically stay there for the remainder of the year. So when we have vacancies, say on day shift, and we have new officers that come on, well, we just fill the vacancies. Typically, the day shift spots are the most coveted spots. So putting a brand new officer on a day shift is not ideal for training, for development, that sort of thing. So ideally, you want to allow those senior officers who want to go to days be able to transfer. Right now, we can't do that. So that's one inconsistency that I didn't like. This way, when there's an issue, if an officer's life circumstances change, they have a baby, or they start a family, or they buy a new home, they have the ability to put in for a transfer. And if there's a vacancy in the district that they want to work, they can move immediately. They don't have to wait till the end of the year, which is what we do now. So again, I want to implement a program that's going to be more equitable, but is also going to result in us better serving our community. And consistency, having officers stay on certain teams and in certain parts of town for an extended period of time, that's more ideal than what we have now. Any other questions about that?
So the other labor units, for example, we had previously negotiated agreements with a number of them, including the fire department. And I want to say thank you to Dean Sanders and his board because honestly, they stepped up early in order to sign a contract. And there is a portion of this contract that will impact him in a positive way as well as part of a Me Too clause. And that has to do with retroactivity. Previously, their agreement did not have that, but they will now have retroactivity all the way back through this fiscal year, which will be a significant benefit to them. But it's difficult for us at times to compare pay between various labor units. Law enforcement being compared to other law enforcement is something that we try to do, but it's hard to compare it to other public safety services. And what we try to do is to allow the job market demand dictate what we need to be providing to our officers. And in this environment today, it has become extremely competitive. People are offering $40,000 and $50,000 recruiting bonuses to police officers in the Bay Area, and we have to make sure that we're competitive. If we're not competitive, not only will we have increased vacancies, but we will not be able to recruit the best and the brightest. So it is important that we are competitive. We have a lot of other benefits here for officers in terms of affordability of housing, the lack of traffic congestion, our retirement system, the ability for officers to go from one assignment to another, but we want to make sure that they are compensated fairly. And I can guarantee you this contract was a fair compensation, and again puts us at the top in terms of what we pay officers in the valley. And I believe it's going to remedy our retention and recruiting problems. Yeah, in full transparency, this contract, in fact, all the labor contracts, has maxed us out in terms of our budget. And what we need to focus on first is filling the existing vacancies and hiring civilian personnel that will free up police officers to be more available out there in the streets for what they are trained to do. So those are the two things that we're going to be very, very focused on. To make sure that we're maximizing the officers we have, to make sure that we're getting officers back to work, and that's going to be very, very important to us. And then we're going to talk about what those numbers look like in terms of additional officers in the upcoming budget. We will be taking advantage of some of our enterprise departments in terms of hiring officers. I think you know that when you have a lot of vacancies, you're not able to fill some of the positions that you would like to, like our fax officers, our student and neighborhood resource officers. Those come with an outside funding source, so we're going to look at those first. We're going to look at hiring, increasing our numbers without impacting our general fund, because quite frankly, after all these negotiations, we have to be very fiscally prudent in terms of future hiring of officers. I think they were seamless in terms of how that was affected. I will tell this, that in our last closed session, the council had asked if I would sit at the table with TJ Miller, and I did for the negotiations. I think that made it a little easier on all of us in terms of communication, but quite honestly, I don't think there was any impact as a result of that. We were able to get it done collectively.
Yeah, I don't think there was any impact whatsoever. I felt like it was seamless, and the last 2 weeks have been very productive in our meetings, and with the great help of TJ Miller, Georgianne White, and Mayor Dyer, we were able to have this cross the finish line. So we're very, very thankful.
And the council, trust me. Yeah, the ones that just voted 7-0. So thank you. And actually made it happen. I'm going to let Chief Balderrama talk about it. But I can tell you historically what police officers look at when they're going to make the decision to transfer from another law enforcement agency to the Fresno Police Department. They look at what they're going to start at in terms of pay and what they're going to top out at in terms of pay. This is the benefit we need. There are other factors they look at, but that's the primary factor.
Yeah, that's a great question. And when somebody does leave the police department, we do a questionnaire to try to figure out why they're leaving. In the last year, in the year that I've been police chief, we've seen a lot of people leave to other agencies. We lose them to the DA's office. We lose them to Clovis, to surrounding agencies, state agencies. And frankly, when you compare the workload, the number of calls that on average that a police officer here in Fresno responds to, and the number of reports, the number of violent crimes, the amount of overtime, it's really tough. It's a difficult job already. Nationally, every police department is having a tough time recruiting. So this contract is extremely important. It's important for the Fresno Police Department so we can grow as an agency, so we can fill those vacancies, and so we can provide a better service. One thing I can tell you for certain is I can't provide a better service to the citizens if I don't have enough police officers. You know, that's always going to be a hindrance to us, and now we have a plan to hire, fill those vacancies, to hire more officers, to expand the police department using enterprises. And we're going to be very aggressive about that this year. And part of that aggressive campaign, the first step is this contract. Because, yes, we are going to expect a lot out of you, but we're going to pay you what you're worth. And here in Fresno, we can provide a lot of things that other smaller agencies can't provide. Just the lateral and upward mobility. I mean, fact of the matter is there's about 2 or 3 dozen jobs, different jobs that you can do in the Fresno Police Department, from K-9 to helicopter unit, homicide, gang unit, you name it. And you know, for somebody who wants to really make an impact in their community and save lives, change lives, and make the community better, there's no better place to do it than Fresno PD. So I'm also very relieved and grateful that this contract has been passed. Yeah, more police officers is gonna mean that violent crime is gonna go down, and we were able to prove that this year with the limited staffing that we had. With more staffing, we're gonna be able to do a lot more. You know, I read national articles every single morning just to try to keep up with the trends, and most large cities, the violent crime went up, and the expectations are that in 2022, violent crime is continuing to go up. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not going to happen in Fresno because we have the workforce that is going to do the job, that is going to be proactive. As we add in more police officers, we're going to be able to provide a better service. And I do expect that this time next year, things are going to be better. Stats are going to be better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to resume the council meeting here in about 5 minutes. We're going to cut questions short, but you've got the council members for about 5 minutes before we go back into session. You've got the mayor. Thank you for coming. get started as soon as we get a number 4 out here. Ring the bell on these guys.
They were doing something over there. I had to get Amanda earlier, but I don't know what they were doing. ISD was there. I'm not. I'm here. You got it. You got it, Georgine.
All right, we're back in open session. We still have some closed session to do. We wanted to come back out and conduct the remaining workshops. We're going to go with item 3E, which is a workshop on the Sustainability Division Energy Efficiency Projects update. And for my colleagues, sorry, before we start, for the benefit of my colleagues, I know they're grumbling and hangry. So by the time we conclude the open session part and move back into closed session, we'll hopefully have some dinner for you. Ann, thank you.
Good evening. I'm really excited to be here. I know I'm not going to be as exciting as the last thing you just covered, but I promise you that this will be good. Not as exciting as an NFL playoff game, of course, but it also won't end in controversy, I promise. So here we go. First thing I want to do before we get started is to introduce the project team. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this, so I want to make sure I let you know who was involved. Also, they are on Zoom, but in the room we have the CEO from Alliance Business Solutions from ABS, and that's Brad Chapman, and he's here with us today. And then also on Zoom, we have the solar team, and that would be our JPA, Spur, Kevin Flanagan representing Spur, and Sam Zanzinger, he's representing Forefront Power. And then we also have on the line, we have what I like to think is an energy efficiency guru and subject matter expert from PG&E is Isaiah Franco. And then we also have my staff assistant, Sarah Wood from Sustainability Division. So they're all available on Zoom as well if there's any questions that come up that Brad and I can't handle. Next slide. So before we dive into the projects and share with you all the exciting things that we have going, I would like these two projects to take a victory lap, a quick victory lap for you, because they are helping us to implement your climate action plan that you adopted last summer. The City Hall and MSC energy efficiency projects, which ABS has done for us previously, and we're all benefiting from right now because of the beautiful lighting in here that I know we talk about all the time. Those are showing measured success, and the projections that those projects were supposed to do in energy savings, it's actually exceeding the expectations. So I just wanted to share that with you because it'll become relative as we move forward. Also, the LED streetlight conversion project that was named Light Up Fresno. Now, that was named by the previous administration. I didn't name it Light Up Fresno. I don't know if it was inspired by Snoop Dogg or what, but you know, again, it's a fun thing. The good news is that project is very successful as well, and it's performing very well. And that was made possible by PG&E's OBF, which is a 0% interest. And that, like I said, that is performing, and we're real happy with that one as well. Next slide. So this is the comprehensive overview of the project that we're bringing to you next on the next slide, which is basically a 30,000-foot flyover, we'll call it. We'll dig deeper here in a second. But the site selection and reconciliation process that we went through to select these 73 sites was really comprehensive. And in fact, ABS did a great job of going out to all of the park sites, all of the police and fire sites, to do a comprehensive walkthrough and evaluation to get to where we're at. And what I'm happy to tell you is the direction I gave is leave no park behind. we want to do all the parks. I did not want to be in a situation where we came up with the scope of work and it's like, okay, and now you have to decide which ones you want to do and which ones are going to leave off. Nobody's been left off. If there's a park that we're not addressing, it's because there was no infrastructure that needed to be addressed because there was no lighting infrastructure, or it's been picked up in another project. So this is very comprehensive and it includes everything. So the 73 sites that we are focusing on, it's about a $17.9 million capital project. What's exciting and unique about the $17.9 million, I know that's a big number, is that the revenue to pay it, we're harnessing savings from the energy efficiency and from the operations and maintenance, the O&M. We are going to save enough to be able to pay for this project, the construction cost, in its entirety. That's really unique to be able to say a project's going to pay for itself. And we also have the guaranteed savings again, which means that if the energy projections that they've come up with very carefully do not produce, which I'm confident they will because they already are at the MSC and City Hall, but in the event they did not produce, then Brad Chapman sitting over there gets to write us a check. Not me personally, but the City of Fresno a check because we have a project guarantee. Like I said, the MSC and City Hall success that we are having is really giving us a peace of mind and confidence to be able to move forward with this project. If you look at the scope of work, really the primary focus for the scope of work has been infrastructure and equipment upgrades that actually provide energy savings and again can help pay for themselves. So that was the primary focus and has been the case except for a minor exception. And that would be the mobile backup generators. Now, I know we all hear about the PSPS, energy, you know, PG&E shutting off power and whatnot. Well, good news, City of Fresno has never been under a PSPS order that we're going to have our power taken down. But I still feel we need to be ready for, you know, an event where the power does go out. It's super expensive to put backup generation and retrofit at every police station, every fire station. That's just really, it is money that would not be well spent. I don't think it's necessary, but we wanted to do something. So actually, Mr. Franco at PG&E had an idea. He said, why don't we do a couple of mobile generators, do panel upgrades at a number of sites at public safety, and then in the event you have a power outage, you've got a mobile generation. It fit in beautifully into the project. It is cost effective, and so that's the direction we're going. Project savings, the utility bill savings for the first year, and that would be the PG&E bill savings, is $1.4 million. I'm telling you, it's going to be way higher than $1.4 million, and I'll go into that in a little bit, why that's the case. That's what we need it to be, 1.4 to redirect to pay off the financing, but like I said, it's going to be higher. The environmental attributes is something else that is important as well. Again, it helps with the climate action plan. What is 3.5 million kilowatts a year savings? Because that's what this project's going to produce. What does that mean? That's about 539 gas-powered vehicles off the road, or equivalent to powering 300 homes. Next slide. Brad, can you bring up the map? So there's the map that I want to show that will demonstrate where these projects, these 73 sites are. I also want to let you know, we will be emailing you a PDF of the map. You could just stand there and hold. See, you can't, like I said, I know it's kind of hard to see, but we will be emailing it to you. Plus, I've got printed copies that I'll pass out.
We can see somewhat.
You can see.
I have my glasses on.
Okay, so anywhere you see like a little dot or a little note, those are where all the 73 sites are. They are spread throughout all 7 council districts, and again, it's really comprehensive, and I will send you the PDF as well as a detailed scope of work that shows you what we're doing at each of the 73 sites.
Thank you, Brad, for coming all the way out of town to play Vanna White.
Yeah, thanks, Vienna. Yeah, here's Vienna. So on the map, like we talked about, the parks projects, which I'm like super excited about, is $10.8 million in capital upgrades that we're doing. And as you can see, we're going to be doing 47 park sites, HVAC upgrades at 4 of the sites, which will be where the community centers are that were in the need of HVAC upgrades, and then system control upgrades at 18 sites, transformer upgrades at 5 sites. The good thing about doing transformer upgrades ahead of time is instead of waiting for a transformer to blow, I don't know if you've ever had a transformer blow in summer, but I could tell you, being a former PG&Eer, it's never good to have a transformer go out. So we're going to be proactive on HVAC and transformers.
And
yeah,
I'm gonna have you pause real quick.
okay.
Lost a quorum.
Oh,
We're
Water
we're
break.
holding this plane together.
You can keep going because it's just a workshop.
Oh yeah. So with the workshop, there is no public comment or
Okay, okay.
technically a vote. Oh, great. Now you've given incentive.
If it wasn't for Ann, I'd be gone.
you had to say something.
So you-
I'm a little offended. Not really.
Hey, you're the reason I'm here, so.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right, and well,
And I
let's go
appreciate
and proceed with our artificial quorum.
Our work, okay, perfect. So anyway, like I said, back to the park sites, it's good to do these upgrades before your transformer blows. It's always a good idea, and that's what we're going to be doing. The 1-year project savings on parks is about $789,000 in utility bill savings. Again, trust me, it's going to be more than that, but that's what we need it to be able to pay off the financing. The other thing that we added into the scope, like towards the last minute, is what I'll do. And I know Brad would say he loves working with me, and that's probably true, but I'm not exactly that easy to work with all the time, because I'll hey, I have a great idea. And this one was, let's do upgrades at the Met Building and the Veterans Memorial Building. Can you add those in the scope of work? Of course, he gave the proper answer of yes, of course we could. And so what we're doing there is LED lighting upgrades to interior and exterior at both locations. And at the Veterans Memorial Building, we're going to be doing HVAC upgrades to 12 units within the Veterans Memorial Building, and then system control upgrades as well. So we're real happy to be able to add this into the project and show some TLC to the Veterans Memorial Building.
So, Ann, before you go down that path, we need to sit down and maybe visit the site, because a lot of those HC systems in the Memorial Veterans Building were configured in a way that are literally, they have exposed wiring as you walk by in their library. So I'm gonna want some assurances that the water tray will not be hitting people's head, and then that we're not just simply replacing the same, patchwork that was done early on. That is a historical building, so you can't tear down walls to do certain things. So I'm gonna need some one-on-one time to get that reassurance on that building before we go too far. And on the Met Building specifically, one of the challenges to leasing that place has been that the air systems, I believe, are all kind of one huge system. You can't really separate temperature control if you want to lease certain floors only. So I'm going to need just some time with staff to ensure that we're actually improving our ability to sublease that whole building going forward.
Right, and so we will sit down to talk about that, because at this point for the Met, we just have lighting upgrades inside and out. We don't have the HVAC, we don't have the controls built into this project. And just to put it into perspective, the $17.8 million capital project, the vet and the Met is about $120,000 of it. So that was literally an add-on that we put onto it. So we've got an opportunity to talk about what we need to do.
So we might have to do some more add-ons to the project.
Well, we'll talk about that for sure.
I'm sure we can find it in the mayor's budget.
There you go. And I'm not going to speak to that, but anyway. So like I said, we were happy to do some TLC to those buildings. Next slide. The public safety facilities. So the mindset here was we have to own it and operate it. So a lot of the police facilities we actually lease. And so we focused on 5 of the police sites. And we're going to be doing LED lighting upgrades, interior and exterior there, as well as HVAC, systems controls, transformer upgrade as well. And then there's some minor asbestos abatement that has to be done at the police annex, which is the old city hall, and to be able to do some of the upgrades as well. So that's what's included in the police projects which is 5 sites at about $3 million. For the fire stations, we're going to be doing all of the existing fire stations. We'll be getting upgrades as well as fire headquarters. And that includes same thing, the LED lighting, the HVAC controlled transformers, and then, like I said, the 2 mobile backup generators is included into the fire project as well, and we'll be upgrading panels there as well so they can, again, if there's power outage, they can use the mobile backup generators. Next slide. So I know we're always, you're always interested in solar, and I am too. We've discussed how you want to do your energy efficiency upgrades first before you, because it's cheaper to use less power than it is to generate power. And so we are going to be doing solar as well. The solar project is not, when we go to award the design build contract on February 10th, we will not be doing the solar. We'll come back to you with the solar 30 days later. After we award the energy efficiency contract. And that's going to be with our JPA that we've had a lot of success with. And we'll be, like I said, we'll come back in 30 days. But this is a look at what we're doing as far as that goes. The objective was to target the locations that had the largest load and, you know, the highest energy user. Originally what we were going to do, and I think I talked about it previously, is to do an off-site, it's called a Res BCT project, where we build a solar field and then we're able to credit all of the different PG&E bills within parks, fire, police. That program maxed out. It was a PG&E program that maxed out. We were not able to do that this time around. So we pivoted and we identified these locations that are listed here that we're going to be doing solar canopies and on-site solar. Now keep in mind, if you look at this and you think, well, it's only like 6, well, we could come back and do additional, but these are the ones where the most load existed, and there's opportunities for solar canopies. And so, again, I don't have all the details on that. I'll be revisiting that at a later date.
And just for my feedback, so you know, I was at Fresno Unified when we did the solar JPA. I was at State Center when we did the solar JPA. I'm not sold that that's the best approach for the solar panels portion of it. We can have further discussions. On the parks, does your plan cover any of the community centers, retrofits and upgrades?
Yeah, energy, yes, inside and out. So we're doing upgrades, HVAC, we're doing lighting, interior, exterior, as well as the controls. So we're going to become more energy efficient at those community centers prior to putting solar.
I might need you to slow down a little bit because some of those community centers may be renovated, torn down, rebuilt as part of the Measure P work. So I don't want to go and, you know, do the rewiring and ACs if we plan to do something different. So we're about to start our community meetings. You know, some of those centers were designed in the 50s and 60s, and they may not be the same thing that people want. So just know that we can sit down on that particular one. And then I do see as, you know, are you doing solar? You're only doing solar on certain parks, right? The heavy use parks for power?
Well, when I say heavy use, it would have to be like one that has a community center or facility, because like a park that has a lot of lighting, that's really not, you're going to achieve so much savings from the LED conversion. It doesn't have enough load necessarily to do solar. So
what about EV charging stations at all our parks? Is that part of your plan?
This plan, the energy efficiency, no, that will come at a later date. This is specifically to focus on energy efficiencies, to have the energy efficiencies be able to pay for the capital.
But if you do EV charging stations later and you're not going to do solar panels later because there is enough of a demand for power in those parks, how expensive is it going to be to go back and put all the infrastructure for EV charging stations at all the parks if that's what the council wishes?
That's an extensive conversation that we could certainly have, but like I said, it's not linked to the energy efficiency. We could talk about how does that line up with the solar plan that will come at, you know, like I said, a later date. So yeah, we can have those conversations, but as far as being able to move forward with the energy efficiency, we're golden to move forward ahead without worrying about how it will impact an EV. All that you're doing is you're using less energy, which actually helps in the event you want to add EV chargers.
Yeah, I fully appreciate how you've broken it down to efficiency first and then solar later. What I'm looking at is how do we get to the 21st century as a city where EV charging stations are every single park, solar panels are every single place we can put them, right? They also provide shade as a benefit, where the upgrades are across all systems. That's the angle I'm trying to take. You know, how do we get to zero carbon footprint? So just I'm gonna take it from that angle. And then just the last thing, I do want to spend time with some staff around. I know our director's working on the Fulton Street permanent fix on pedestrian lighting. I have a feeling that's going to continue to be a problem going forward, whether it's downtown, Chinatown, as we're in the process of designing all the infrastructure improvements in that corridor. I want that permanent solution to how we do pedestrian lighting that doesn't get damaged or vandalized the next day and it's out for 6 months. So I know that's not necessarily energy efficiency conversation for you or a solar conversation, but I do want it somehow addressed in this component. And then lastly for me on this is, you know, we did the overhead lighting and tower. That was a whole body of work. It's been the biggest, you know, fan generator for tower. Now other folks are asking for it. So I'll be looking at staff to help us, our office, figure out how we do it in Chinatown, maybe how we do it at Fulton Street. But that is something that, you know, adds to the environment of people coming out and being a entertainment district, being a nightlife. And it does definitely provide additional, you know, safeguards when those poles do go out. So I'll be reaching out to you guys on how we do that. If not part of this project, part of the next project and the next time you bring solar, but I do want it, you know, we're gonna have electricians out there across the city doing all the electrician work. This might be the time to incorporate a project, even if that means, director, that has to come out of my infrastructure budget, so be it. But, you know, while we're tearing up the sidewalks or messing with poles, we might as well do some of these upgrades. Thank you.
You bet. And the last thing we'll say on solar before we transition to the next is the thing that we're really enthusiastic about moving forward with solar at these sites is it's going to provide rate stabilization and no annual escalator, meaning for 20 years, you're not going to escalate beyond the price that they gave you. And that's going to become really significant with what PG&E rates are doing. So the next slide, which is near the end, so I appreciate all the council, you know, bearing with us. This is like the financing section. This is pretty important. So the approach that we took for the financing, like I said, is extremely financially cautious, right? We have a really conservative plan that we came up with so that we could be certain to be able to pay the financing back. Because what we do is we borrow the money at 2.62% interest for 15 years, and we have a lock on that rate for right now. The reason I keep saying that the annual rates, the $1.4 million that we're going to save every year on the PG&E bill, that I know it's going to be much higher, and this is why. When we went to figure out the financing on this and we developed the cash flow, we used what is an industry safeguard. We used 4.5% annual PG&E rate escalator, right? So the cash flow and what you're seeing here, the $1.4 million in savings, is based on the assumption, which is, again, the industry standard, 4.5% a year in PG&E rate increases. So the reason I know that this is going to save more money than that, and the reason we can't afford not to do this, is I attended a PG&E rate webinar last week where PG&E announced what the rates are going to be for 2022. That's the year we're in right now. And they announced that the PG&E rates are going to go up between 19.5% and 22% this year in 2022. I almost fell out of my chair.
But Ann, I can show you my bill. It looks, yeah,
No,
my
what
last
happened
bill.
January, but brace, it's coming. 19.5% to 22% rate increase in 2020.
But Ann, I thought the mayor's opposition convinced PG&E not to do it.
Well, you all, and to your credit, you passed that resolution, but that was for the general rate case for 2023 to 2026. This is in 2020. And so when they announced the 19.5% to 22% on that webinar, like I said, I almost fell out of my chair. Those of you that know me as well as you do, you know that there was colorful language probably coming from my office when I heard that. But again, like I said,
And
that's the reason I
give-
know that we're
Give me
in
the
good
bottom
shape.
line. How much cash do you need for your proposal?
Cash? Well, all that we need is some admin money that
How much
we've already.
cash?
Well, the 17.9 million in capital is going to be financed by a secured rate that we've already
Correct.
gotten and some on-bill financing from PG&E. We got 1.7 million. We're already pre-approved for it, 0%. So we've got the financing figured out, and then the repayment is going to come from the bill savings and from operations and maintenance.
So you need no cash?
The cash that we need is for city admin, which you can't finance.
How much is
through.
that?
That is 1.3 million, and it was 1.6,
Yeah.
but Brad Chapman has already agreed to pick up the permitting on that.
And, or city manager, couldn't we do what we did with the animal shelter, borrow that from public utilities and then pay it back?
Good news is we don't have to. I have a financing plan. What we're going to do is Parks has identified savings in their budget for capital. So Parks is going to pay their share of it. And then the public safety portion of it, which is $317,000, is going to come out of the climate action planning money that's in my budget.
Wait a minute. So why does Park has to take it out of their budget, but police get to take it out of somebody else's budget? Doesn't
Well,
police have a capital budget?
I would have been happy to take it all out of my budget, except I didn't have
Yeah.
enough.
But doesn't police have a capital budget? Yes, right?
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
How do they pay for their buildings? And their
That's not a
energy
capital
bills?
budget, is new construction.
New construction.
You don't have impact fees for new police stations?
Correct, for new police stations that are needed due to new growth. So you can't pay for installing, this is for existing facilities that she's putting and doing energy efficiency upgrades. So, council member, it's a workshop to go over what the plan is. There's going to be a contract coming in a following meeting that I think will have more details on the financing aspect of
I
it.
just want to caution staff with, taking it from certain pots that the council set aside for a specific purpose that we still have not, decided what that specific purpose is. So in our office, you guys charge us our fair share of IT, our fair share of, PG&E, our fair share of everything. So if that's going to be the approach, and I think every department should pay their fair share towards that investment.
Yeah, so the good news is this, I have a backup plan. Aside from my financing plan that I have that I think is brilliant, but if you don't like it, you could take what's behind door B, which is the 1.7 million that PG&E's already pre-approved us for, so to lend to this project. They will allow us to pay for admin fees. So we've got two plans to finance the city's out-of-pocket. One is the plan that I've described, but we can use the 1.7 that we're already pre-approved for at 0% interest to pay for the admin fees in the event you want to do that. The other option is to decrease how much we borrow at 2.62 by 1.7, but again, that's a decision that we will discuss with the city manager as we move forward.
We'll talk about it internally, council member. I hear your concerns.
So the last thing I want to say about this slide, about the financing, is to look at it this way. Instead of giving that 1.4 million that we're going to save on our bill, which, like I said, with the interest rates, with the PG&E electricity rates going up like they are, that 1.5 million, do we give that to PG&E, or do we save it ourselves and reinvest it into our own facilities? And that's why this thing is set up so beautifully. So the last slide that I have is just the next steps, which finalize the project. Well, good news there. We've already done all that. So we're in good shape as far as the scope of work. We're in good shape as far as the design build contract. Those are all ready to go. And we're going to be returning to council on February 10th. And this is a time-sensitive item, and this is why. I come to you tonight to explain all of this. Have any sit-down meetings you want between now and February 10th. We have this 2.62% interest rate held until February 15th. The bank has signaled you have until February 15th to execute the agreement, which is the reason we need to award the contract on February 10th. And so we're poised to be successfully bring that back to you and get that done. But I just want to let you all know it is time sensitive that we award the contract on February 10th.
Ms. Kalus, if I may, real quick, I know you're going to bring the construction contract on the 10th. Do you also plan on bringing an AAR for the administrative fees at that time as well? What's the timeline for that?
Actually, Scott, do you want to speak to that, the admin fees, the AAR? Because I think there was actually an event where we didn't have to take that route, but I'm going to let Scott speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So regarding that element, so we have $400,000 in the sustainability budget that would sustain us this year, carry us through June 30th as far as the admin cost. So no AAR would technically be needed for that if there's concurrence on that approach. So the balance of just the city staff costs, basically to do permit, do inspection of the work, the balance would be included in the fiscal year 23 budget. That would be the alternative approach where no AAR would be needed.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember? Okay. Right, so wrapping up, the February 10th date is, like I said, it's important that we award the contract and approve the resolution to authorize us to do the financing. We will, like I said, I've got extensive scopes of work here that takes you site by site on all 73 sites that tells you what we're going to be doing, as well as the maps. So we will get those distributed to you tonight as well. And then we will be seeing you back at council on February 10th. But again, I will reach out to Councilmember Arias to make sure I have the sit down with him. And then anybody else, once you review this information, I'm going to leave with you. Let me know what you would like to discuss further so that we can have success on the 10th.
Thank you. Just my last request to the city manager, on the capital improvement, of the police department and fire department, I like to know if they don't have a capital improvement, fund, how do we fix their buildings when they break? Because I'm assuming wear and tear happens every day and somebody has to come out of somewhere.
It's the facilities ISF charged. So facilities is different than capital. So everybody has a facilities element in there for, the toilet gets clogged, the HVAC doesn't work. Those are for repairs of existing fixtures within the buildings. Capital is different.
Describe capital to me.
Scott, help me out. So I guess simplified, it's the new construction of a new facility or a brand new HVAC system. Scott, can you help me out?
Absolutely, Council. So if there are minor repairs that basically staff and a relatively small amount of parts can fix, then our facilities division is in essence like a pooled resource for everyone, and then departments and divisions, they pay for that based upon their historic usage of that. So, but the city's facilities division does not have enough money to do, major repairs like replace an HVAC unit, re-roof a building. Those would be capital improvements, and council, you wind up approving those in the adopted budget each year. If it's a capital improvement as opposed to just a minor.
So Director, if the chiller breaks down at the headquarters today, how do you fix it if you don't have a set-aside account for that?
That is where we come down just to contingency amount in the city's budget.
We have a terrible history of not building up sinking funds. So if you install an HVAC that has a 10-year useful life, you should start socking away a little bit so in the 10th year you can pay. We don't do that as a city. So we've done things like we've basically put it on a credit card. We've bonded for it. We've financed. We rarely have had enough money to be able to go out and fix things like that.
But City Manager, I recall in 2019 when the generator at City Hall blew up, we were told initially we need emergency money. There's no money anywhere. And then you guys came back and said we took out of the contingency fund, to fix it. So there is a contingency fund somewhere in the city to pay for these kind of emergencies, right?
That is correct. So it's a small one. Our facilities budget does have a $500,000 contingency. Generally, it's not used, but if it is used, then it winds up being charged back to departments, and it gets it
So
has to be paid
citywide,
for.
$500,000 in a contingency for the entire city of Fresno.
So city manager, in your budget that you're building, am I to expect that you will be recommending a capital fund for each department so that we're not having to have $500,000 for the whole city? Like, when we look at the police department budget, they're gonna be setting aside X amount of money to fix capital issues?
So what I would tell you is I would love to be able to do that. And generally, when you go into building a budget, that is always the goal. But then when you plug all those amounts into every single budget and it adds up and then you're in the red, those tend to be the things that get cut. So good practices, absolutely we should have those. We've never been able to afford that as a city. Obviously, we have more funding available to us now, so I would say that would be the goal, and I would hope that we could start building towards that, but until we get into the 23 budget process, I don't know what it's gonna look like.
And the good news is the project, though we've got set up with all the upgrades that we're doing to HVAC and transformers, those are the kind of things we do so that we don't need to pull from a contingency, because we proactively did that ahead of time before it blew up. So that's just the final thing I have to say on that. Is there any more feedback or questions? Or like I said, I invite everybody to get in contact with us prior to the February 10th, and we could get you any information you need.
All right, thank you, Ann. All right, we have 2 items, workshops 3D, the heart, and 3F. We're gonna go ahead and table 3F. City Attorney, do we need a motion and a vote to table 3F?
You can ask by consensus.
We have consensus. Yeah, we're gonna table 3F. We're gonna bipartisan, nonpartisan consensus on tabling 3F. We are gonna take on 3D, and again, for my colleagues, my hangry colleagues, there is the Chico's Pizza here, or there will be very shortly. I will not give you any time to eat, so you're gonna have to grab it and eat while we continue through closed session. But that's after we conduct the heart workshop. H, we're counting on you to give us a succinct summary, an accurate summary, and I think there'll probably be some questions for you up here. And my colleagues, you've been asking about this and badgering, so please stay in your seats and pay attention.
8 minutes good, Council President?
8 minutes is fantastic.
Okay, let's do it. So, on behalf of the mayor, first of all, thank you, Council President Esparza and Council Member Chavez, for being a part of launching the HEART project last Tuesday. It was an incredible moment. We've got a PowerPoint for you. Just a reminder, this is the second of 3 workshops. We had our first 2 weeks ago where we looked at homeless investments. Today we're looking at the Homeless Assistance Response Team. And at the end of March, early April, we'll be looking at the mayor's One Fresno housing plan. Our agenda today, what we'll do is we'll look at the challenge. What is HEART? What resources does HEART utilize? How will HEART function? How does HEART respond to calls for service? And how will HEART measure its success? The first challenge, and let's be clear about this, is the biggest challenge, and that is that there are more persons on the street than we have beds, period, end of story. We estimate the number of unhoused people in the city of Fresno around 4,000, temporary beds around 1,500. We control about 600 to 700 of those on any given day, and the number of unsheltered is still estimated about 2,500. The second challenge is that encampments are the most dangerous place for anybody to live in Fresno. And we've, the last week in 2021, we sent our HEART team out to count encampments. We have 64 encampments, 479 shanties, and an estimated 704 individuals in those encampments. Now, what is HEART? HEART is a compassionate, responsive, lawful, and effective outreach, leading unsheltered individuals and families to take the first step off of the streets and into a new future. And basically, HEART attempts to live out our values as a city, to do 2 things simultaneously which are hard to hold together. One is affirming human dignity, the dignity of every human being who is on the street. We care about every individual. At our last cleanup, I saw a woman, a meth addict, with the marks of meth on her face, dragging a beautiful woman, somebody's daughter, dragging all of her personal belongings behind her in a tarp. On the other hand, we're also committed to quality of life for every resident and business owner. And just a couple of weeks ago, we got a call from Joe Soleno, who's trying to start a brewery right down here in the Brewery District, and he had a fire. His business has been impacted by a homeless encampment. We're addressing that encampment, but these are the two extremes of what we're dealing with: affirming human dignity on the one hand and quality of life on the other. HEART's #1 goal is to protect, assess, and connect unsheltered persons and families with shelter and resources. Our #2 goal is to promptly resolve quality of life issues affecting residents and businesses on both public and private property. We can go to slide 7 now, Brianna. What is HEART? HEART's objectives are very simple: protecting the unsheltered, providing outreach to the folks on the street, and then connecting them to services and shelter. We had a bit of misinformation today when one of our friends indicated that there were not services, wraparound services at our shelters. Every one of our shelters includes case management, meals, life skills, education and employment assistance, linkages to resources for mental health, substance abuse treatment, and hygiene supplies. And at the same time, HEART in the community at large does these things: responds to service requests, 311, one call does it all. HEART assures safe public spaces and safe private spaces. Next slide, please. This is the flower slide. This would be, keep on going down, one more. Perfect. Thank you, Brianna. HEART is a multidisciplinary, multi-departmental, multi-agency response that involves our whole community. It includes outreach with our 18-member HOPE team from Poverello House, our HEART Code team of 10 people, our crisis intervention team that involves mental health professionals, Fresno Police Department, our HEART PD team, our district POP officers and patrols. It also includes sanitation, economic development, our jurisdictional partners, including the state, Caltrans, CHP, the county, Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, Fresno Irrigation District, Fresno Flood Control District, railroads, schools, districts, and parks, our CBO partners that provide us triage and shelter as well as transportation. And key to this is our 311 call center. Back up to outreach, you just need to know that outreach is the point of the spear. That's what's changed, that's the game changer. Many of the calls that have been going to PD, a flood of calls that have been going from our 311 call center to PD every day are now going to our HEART outreach team and to our HEART Code team. And by the way, our outreach team is made up of people, the vast majority of which have lived experience and who have gone through recovery themselves. People of color, a representative from the LGBTQ plus community. It is an incredible outreach team that reflects our community and really does an incredible, incredible job with a POV. Here's how HEART functions. We serve the unsheltered by focusing on resolving encampments. And I've mentioned the numbers there. We work with the city attorney on this. So Travis Stokes from the city attorney's office will be with me and our whole HEART team, this multidisciplinary team, on the street February 2nd at H and San Benito to finish the job that we began a couple of weeks ago. We also steward the city's emergency shelter resources. Does that mean we hold back beds? No. But we utilize beds in order to strategically identify and address encampments. You can't do encampment resolution without beds. HEART serves the community at large by responding to requests for service through 311, one call does it all, strategically resolving encampments on public property, and partnering with residents and businesses to restore their private property. And just so that you know, we work very closely with both Maine PD and Maine Code. Erica Camarena and I meet every week to talk about how we are going to leverage our resources together to respond especially to private property encampments. The next slide, please. And one more slide, Brianna. I'm not doing a very good job. This is our flow chart for calls for service. All calls come in through the 311 call center. By the way, we had an opportunity to meet with all of your staff members yesterday. We gave them an initial briefing. We'll be continuing to be available to them for any questions that they have, any heartburn that they have about how the system's operating. Our ISD department has done a fantastic job in connecting the 311 call center systems with Acela, with Fresno, so that all of this is seamless. One of the concerns that was brought up by somebody in testimony to you earlier in public comment was that calls are concluded before they're actually before an encampment is actually resolved. We've solved that problem. That is not going to happen anymore because ISD put these systems together.
Am I allowed to interject, H, or would you prefer to?
Pardon me?
Am I allowed to interject, or?
You know what? I've got like one more step and then we're done.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. So the service requests come in, and it's probably on this because this is going to be the heartbeat of what we're dealing with, and we'll be reporting back to you on the metrics related to this. But the service requests come into 311. We did pause for a moment in getting HEART started because the mayor was concerned that we have enough capacity in 311 to handle the uptick in calls. We've done that. Those folks are ready. Call center determines the request type and size of the encampment, sends it over to the HEART team. Then our HOPE team responds to 1 to 2 folks. Our HEART PD responds to 3 to 9 encampments. Our HEART code responds to 10 or more on public property, private vacant lots, and private property commercial. Everybody works together when it comes time to resolving encampments. And our HOPE team, our outreach team, is doing general citywide outreach all the time. So they'll be proactive. Just so that you know, here's what a service request looks like. I went into a little detail. Next slide, please, Brianna. And here's when somebody calls into 311, and we're giving a template for this and a special website to your staff to be able to email their requests in with all the substantiating photos and any concerns that they have. But basically, there are 6 things that we're going to be looking at. One is location of encampment by property type, site conditions addressed. That includes camping, use of tent or shanty, bathing or washing personal belongings, urinating or defecating, use of open flame, garbage, trash, or debris, and criminal activity. Number 3, number of individuals, number of children, any animals, and then reporter's name and number. Finally, metrics. You see metrics there in terms of outreach, emergency shelter and triage centers, and call and response. Those metrics are all broken down. Councilmember Chavez, you've asked for a dashboard. This will be your dashboard on a regular basis. I'm open for questions. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you for the presentation, H. I appreciate it. I did watch the press conference. I heard a lot of really good things. Can we go back second to last slide, please, City
Yes.
Clerk? Thank you. How does HEART respond to calls for service?
Do you want to look at the flow chart? Let's go back to one right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yep. Good.
Really, the only point of contention I had throughout the presentation was this slide, H.
Yep.
Have 3 staff members whose sole job is to pick up phones and respond to emails. One of the biggest issues that comes through is for homelessness. We, I don't want to say hold people's hands, but we guide residents from beginning of opening a case to the very end, and we follow up afterwards. By removing counsel from this entire process, I think that's going to hinder a lot of our operations here on the council side of things. If we're not able to be in touch with our HEART team, with our officers, with whoever's going out to those calls, it's a whole extra step that we have to go through the 311 to see what the progress is, to check what the status is, and to hear back from them, and then get back to our residents about how that problem's been solved or has not been resolved. I'm just curious why the council has kind of been removed from this process of communicating with those folks and following up with them to see what the status of these encampments or homeless issues are.
Yeah, I actually, I thought that this would include council in the process, right up at the front end, all the way through to disposition.
But via 311.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the contention is for me.
Well, I think the reason for that, council member, is that what 311 does for us, it associates every single, and this is what I explained to your staff yesterday, every single call is associated then with a property number, an APN number, or an address. And we're not getting just calls from your staff. We're getting calls from your constituents, from our constituents. We're getting calls from a whole bunch of different.
But the folks that residents call before anyone else, you know, they might reach out to the administration, they might reach out to 311. I'd say overwhelming majority of the time they're reaching out to council districts.
Yeah.
So what happens if I have a resident call in and they want to know the status of a certain case? And they have a relationship with these people. They trust my office. They're calling me to get an update on this.
You'll be getting, your staff will be there's 2 people on your staff, your chief of staff and 1 other designee that will be getting access to a dashboard that will give an updated regularly, daily, on those APN numbers.
I'm interested to see what that looks like, because when we do other things like potholes or public works projects through Acela, you know, it'll say completed, pothole's been completed. Doesn't mean it's completed. It means maybe there was no funding for a pothole of that size, and so they closed the case and it shows as completed. I'm gonna call a resident and say, oh, it's completed because that's what it says on my dashboard, but that's not the case. And I think there's gonna be a lot of confusion and misinformation with this, this extra step that we have to do now.
So what we're gonna do is we're going to listen very carefully and be very responsive to your staff. I told them yesterday that if any of those issues come up, that we need to sit and meet and we will unpack that. We think that we have addressed that particular issue, which I've seen in the drop downs that take place now calls won't be completed until there's total resolution of that encampment. So what happens is that now there's a drop down that says where if PD goes out, for instance, or if outreach goes out and offers services and folks need additional attention, or the property needs attention because it's a private property that needs to be dealt with through the 808 process, then there's a way that is recorded, and the original request is not completed, it's sent on to the next step, and that will be noted on your dashboard.
I think the process makes perfect sense for the administration, but just to let you know how I feel personally, H, is, you know, I was asked to pass an unprecedented budget for our police last year, just pass a contract for better police services, and now I feel like my office is being cut off directly from those services.
Well, we're committed to not do that. Let's check in.
That's what this process does in my eyes, I'm telling you. I mean, there's a wall between us and the police now.
I don't think so.
Can my staff still reach out?
I think what this does is like I said, let's see how this works, and let's dialogue about this, and I'll be glad to, you can tell your staff if they have any difficulties, they can call me. And we'll sit down with whoever it takes, whether it's members of our team or ISD, but they need to be, we understand that you need to be able to be responsive to your constituents. You need to be able to tell people what's happening on the ground. And we aim to be able to deliver that.
Thank you, H.
Yeah.
All right, we have Councilmember Arias punched up.
Well, I'm going to be less diplomatic than my colleague here because I probably deal with homeless encampments a lot more. And, you know, my patience wanes because not only do I get the phone calls and Facebook messages and text messages and photos, but I actually go ride my bike and get to see some of these folks. So I think my colleague made it clear, H, Director, that council offices are the first point of contact in the homeless crisis in Fresno. We're the ones that get the first phone call about an encampment, and your system that you set up in 311 notes an encampment as resolved when the encampment is still there. Because your interpretation of resolution is it's on private property, or it's a FID property, or it's something that we're aware of it, but it's not the resolution that the public expects, which is folks have been housed and the area has cleaned up. Secondly, my other challenge has been...
Can I respond to that one?
Go ahead.
So, number one, the council staff are often the first point of contact, as are PD, as are our heart outreach team, which is now, and by the way, this system just starts this week. So we haven't seen, this system has been reworked, and it is...
But Director, if I may, the system and the process was created by administrative staff without input from the council to accommodate the administrative function of the work that you have to do, which is understandable.
So hold on a second, because the things that I hear you saying about how things are resolved in the system, that is the old system that didn't particularly work.
Right.
This has just been launched. You haven't even seen the results of it yet.
City Manager, are you telling me that the system is going to show that the encampment still exists there?
Yes.
And it's going to show that when it's going to be, when those folks are going to be housed?
Yeah.
No.
No.
So
that's a very fluid process.
Completely understand, right? I've been at this for 3 years.
Yeah.
I have daily experience with how we do this stuff.
And by the way, the 2 encampments that we talked about this week have been dealt with today.
Correct. And you know how they got dealt with? Not through an online system, but through a direct conversation with the mayor, yourself, right?
Actually, you know, with all due respect, I did listen to you, and I did respond, and I called our where's Erica? Yeah. There we go. We called Erica and her team, and lo and behold, it just so happened, the stars aligned, that the resolution was going to take place on Thursday.
I understand, H, but what I'm trying to articulate to you is, in the past, their homeless task force, council offices had direct access to the homeless task force sergeant, and they were very specific on when things were going to be addressed. In this new system, you're asking the council offices to be treated like members of the public and, you know, call 311 and wait for 311 to tell us the status of the encampment or the issue that we're reporting. You have cut us off directly from the HEART team. There is no more direct communication with the sergeant in charge, correct?
But hold on a minute. That's not entirely accurate, because remember, the goal of this is, I thought we wanted to lessen the law enforcement response when we have people out on the streets with mental health crises. So the goal was to try and triage those calls to determine which needed to be dealt with service providers and which needed to be dealt with from a policing perspective.
Yeah. City Manager, you're absolutely right. That was our goal. So I'm not suggesting that the sergeant or the police officer be the primary point of contact, right? What I'm suggesting is, in the past, we had direct communication access to the people on the ground. In this case, the people on the ground have shifted to organizations and social workers. Great, right? That was our mutual goal. But we still don't have direct access to them anymore.
So, okay, so let me follow that down. So if we have street outreach workers in the field working with homeless residents at an encampment, you're wanting to be able to call them up and say what?
I want to be able to communicate with their supervisor and get a direct assessment and an update on where they're at with that site.
That would be me.
So why would you want to talk with a service provider? I mean, those service providers need to be focusing their energy and resources in dealing with the actual residents. We have been pulling at the people on the street to the point where the peanut butter spread's so thin that nobody can be effective. So if we have people on the street dealing with the residents, we want them to be dealing with the residents, not having to pick up and talk to your office, my office, his office. So yeah, I would, to a certain extent, I think you are correct in that we want to make sure that their energy and focus is on serving those people. But we do need to be able to make sure that you have access to what the status of what they're doing is. Now, if you're insisting that the only way that you can obtain that status is by talking with those people directly, I would respectfully disagree.
What I'm suggesting, what I'm pointing out, City Manager, is you guys created this new process, right?
Yep.
You didn't walk us through and said, here's a process we're gonna recommend. You execute the process that you came up with, which is your prerogative as administration.
Right.
I need to be clear with you that I am not convinced that the new HARP process or program has my support. So I'm gonna look at it very closely.
Yep.
And for me, it's gonna be responsiveness. If I have to go to Director Spees on the 50 encampments in my district to get updates, if I have to tell constituents that the issue is resolved, only for them to send me a text message with a photo saying they're still here and it's gotten bigger, then expect that in the budget process coming up, we're gonna revisit this whole approach, because you guys took it upon yourselves to create this process, great, but I'm not convinced yet, because the critical piece of the previous process was not the officers, it was being able to get a direct and current update from somebody in charge on site.
Right.
That was a critical component. It wasn't the fact that they had a badge, but that we can tell the constituent, our staff can call the sergeant and say, hey, you said Monday, it's Wednesday, and they would be able to share, we're backed up 2 days.
Sounds like we have about 3 months to prove ourselves.
Correct.
I commend you, H, I really do, on listening to council on diversifying the services that the unhoused folks are receiving. I really do. You guys heard us loud and clear, and it's obvious that you've made concerted efforts to meet us there. I remain skeptical on the communication. I'll be in touch with my staff regularly to see how that's going, and and I think like Councilmember Aria said, I think by the time June comes around, we'll have a better idea of how that's working.
And Director, I do have two other point of areas that I'd like you to not answer at this point because they're not easy to solve, but to consider as you proceed.
Yep.
One is we make a lot of calls about encampments are no longer, well, there's nobody there anymore. It's just a garbage left behind. There's no one to abate the garbage. We have some, contract litter removal in the Tower District in Chinatown. And although there's piles of garbage on the side of the road, there isn't a clear understanding of how that gets picked up, right? So I don't know if your 311 is just for encampments where, human beings are at the moment, or whether it can be used to call in, as you know, in Chinatown, some of the unsheltered residents just pile the garbage from, tell me where system or how we do it.
So 311 will be that call, Councilmember. But I do want you to know that it's not just going to be this team that deals with that trash that's left behind. Because we've not done a very good job as a city, I think, historically on being proactive or very responsive when we do get calls. So under the Beautify Fresno, there's 15 people that are going to be assigned to do that very thing that you just asked for. Their responsiveness is going to be to 311 immediately on a daily basis, plus proactive. The goal is, I don't want them to even get a call from us or a citizen that they would already know that that trash is there. So give us an opportunity. That's not going to roll out until probably 30 days. We just got equipment, just got personnel or getting personnel
that's
on.
fair.
So it'll be two different sites.
Yeah, so, and we'll definitely give you the grace of time.
Yeah.
We know it takes bodies and equipment to do it. I just want you to consider that. That is equally as important as encampments because it's sanitation and it's quite a bit of it. And it's not stuff that you can pick up on a volunteer effort.
Yeah, and we're committed to you. This is going to be a fluid process. If we need to make some tweaks along the way that, that make this program work better for us, for the council, for the community, we're not, this isn't in stone, right? We can make some flexible. This is a plan we put in play, and I believe it's a good plan, but it's not a perfect plan yet.
Okay, well, Mayor and Director, you're asking for grace of time, so I'll be happy to provide that, and we'll continue in communication and see what adjustments we have to make to make sure that ultimately the public gets a better service than they've gotten before.
Yep, grace and cooperation, that'd be good.
Oh, I don't know about the latter. Let's do grace for now, Mayor. Don't overreach.
So I do want to thank you again for, You know, the reality is that people are dying out on our streets. And America and the state and our city are creating homelessness at a high rate of speed. We aren't being overwhelmed by that reality, but it is a reality. What we're doing are things that are specific, that are getting results. We've seen over 600 people move into a new freedom. And there was a moment in time when I stood on an embankment and I showed up for one of these, our relocations, and a woman was just weeping. And I thought it was because she was going through the trauma of being relocated. And it wasn't. It was because she said, I am so grateful and joyful and thankful that I have a safe place to go. I've been praying for this. That's what this is all about. And at the end of the day, we're going to be measured as a city by how we address these most vulnerable people. And I just want to say thank you that although there are issues and there are challenges, I think we're all on the same page, that we're committed to not do nothing, but to do something for one person after another, one encampment after another, and we're going to get this done. So
you know, Director, today I spoke to the Real Estate Association, and my message to them was simply that 30 months ago, we had 10 beds for 500,000 people and thousands of homeless residents. Today, we're discussing the quality of meals, the quality of housing, it's not fast enough, it's not, doesn't have the right supportive services. It's a different conversation. You had to be here in 2019 to appreciate the evolution and the growth. But like I told them, the population is increasing faster than our ability to help them. And therefore, in this housing crisis, every option is at the table.
Absolutely. We had a woman this morning that came with a complaint. First thing I did is I called our service provider. The complaint had already been dealt with. The woman was living in a former motel room with her 2 dogs that were being fed by our staff. She had her brother living next to her, and she was on quarantine, which meant that we knew that she had COVID. And during quarantine, she was visited every single day, and meals were delivered to her room. And did she have a complaint? Yeah. But let me just tell you, that picture right there is an incredibly elegant gift that we're giving to our most vulnerable people. And it's different than the Will Smith In Pursuit of Happiness picture of a shelter, where you come to a shelter, you beg for a room at 5:30 in the afternoon, you get one, you get kicked out at 6:30, and you repeat the process the next day. So we're doing good. We can always do better. Thanks.
All right, council. What we're going to do is I'm going to have you grab your plate of pizza in the media room and then take that with you to your office, and we're going to do closed session right away. Try and get that done.
you.